This woman is called Lilin. She's the young lady of the Candlemew Duke's family, and her father runs the most powerful merchant guild across the entire continent. So rich that even the emperor has to show them respect. As the Duke's only noble daughter, Lilin's pocket money casually amounts to 50 billion. With such a background, Lilin's personality became extremely arrogant. She does whatever she wants. If she's not happy, she can pour a glass of red wine over someone's head at a public banquet. And the one she poured wine on, Alice, is the female protagonist in the novel. Unlike Lilin, Alice is the daughter of a poor commoner. However, she has pink curly hair paired with matching colors. She's delicate and charming, cute from head to toe. Most importantly, she has a gentle personality, like a pitiful little white rabbit. Very likable, so much so that Lilin's fiancé was attracted away just like that. Crown Prince Li, she doesn't like Lilin. He only agreed to the engagement due to the Duke's family's influence. But seeing the arrogant Lilin always bullying the fragile Alice, that haughty appearance made him dislike her even more. So he ignores Lilin in public, even humiliates her. Then he secretly got together with the female lead. Seeing the person who likes her not even willing to look at her, yet protecting another woman everywhere. Extremely disfiguring, Lilin began to intensify her schemes against her love rival. As expected, she and Li Shi grew further apart, while Li Shi and Alice got closer. In the end, they lived happily together. But is the story really about an evil supporting character bullying the kind female lead until she gets her just deserts and heads toward destruction? Xiao Zhen, looking at the novel, couldn't help but curse. The female lead Alice is clearly a high-level green tea bitch plus white lotus flower. She still prefers Lilin. She doesn't understand why Lilin, being so rich, would be obsessed with a man who doesn't love her and even found someone else during their engagement period. A rich young lady like her should enjoy life and spend money recklessly and date a few good-looking young guys. Xiao Zhen couldn't help but think of her own experience. Her boyfriend of 8 years cheated her out of her money. He even tormented her with her best friend, and they even taunted her by sending a wedding invitation to her doorstep. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She threw her phone away and stopped reading the novel. She fell asleep feeling sorry for Lilin's original fate. This sleep was particularly deep, but when she woke up, looking in the mirror, she saw black long hair and deep purple eyes. She had transmigrated into the novel, into the body of the villainous Lilin. Touching this beautiful and wealthy body, Xiao Zhen decided not to care whether this was a dream or not. She didn't want to care about the protagonist's love story. She wanted to fully enjoy the life of the villainous sister. Is this really the life of a rich young lady? Even taking a bath requires 4 people to serve her. Even dressing up and putting on makeup is done by others. If life can be this comfortable, Xiao Zhen thought that transmigrating into a novel to be a vicious supporting character might not be so bad. Moreover, this villainous sister has endless money to spend. However, she didn't expect to attend a social event right away and at such a critical time point. It was right after the villainess had taught Alice, the female lead, a lesson. She remembered that at the previous party, the villainess had mocked Alice for dressing like a maid. Then, she united with other noble ladies to have Alice thrown out. Finally, with a sharp glare and contemptuous words, she said, "Please don't come to disgust me again." Thinking of this, Alice, Xiao Zhen sighed. She asked the maid if she could skip today's party. She was afraid she might get into a fight with someone. The maid, while tightening her belt, reassured the young lady, "Don't worry, I'll prepare an extra pair of gloves for you." Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Xiao Zhen steeled herself. Even if this transmigration was just a dream, from now on, she could only go by the name Lilin. At the party, Lilin's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. A swarm of noble ladies rushed to greet her. After all, no one wants to be on bad terms with money. Just then, Alice appeared. Unlike last time, this time, she was wearing a top luxury limited edition from the Rosemary family. Upon seeing Lilin, she approached with a shy face. "I know you don't want to greet me, but I must tell you something." At this moment, Alice's expression was very subtle. She forced a smile, as if she was happy, yet asked in a timid voice, "Lilin, I wonder if my dress today will displease you." Lilin was stunned. Was there something special about this dress? Suddenly, she remembered this scene from the original novel. When the villainess saw Alice wearing this dress, she slapped her across the face, angrily accusing her of using men to steal her dress. It turned out that this top luxury limited edition was actually custom made by Lai Lin at the Rosemary family, the only one on the entire continent. Clearly, the supposedly innocent rabbit-like female lead Alice in the original novel wasn't so innocent after all. She had come over to ask Lai Lin about the dress, intending to provoke her and then gain sympathy as the weaker party. Unfortunately for her, the villainess before her was no longer the same person. Lai Lin's face showed no anger at all. Instead, she wore a genuine smile and complimented her. "Your dress looks like it's from the Rosemary family. It's beautiful. It suits you well." Then, as she turned to leave, she wished her a pleasant evening. They say the gentlest knife cuts the deepest. Hearing these words, Alice bit her lip, her temper flaring again. Why is it that in every novel, there's always a vicious female supporting character? And Lai Lin just happens to be that vicious female supporting character. She has the power, money, family background, and looks that surpass the female lead in every way, yet she falls for the unattainable male lead. Then, for the sake of a man, she sets traps for the kind-hearted female protagonist. As a result, she gets branded as the bad woman and has to step aside for the great and noble love of the male and female leads. But is the female lead really just an innocent little rabbit? Not necessarily. Otherwise, why would Alice, upon seeing that she had snatched the dress originally meant for Lai Lin, look at Lai Lin with resentment when Lai Lin didn't get angry? Instead, her face was full of hatred. It's been a while, and her magnanimity has grown considerably. Lai Lin stopped in her tracks and asked what she meant by that. Alice smiled brightly, appearing innocent and carefree, but her words carried hidden barbs. Isn't it said that a dress is a lady's dignity? Noble ladies usually get upset when they wear the same designer as someone else. I thought you took great pride in such matters. In the past, Lai Lin would have exploded at these words. But now, she was a modern person who had transmigrated into the book. Such petty green tea bitch tactics were too cliché even for TV dramas. So, she moved closer to Alice. Taking a newly arrived champagne flute, she raised it high, her words dripping with disdain. "Alice, if I truly despised wearing the same designer as others, I would simply buy up every dress from every designer on the entire continent." Seeing the glass in Lai Lin's hand, Alice instinctively flinched, remembering the time she was doused with red wine. But once again, she guessed wrong. If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. If the enemy moves, I still don't move. Lai Lin simply placed the champagne in Alice's hand. In the moment Lai Lin leaned in, she whispered in Alice's ear, "You probably won't have the chance to wear rosemary dresses in the future. So, enjoy the present moment." This was perhaps the first time Alice, as the original female lead, truly felt humiliated by the vicious female supporting character. She was utterly outclassed in both status and demeanor. In truth, Alice had always been extremely jealous of Lai Lin. Why did she have both outstanding looks and noble birth, while Alice felt like a lowly clown next to her? Since Alice was the female lead, the original Lai Lin had to be very stupid to give the male lead a chance to fall for Alice. But things were different now. Lai Lin had leveled up to become a formidable opponent, while the other noble ladies were still speculating whether it was her fiancé, the crown prince, who had given Alice that dress. Lai Lin, with her knowledge of the novel, knew exactly who was behind it all. As the wealthiest duke's daughter on the entire continent, Lai Lin faced a dilemma. When a girl likes a boy, should she make the first move? Lai Lin had taken a fancy to a small knight of common birth. After quietly asking Meyer beside her, she learned that this man with beautiful brown hair and eyes like black pearls, who looked like a wild and unrestrained little wolf dog, was called Kasiwan. Lai Lin couldn't help but think, "He's so handsome. If only I could strike up a conversation." To her surprise, she had accidentally said this out loud. The other noble ladies nearby heard and immediately burst into laughter. Realizing her faux pas, she quickly covered her mouth and apologized hurriedly. After all, Lai Lin was known far and wide as a villainess. But this laughter had already caught Lai Lin's attention. She turned and asked, "Did I say something amusing?" While the girls were still racking their brains for an explanation, they realized that Lai Lin wasn't angry at all. Instead, she pulled them closer and started gushing. This change left the girls feeling a bit uncomfortable. Lylin used to be the person who cared most about class and rank. She had always treated those of lower status as insects. Yet now she was praising a commoner and even actively joining in on the gossip. They discussed how intense the scene would be if Kasiwin unbuttoned his shirt and walked towards them. Suddenly, she felt confused. Why wasn't Kasiwin dancing? She wanted to dance with him. This statement instantly caused a stir among the girls. Was Lylin really going to personally invite someone without a title to dance? Not only would it be unladylike, but people might also point fingers. However, they supported Lylin in doing so. After all, with such a handsome man right before their eyes, it would be a shame not to play a little. So, under their guidance, Lylin fixed her gaze straight in Kasiwin's direction. Meyer told her that when a lady wants to invite a gentleman to dance, usually a suggestive glance is enough. Indeed, feeling this intense gaze, Kasiwin, after a moment of awkward silence, walked straight towards Lylin. Seeing Kasiwin approach step by step, Lylin inexplicably felt her heart flutter, and her face involuntarily flushed. But unexpectedly, Kasiwin's first words weren't, "May I have this dance?" but rather, "Why are you staring at me?" Lylin, the noble duke's daughter, had taken the initiative towards a knight of common birth. Shouldn't he seize this opportunity to make a good impression? Instead, this big fool actually rejected Lylin. Upon feeling Lylin's intense gaze, Kasiwin didn't interpret it as Meyer had suggested, as a lady's subtle hint. Rather, he acted like a very dense, straightforward idiot. He earnestly asked Lylin why she kept staring at him. Look, Lylin was still a young girl at heart. Being asked so directly made her blush and hide behind her fan. She awkwardly suggested that Kasiwin must have misunderstood. But this man wasn't just straightforward. He was also single-minded. He turned and asked if the other girls were looking at him. At this point, Lylin dropped the act. She admitted, "You're quite handsome, so I looked a bit longer." Then she stepped forward closer to Kasiwin and boldly said, "I think you're handsome, so I want to ask if you'd like to dance with me." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Kasiwin's face instantly turned red. His reaction surprised Lylin. She had thought he'd be a little wolf dog, but he turned out to be so pure. Lylin realized that Kasiwin, being of common birth, probably didn't attend parties often. He might not know that this was how ladies invited men to dance. Now that he knew, would he accept her invitation? Kasiwin bowed deeply to Lylin, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. Just as I thought they were about to dance, Kasiwin left with a simple, "I hope you have a pleasant evening," and turned to leave. Although he flashed a smile before departing, I couldn't believe he had actually rejected Lylin. You should know, Lylin was the daughter of the wealthiest duke on the entire continent. Getting in her good graces could save someone generations of hard work. However, Lylin wasn't hurt by this outcome. Though she was a bit boy crazy, she knew her limits. After all, she was the future crown princess. If rumors spread about her with other men, she'd be the only one to suffer. After the party, Lylin collapsed exhausted onto her bed. In her past life, she never imagined being a rich young lady would be so tiring. But since she was here, she couldn't remain the vicious supporting character who gets beaten by the female lead. If she couldn't completely turn the tables, she at least couldn't be a stepping stone or cannon fodder for others' love stories. So she asked her maid Betty to report her total disposable allowance to her in the morning. She had something to do at the Intelligence Guild. Lylin was a duke's noble daughter, and her allowance turned out to be 50 billion. This was a plot twist I wouldn't dare dream of. Lylin was stunned when she saw the string of zeros. The maid, seeing her mistress silent, thought Lylin found 50 billion too little. She hurriedly explained this was just pocket change. If she needed money, she could have as much as she wanted. At this moment, Lylin couldn't help but sigh at how good Uncle Chuan was. After praising the villain, she tentatively asked the maid if spending 2 billion would be noticeable out of so much money. The maid wondered if her mistress was planning to buy a house. To her surprise, Lylin smiled slyly and said she planned to help the poor. Hearing this, Betty was even more confused. That afternoon, Lylin took the money, disguised herself, and went straight to a dessert shop in the city center. After exchanging a few code words, she was led by a shop girl to a reception room on the second floor. There, she saw a middle-aged man sitting in the center, seemingly the contact person for this intelligence guild. Upon seeing Lylin, he asked what information she needed to inquire about. "Our guild requires payment in advance." Before he could finish, Lylin tossed him a bag of coins. "This is 100 million. Call your boss here immediately." I knew money could make one arrogant, but what was the ceiling of arrogance? Today was the first time I witnessed it. When she saw the man hadn't responded and hadn't agreed to her request, Lylan tossed another bag of coins. Without mentioning her request, she threw out 700 million in succession, just to speak one sentence with the boss. The man couldn't sit still anymore. He hurriedly grabbed the coins and left in a rush, asking Lylan to wait a moment. Then, in just 3 seconds, he ran back saying his boss was willing to meet her, but she needed to wait an hour. Lylan smiled and took out another bag of money. For every 5 minutes you shorten the wait time, I'll add another 100 million. At this, the man was completely stunned. He rushed out like a tornado. You might wonder why Lylan insisted on meeting the Intelligence Guild's boss. It was because of a dress, the one Alice wore at the previous party. It was originally Lylene's. Everyone thought her fiancé had given it to Alice. Only Lylan, familiar with the plot, knew the real sender was the boss here. So she wanted to see what this person looked like, the one who had caused the Villainous in the original story to suffer such injustice. Just then, the door opened. After Lylan left the cake shop, her maid Betty asked with a smile, "Did your errand go smoothly, my lady?" Lylan feigned mystery. "It's better if you don't know. You might get hurt otherwise." Sitting in the bumpy carriage, Lylan felt nauseous. She suddenly thought she might be able to start a carriage business. However, Betty's expression upon hearing this puzzled Lylan, but made sense. The previous Villainous, Lylan, had always been full of confidence and enthusiasm before starting a business. She had opened a perfume company, only to have her business stolen by Alice's niche fragrances. Then she had predicted that chiffon velvet would be trendy that year. But the gloves everyone wore were Alice's cotton gloves. It was a complete financial disaster. Recalling the novel's plot, Lylan couldn't help but sigh at the power of the female lead's halo. Speak of the devil, Lylan happened to glance out the window and saw Cassiwan, surprisingly with Alice. Lylan had thought he was just a handsome cannon fodder, but it turned out he was also a male lead. However, they didn't look particularly close. Cassiwan looked as if he was being forced. Couldn't he at least smile in front of the female lead? But then again, Alice was truly impressive. First the Crown Prince, then Lucas, and now Cassiwan. How many fish did she intend to hook? So greedy. Couldn't she spare one for me? Lylan was a duke's daughter, with a casual allowance of 50 billion. But in her past life, she had been just an ordinary high school student. If there was any difference, it was that her family favored boys over girls. This was the nth time she had been sent to the infirmary for malnutrition. The school nurse suggested she go home early to visit the hospital. But even though she was allowed to go home early to rest, she didn't dare. She could only hide alone in a corner by the roadside, waiting for school to end. At that moment, she took out her phone, using music to drown out her father's curses in her ears. These sounds filled her mind every day, impossible to shake off. Sure enough, when she returned home, she was always greeted by her father's verbal abuse. Sometimes even things thrown at her. As for her brother, he got whatever he wanted, ate whatever he liked. She couldn't help but feel as if she was crossing an endless swamp, never able to see the end. Fortunately, going to school and growing up allowed her to escape that hellish home. It was because of these experiences that she both yearned for and feared having a happy life. A beam of sunlight fell on Lylene's face. Lylan opened her eyes. That was all from 10 years ago. She hadn't expected to still be able to dream about the past. In this life, she had become the Villainous. Lylan was determined to live brilliantly, to live beautifully. This woman had pocket money of 50 billion alone. At this moment, Betty saw that her lady had woken up, and noticing her complexion wasn't good, she asked if something was wrong. Even though Lylan didn't say anything, she asked her to prepare some hot tea. After leaving, Betty was still worried about her lady. Once Lylan had finished washing up, she suggested, why not choose a party to attend from these invitations? But Lylan wasn't interested in that fake social circle. What Lylan wanted to do most right now was to play with her phone and watch TV. What's most suitable to watch at such a boring time? Suddenly, Lylan had an idea. She suggested to Betty that she wanted to go explore Ronald. She'd heard it was where wealthy commoners lived. Betty was confused. Weren't you uninterested in commoner areas before? Lylan explained, I heard it's where the wealthy live. It's clean and full of life. I want to take a look. Though Betty was puzzled inside, she still outwardly praised Lylene's decision and went out to make preparations. This Villainous, though occasionally doing unsavory things, had always kept her wet nurse's daughter Betty by her side. It was thought to be because they grew up together, but now it seemed that Betty could not only read the room, but also understand her preferences. Her adaptability was quite good. She'd probably do well even in modern times. Sitting in the carriage, Lylin looked out the window at the not-so-prosperous background. Betty explained that the commoners here were all those who had been driven out. After the development of the Ronald area, Lylin felt a bit sad. The wealth gap was huge. She hadn't seen such realistic things in other novels. She still wanted to ride in carriages, but it was so bumpy. The urgent matter now should be solving the carriage problem. Upon arriving in the Ronald district, Lylin felt nauseous, not because of unfamiliar surroundings, but due to carriage sickness. She then sent Betty to buy motion sickness medicine. Later, Lylin sat on a bench to rest. Suddenly, a few puppies ran to her feet. Looking at the puppies on the ground, Lylin's heart melted. She picked up a puppy, smiling widely. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind her. When Lylin turned to look, it was actually Cassiwan. Why was he here? Cassiwan explained he had been temporarily assigned here. Lylin thought to herself, it seems he's always being pushed around because of his commoner background. Cassiwan asked Lylin why she was here and mentioned that someone over there was looking for their dog. Just hand the dog over to him. Lylin held the dog, reluctant to let go. Of course, she had come here out of boredom. The puppy kept struggling, almost falling out of Lylin's arms. Cassiwan, fearing Lylin might get hurt, quickly took the puppy from her. Faced with Cassiwan's intimate gesture, Lylin blushed. She hastily threw the dog away, explaining, I'm just here to do market research. And Cassiwan, aren't you tired from work? Cassiwan stared at the puppy in his arms. He replied, puzzled, as a commoner, I'm already grateful to have this job. How could I be tired? Lylin felt awkward. His words seemed a bit prickly. She wanted to encourage him. She intended to say, you look great when you're living life seriously. But unexpectedly, what came out of Lylin's mouth was, do you want to come to my house? Having met only twice, Lylin had extended 2 invitations to the man. The first was to dance at a ball, which he refused. The second was inviting him to her home. This development was too rapid. The puppy's sudden leap successfully brought Lylin and Cassiwan closer. This unexpected intimate contact made the usually haughty Villainous's face turn bright red. Lylin quickly pushed Cassiwan away, saying, come to my house. Cassiwan said, as a commoner, I'm already grateful to have a job. Lylin couldn't help but feel pity in her heart. She comforted him. Those who strive should receive appropriate rewards. So she asked Cassiwan again if he would like to come to the Duke's mansion. Hearing this, Cassiwan immediately frowned and asked what she meant. Lylin, worried that her words might hurt him, hastily explained that she was just looking for promising knights. She also frankly expressed her admiration for him. Cassiwan hadn't expected that Lylin not only didn't look down on his commoner status, but was willing to give him a chance. However, he declined the offer again, perhaps due to the barrier of status. Even though his opinion of noble ladies like Lylin had improved, he still didn't dare to approach her to say goodbye. After Cassiwan left, Lylin and Betty had tea on a street in the city center. Betty criticized her lady's behavior as unladylike, saying, who would invite someone they've only met twice to their home? Lylin's face turned as red as the bubble tea. She didn't know why she had been so bewitched to say such a thing. As they were talking, a voice came from behind them. If it were me, I would definitely accept. After all, it's the famous Candamiwan Duke's house. Lylin turned to look. It was Lucas sitting next to them. Lucas smirked and said, how handsome must he be to bewitch you like this? Is he as handsome as me? When you see a handsome puppy being bullied, what would you do? The villainous Lylin, of course, chose to stand up for him. After all, saving handsome men is everyone's responsibility. Lylin shielded the little boy beside her. Lylin extended her finger. She asked the fat man, how much for this child? I'll buy him. She threw a bag of gold coins at the red-faced fat man. This bag is worth 100 million. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Lylin threw several more bags in succession. After all, for someone with 50 billion in pocket money, the most ordinary daily activity would be throwing money at people, right? Sure enough, when the 10th bag was thrown, the fat man panicked and said, this is enough. Lylin tilted her head and sighed. Is this what life is like for the rich? It's so exhilarating. Without hesitation, the fat man handed over the key to the handcuffs. After redeeming the boy and unlocking the shackles on his feet, Lylin saw that the boy was severely injured. So she asked the knight beside her to help. She wanted to take the little boy to the nearest magic shop as quickly as possible. Betty immediately led the way. Everyone hurried over. Lucas, watching from a distance, was stunned by Lilene's swift and decisive actions. The scene changes. Lilene arrives at the magic shop. Without asking about price or quantity, she just told the shopkeeper to bring out all the highest grade potions. All of them. And she poured them one by one onto the little boy. Watching the boy tremble in pain as he recovered, it was clear how excruciating these wounds must have been when inflicted. Lilene instructed her maid to investigate later what kind of work that red-faced fat man did. Although she had a lot of money and didn't mind spending it, she wanted to get it all back. Better not to leave it for that fat man to do evil deeds. But Betty seemed not to hear, staring blankly ahead. Following her gaze, Lilene was almost blinded by a dazzling light. Brilliant golden hair with a hint of golden brown highlights. Golden pupils. At this moment, his eyes were filled with innocence. Lilene hadn't expected the boy's face to be so radiant after healing. Betty whispered, "Did I just see an angel?" Betty replied, "Me too." At this moment, the boy, with a choked voice, kept saying "thank you" to Lilene over and over. His hoarse crying was so bitter, the falling tears so moving. Lilene looked at the boy who was tightly gripping her dress, refusing to let go, crying beside her. She reached out and patted his head. Lilene deeply understood his feelings. She had once been like this too, longing for someone to rescue her from a hellish life. As Lilene was comforting the boy, Cassiwen was silently watching all of this from outside the window. "Would you like to keep such a little leopard at home? And a handsome one at that." The boy opened his eyes groggily. He found himself lying on a soft, large bed. Seeing Lilene looking at him, the boy hurriedly pushed away the blanket. Lilene let out a sigh of relief. It was just as they were about to leave the magic shop. He suddenly fainted, giving her quite a scare. Now his injuries had been healed as well. Lilene asked him if he had any family. She could send him back home. The little golden-haired boy nervously clutched the blanket. Looking at Lilene, he innocently shook his head. He had no home, no family. Then he asked Lilene with a bewildered expression, "Have I changed owners now? Didn't you buy me, master?" "Thank you, master." Lilene's heart ached. How long had this child been repeating such things? Lilene caressed his cheek, gently telling him, "I'm not your master. You can now live as you please. Go wherever you want, do whatever you want." But the little golden-haired boy had nowhere to go. Recalling the hell he came from, and Lilene who appeared in his life, warming his heart, he knelt down on both knees, begging Lilene to keep him by her side. He pleaded with Lilene over and over again. Watching the crying golden-haired boy, Lilene felt a lump in her throat. She thought, why not just agree? Give him a home. So Lilene agreed to the little golden-haired boy's request. But she made one condition. The little golden-haired boy only needed to eat well and sleep well. Nothing else was required. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the little golden-haired boy burst into tears again. He thought Lilene felt he couldn't do anything. He started berating himself for being so useless. This time Lilene panicked. She never imagined the little puppy would be so difficult, crying at the drop of a hat. She could only adopt a firmer attitude, stating that he just needed to stay by her side. Her role was more like a mother or sister, someone who could protect him. The little golden-haired boy seemed to half understand. He asked if he could call her mom or sister. Lilene gently said, "From now on, just call me Lilene." These words were like sunlight piercing through a winter day. The little golden-haired boy kept murmuring Lilene over and over, as if trying to engrave this name in his heart. Then he knelt on one knee, joyfully introducing himself as Harvey. "All right, Harvey, let's get along well from now on." Lilene smiled, and Harvey was captivated. Blushing, he revealed his true form. A little leopard appeared, covering its shy face with its paws, letting out a soft woo sound. Everyone looked on. Such a dangerous creature. They were frightened, but Lilene excitedly approached. Harvey exclaimed, "How cute." Then she instinctively pounced towards him. After all, who could resist hugging such an adorably contradictory little leopard? And in Lilene's embrace, Harvey's tail stood straight up. His heart fluttered. The day after Lilene adopted Harvey, she received a message from her father. Perhaps only those who have experienced hell can truly understand the meaning of salvation. Lilene gently stroked the little boy in her arms. Memories of childhood trauma welled up in her heart. Little did she know that this gentle scene was witnessed by Cassiwen outside the window. Speaking of fate, it truly works in mysterious ways. When Lilene first arrived here, she happened to encounter Cassiwen on duty. The two of them, with the help of a playful puppy, contributed to their first close encounter in the comic. Little did they know that in the city center, it was Cassiwen who encountered him again. At that time, he was watching the three of them from afar. Actually, it was Alice who first caught his attention. He had met Alice a few times before. He always felt that this woman's words resonated with him. Their situations were very similar. Alice always managed to face difficulties with a smile. She would also firmly express her dreams. As for Lylin, it was when she got into an argument with the fat man. Kasiwin was startled to realize that he had seen this duke's daughter again. Compared to Alice, his initial feelings towards Lylin were biased. After all, Lylin's ducal background was too illustrious. Kasiwin had seen too many people of noble status. They were full of disdain and arrogance towards commoners. But Lylin seemed different. Today she had spoken to him about the value of hard work. She even extended an olive branch, inviting him to the renowned Kandamevan Duke's mansion to become a knight. Recalling their first meeting, Lylin had unabashedly complimented his looks. She even invited him to dance. As a result, this was one of the few parties Kasiwin had attended. He didn't understand the rules here at all. He thought she was just teasing him. It wasn't until he asked others afterward that he learned Lylin's invitation that night was sincere. Kasiwin couldn't help but look at his reflection in the glass. Suddenly, he realized that his eyes were full of Lylin's profile. He blushed, but he didn't immediately look away. His gaze lingered as he thought to himself. Perhaps he had misunderstood her. Inside the room, Lylin had no idea that her display of wealth had captivated Lucas, and her equality had conquered Kasiwin. Afterward, she took the little boy home. Watching him faint and then wake up with no major issues, Lylin finally felt relieved. She asked the boy if he had any family, if he had anywhere to go. The boy suddenly got up. He knelt before Lylin. "I have nowhere to go. Please keep me by your side." She had transmigrated into the role of a vicious supporting character, but didn't follow the usual script. Instead of focusing on family love and enjoyment, the evil sister's vast wealth was the key. But things got out of hand. Today she received a message from her father. Was she going to be scolded? So when Lylin opened the door, the handsome and serious man before her was actually a complete daddy's girl. Lylin thought she was going to be criticized. Unexpectedly, her father looked at Lylin pitifully. The next second, her father burst into tears, snot and all, wailing, "Why haven't you come to see Daddy for so long?" This man, the Duke of Kandamevan, who had amassed all the wealth on the continent as the head of a financial group, was now a humble slave to his daughter. He ran to Lylin, calling out "precious daughter" as he approached, seeking a big bear hug. Lylin, almost suffocated in this mountain of fatherly love. Speaking of the Duke of Kandamevan, he ran the most powerful merchant guild on the continent. He had enough money to buy 10 territories. With such wealth and power, why would he take orders from the emperor? As Lylin pondered this during their chat, she directly asked her father, "Don't you have any ambition?" The Duke merely smiled. He didn't want to be emperor because he knew well that an emperor's duties far outweighed those of a noble. But most importantly, being an emperor didn't make money. Their family motto was to never pursue anything. That didn't turn a profit. Hearing this, Lylin was even more confused. Then why arrange for her to marry the crown prince? If she became empress, what about the family business? Her father pondered for a moment before sighing. "It was all because you insisted. You wouldn't marry anyone but the crown prince." Only then did Lylin realize the original owner's folly. With Li Shi's indifferent attitude towards her, marriage would be like living as a widow, not to mention Alice's presence between them. Thinking of this, her expression darkened. "I want to break off the engagement." Her father froze upon hearing this. He thought his precious daughter was heartbroken over the crown prince's recent rumors. So he assured Lylin, "If you want, I can get rid of that woman for you. I can eliminate her. If you had to choose between a pile of money and a man, which would you pick?" Lylin didn't hesitate. She'd take the money. With money, why worry about not having men around? So she declined her father's offer. Breaking the engagement wasn't because she feared Alice or wanted to escape. She simply believed that she wasn't worth abandoning such a powerful and wealthy family for. She didn't deserve it. Afterward, she bid farewell to her father. As he watched his daughter's retreating figure, the Duke fell into deep thought. Lylin closed her eyes as she left. How embarrassing. She turned her head and unexpectedly saw Harvey crouching on the ground. As soon as Harvey saw Lylin, he sprang up in an instant. "Lylin, I missed you." Lylin asked Harvey why he wasn't in his room, and what he was doing here. Harvey replied, "It's been an hour since I last saw you. If possible, I want to be by your side every moment." That dazzling smile, that sweet childish voice. Lylin could hardly resist. She patted Harvey's head. "You're just too adorable." Harvey blushed shyly. He did enjoy Lylene's head pats, but he worried more about whether she would dislike his spotted fur. But clearly, his concern was unnecessary. Lylin cherished his unique appearance too much to ever dislike it. How could she possibly find him distasteful? After that, Lylin suggested taking a walk with Harvey. But unexpectedly, the little golden-haired boy lowered his gaze, asking Lylin hopefully yet cautiously, "May I hold your hand?" Surely no one could refuse such a request from the little golden-haired boy. At least, Lylin couldn't. She found his demeanor utterly irresistible. She excitedly grasped Harvey's small hand. The next moment, Harvey's ears popped out in joy, twitching adorably. But at this time, the maid reminded Lylin that such behavior wasn't befitting a lady's etiquette. Though reluctant to let go of Harvey's hand, Lylin understood. Living here meant following the rules. However, unexpectedly, as soon as she released his hand, the previously innocent and carefree Harvey suddenly turned gloomy, touching the hand Lylin had held, standing still. He shot a fierce glance at Betty, startling her. Lylin sensed something was amiss. Nervously, she cupped Harvey's face, making him look at her. But in the instant he turned his head, Harvey's face reverted to its original pure and innocent smile. All his love and tenderness were reserved only for Lylin, and if anyone dared to interfere with his love, he certainly wouldn't let them off easily. Looking at the adorable Harvey before her, Lylin thought, perhaps she had imagined that earlier scene. How could someone so pure suddenly change his expression? However, were things really that simple? What was it like to have a super clingy little leopard? Lylin sometimes found it troublesome. Of course, she didn't actually dislike Harvey clinging to her. On the contrary, she quite enjoyed it. It was just that he blindly made following her, pleasing her his duty. He was like a game character programmed to act according to a given personality. When Lylin initially saved Harvey, it wasn't to possess him, nor did she want to use the so-called life-saving debt to force him to do anything. Lylin patted the chair, inviting Harvey to sit with her. Harvey ran over, full of energy. "You don't need to cater to me so much. Although I often say you should be by my side, you don't have to be here all the time." However, these words held a different meaning for Harvey. What Harvey wanted most was to stay by Lylin's side. To him, Lylin was like salvation from the abyss. He could give up everything else just for Lylin. He wanted to respond to Lylin with a smile, but as he opened his mouth, tears fell instead. "Did I do something wrong? Or do you find me annoying?" "Of course not." Looking at the adorable little crybaby before her, Lylin quickly embraced and comforted him, her heart aching. She feared he might burst into loud sobs at any moment. Unexpectedly, Harvey's ears suddenly perked up, tears still hanging from his eyes. He couldn't help but giggle. His restless little tail betrayed his true mood. It turned out that his earlier behavior was just a small trick to gain Lylin's affection. Lylin helplessly stroked Harvey's head. At this moment, Harvey muttered darkly under his breath, "Such a kind-hearted girl." But Lylin didn't hear it. She could never have imagined that beneath Harvey's seemingly pure and harmless exterior, there lay a hidden side unknown to others. Meanwhile, Lylin's every move was being observed by her doting father. Seeing that Lylin no longer constantly mentioned that scumbag, the crown prince, and had even learned to spend money lavishly, her old father felt immensely gratified. Thinking that his daughter had finally grown up, the Duke felt it was time to select a suitor for her. Considering that all the men Lylin had interacted with were stunningly handsome, the first criterion to consider was appearance. But with so many men in the world, surely there must be one who is handsome, capable, and kind-hearted enough to be worthy of Lylin. Moreover, such a candidate was already by Lylin's side. How exhausting it was to be a noble lady in high society. That day, as Lylin and Harvey were enjoying afternoon tea, a maid came running with a stack of invitations. She reminded Lylin that it was time to attend parties. Lylin looked at the pile of invitations before her, feeling quite troubled. Betty said that a lady should attend many parties, especially as the Duke's daughter. Her reputation in society was also very important. Lylin understood the reasoning, but attending parties was such a hassle. She had to wear uncomfortable dresses and might encounter people she disliked. Harvey, sitting nearby, tugged at Lylin's skirt, pleading with her to stay and keep him company. But to his surprise, Lylin refused. Lylin decided to attend the party. As she looked up, she saw Betty backing away in terror. Following her gaze, Lylin turned to look behind her. For a brief moment, she caught Harvey glaring fiercely at Betty. But in the next second, Harvey had resumed his pure and innocent demeanor, casually eating a small cake as if nothing had happened. Lylin was a bit perplexed. Afterwards, she began to select which parties to attend from the pile of invitations. But unexpectedly, just as she finished choosing, a piercing scream came from behind her. The guards rushed in upon hearing the sound, only to find Harvey twisting the maid's arm. Lylin quickly called for Harvey to stop. Her call was effective on Harvey. He immediately released the maid and hurriedly came to Lylin's side. However, he asked Lylin glumly, "Was what I did wrong?" Lylin decided to have a serious talk with Harvey, but the guards weren't having it. It was too dangerous to keep him around. It would be better to lock him up for now. Upon hearing this, Harvey, instantly transformed, emanating à murdru aura. It seemed a fight was inevitable. Lylin quickly stopped the guards and demanded Harvey to revert back immediately. Harvey obediently deactivated his beastman state. The guards were ordered to take the maid back for treatment. Afterwards, only Lylin and Harvey remained in the room. Harvey thought Lylin would blame him. Trembling, he quickly apologized to her. However, Lylin didn't. She believed Harvey wouldn't hurt someone without reason. So what exactly happened? Harvey puffed out his cheeks and said angrily, "Because she touched my head." Who could have imagined that this golden-haired boy, who seemed harmless when smiling, actually had two faces? Adorable and docile in public, but fierce and vicious behind closed doors. Just for touching his head, the maid almost had her arm twisted off. Harvey hated being touched by others. Only Lylin was allowed to touch him. Lylin was shocked, but also felt a pang of sympathy, because she knew that ever since Harvey could remember, he had been a slave, living a life of torture, a life worse than death. She could understand why Harvey disliked others, but she hadn't expected him to actively harm people. So Lylin held Harvey's hand and said, "Lillian did that because she likes you." Lylin wanted Harvey to understand, but clearly he didn't appreciate this sentiment. Seeing this, Lylin had no choice but to use her trump card. She asked Harvey, "Do you only want to stay with me?" Harvey's tail stood up and he nodded happily. At this moment, Lylin suddenly became serious. "Then you need to get along well with the people around me. Otherwise, we can't be together." This threat worked well on Harvey. He immediately promised to treat others well in the future. But unexpectedly, Lylin added, "You should treat them the same way you treat me." This caused Harvey's face to darken again. Then, looking pitiful, he said, "You're the most important person to me. How could they be the same? I can't do that." These words had a powerful effect on Lylin. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. "Oh my." After she calmed down, she told Harvey, "Then be extra special to me and be a little kinder to others. Try to like people who want to get close to you. And when Lillian comes back, you need to apologize." Harvey said he would try his best for being so obedient and well-behaved. Lylin rewarded Harvey with a gentle embrace. Harvey also greatly enjoyed intimate contact with Lylin. If possible, he truly wished time could stop at this moment. But he still had one problem. When he was with Lylin and someone tried to stop him, he really disliked that person. What should he do about this? Lylin gently stroked Harvey's head, her tones soft and soothing. "The people here, whatever they say or do, it's all for my benefit. Even if you don't like it, I hope you'll obey and be a good child." Harvey was defenseless against Lylin's gentle words. From that moment on, he began to change for her. He apologized to the maid in person and promised not to do it again. He embodied the phrase "good child" that Lylin had mentioned to the fullest extent. But the one thing that remained unchanged was that his eyes were always fixed solely on Lylin. Lylin looked at Yuelon provocatively. "You're the one who should apologize, not me." Yuelon faced Meyer and apologized once again. Lylin took a leisurely sip of her tea. Just then, Alice patted Yuelon's arm, giving her a meaningful look. Yuelon immediately understood. Duke's daughter, impressive enough to warn others about the mistake of wearing the same dress twice. But ironically, you yourself have worn the same jewelry twice. Didn't you say that repeating jewelry is a disgrace for a lady? Yuelon tried to provoke Lylin, unaware that Lylin was no longer the same person. In the past, Lylin might have thrown a cup of tea at her, but now, his words only made Lylin think, how shallow, though in family must be really rich. The original sister was so carefree. Not only that, Lylin smiled with an air of ease. She thanked Yuelan for the reminder, saying she was just worried that her previous comments might cause noble ladies to become extravagant, so she decided to address this issue personally. Lylin said this to make them understand that while they criticized her, they were also imitating her. Lylin's every move influenced the behavior of the noble ladies, just like how Alice had secretly worn the dress Lylin had prepared for Rosemary. Yuelan smiled, as expected of the Duke's daughter. "It's wonderful that you have such correct thoughts." Lylin pointed her fan at her. "Miss Yuelan, you have no right to judge my actions or thoughts." Lylin slowly walked to Alice's front, looking down at her with contempt and arrogance. "I hope you remember what I said." Alice trembled, clutching her skirt tightly. Yuelan could only bow and apologize. This was the second time Alice had been utterly defeated in front of Lylin. Even though she brought help this time, in the end, they could only leave with their tails between their legs. She hated Lylin, hated this woman who had everything. But after chasing away Yuelan and Alice, Lylin's mood was far from light and joyful. Undeniably, in the past, Lylin had bullied Alice terribly because the crown prince fell in love with her. It wasn't clear who was right or wrong between them, but fighting like this over such a worthless man was truly pointless. As Lylin was feeling sorry for the two women, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. She turned around and was nearly blinded by the radiance of the person behind her. It was none other than Lucas. She was the infamous noble Villainous. Lylin's only hobbies were spending money and attending balls and parties. But that was all in the past. The current Lylin had no interest in such social gatherings. Lylin rarely attended parties, but when she did, she realized that these so-called parties were more like matchmaking events for the nobility. She had no desire to participate. She just wanted to sip her tea and quietly enjoy her leisure time. Meyer was stroking the necklace around her neck, introducing it to the girls. It was a tanzanite necklace her father had brought back from abroad. The color was almost deep blue. Just as the girls were expressing their envy, a troublemaker arrived. Her voice preceded her appearance. "As far as I know, tanzanite is almost always purple. Miss Meyer's necklace looks more like a sapphire, doesn't it?" Following the source of the voice, Lylin first noticed not the speaker, but Alice among the crowd. Sensing Lylin's gaze, Alice responded with a meaningful smile. Lylin was somewhat annoyed. This woman appearing before her surely meant trouble. As expected, her sister Yuelan continued. "Speaking of tanzanite, I was fortunate enough to receive one as a gift. However, the color is more like lavender." The implication was clear. Meyer's tanzanite was fake. Meyer's face turned crimson, but she didn't know how to counter. Lylin wasn't about to let this slide. She spoke up. "How rude of you. You didn't even greet me. Should I, a duke's daughter, have to initiate greetings to you?" At this moment, Lylin exuded a queenly aura. Hearing this, Yuelan and the others, though reluctant, had no choice but to curtsy. Unexpectedly, Lylin sighed softly, her tone full of disappointment and regret. "I never thought you'd be someone who speaks without thinking. I've misjudged you, Miss Yuelan." Lylin began to educate her, explaining the value of tanzanite and its colors. To be precise, it's lavender blue or blue violet. And regardless of the lighting, the deeper the blue, the higher the value. Having said that, Lylin didn't forget to mock her opponent. "It seems the gift Miss Yuelan received isn't worth much." This powerful and well-reasoned response caused Yuelan to force a smile more painful than crying. She then had to apologize to Lylin for her ignorance. But Lylin pointed to the side, her tone full of disdain. "I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. The kind-hearted female lead and the vicious female antagonist, who was truly more popular." Just as she was about to leave the party and head home, she unexpectedly encountered two reckless, noble young men gossiping about her behind her back. Lylin initially didn't want to pay much attention to it, but they actually dared to compare her to Alice. In their eyes, the gentle and quiet Alice was the true lady. They couldn't appreciate someone like Lylin, whom they saw as a villainess. Lylin couldn't tolerate such talk. "What's this? Do my words and actions need to cater to your preferences? You're not worthy of that." Lylin's sudden appearance instantly frightened the two young noblemen into cowards. While they were still struggling to think of how to explain themselves, a knight's sword was already at their throats. Lylin covered her face and said fiercely, "If I were to cut out your tongues for the crime of insulting me, at least you'd be handsome, silent men." In the end, Lylin let them go after intimidating them. However, this incident cast a shadow over Lilene's heart. Even though she was born into a wealthy and powerful family, she couldn't escape being gossiped about. Having such an adorable little leopard waiting for you at home, perhaps all worries would disappear. As soon as Lilene got off the carriage, Harvey rushed to her in a flash. He pounced on Lilene like a spoiled child. Then he looked at Lilene with pitiful eyes, as if saying, "I missed you so much. Why did you take so long to come back?" This cuteness attack was too much for Lilene. She decided not to go inside yet and take a walk instead. Judging by Harvey's behavior, he seemed to have been in this mood all day. But no one in the mansion was afraid of him anymore. Harvey was also becoming more at ease. This made Lilene feel incredibly gratified. Beatty went to fetch a pair of comfortable shoes for Lilene. Meanwhile, Lilene and Harvey went for a walk. However, after just a few steps, the pain in her heel made it impossible for Lilene to continue. She led Harvey to a pavilion to wait for Beatty. Harvey obediently lay across Lilene's lap, making her heart melt with affection. She stroked the little leopard's head. At this moment, Lilene's sigh caught Harvey's attention. He sprang up with a roar, as if to say, "Who bullied Lilene? I'll teach them a lesson." Lilene hugged Harvey with a hint of melancholy. The intrigues among the nobility truly exhausted her. But when she thought of Alice's smug smile, Lilene's anger flared up. Why should she put up with this? She refused. She wouldn't let them bully her. She would have her revenge. Lilene stood up, pulling Harvey with her, and shouted, "I'll take them both down. I'll make sure that cheating couple can never show their faces in public again." As Lilene was contemplating how to exact her revenge, Beatty approached from behind and draped a blanket over her shoulders. She also thoughtfully changed Lilene's shoes to comfortable ones, warming Lilene's heart. He forced a smile. His tone was gentle as he said thank you. But behind the scenes, Lilene secretly vowed in her heart she would definitely make those who hurt her pay the price. But before that, she wanted to enjoy this moment of peace with the people who cherished her. This blue-haired, blue-eyed handsome man turned out to be a complete miser. Lilene never thought that spending $2 billion to meet him would make him fall in love with her at first sight. Lucas, such a stingy person, in order to get close to Lilene, actually spent a fortune to buy a noble title, and he got his wish. He met her at a noble party. He even privately arranged to meet Lilene to tattle on Alice. His words only confirmed Lilene's suspicions, but she was more curious about how Lucas had escaped Alice's trap and came to approach her instead. A few days later, Lilene went to the appointment with her maid and knight. Shedding his noble disguise, Lucas reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. Lilene asked directly what was so suspicious about Alice. Lucas fawningly invited Lilene to sit down and chat. Instead, he asked about Lilene's opinion of Alice. This set off alarm bells in Lilene's mind. She feared this man might be trying to extract information for Alice. Lilene calmly said, "I'd like to hear your thoughts first, then I'll answer." After all, he was the foolish male supporting character who, knowing Alice and the Crown Prince were lovers, still helped her steal the dress. Lucas replied, "I just want to see if our thoughts align." Although Lilene was curious about what Lucas wanted to say, seeing that he wouldn't reveal his thoughts first, she prepared to leave. Lucas hurriedly tried to stop Lilene. Seeing that Lilene wasn't willing to stay even a minute longer, he reluctantly brushed his sapphire-like hair and decided to stop beating around the bush. He wanted to explain to Lilene about the dress he helped Alice steal. He had been tricked by Alice's sweet words. He didn't intend to cause Lilene any loss. He hoped Lilene wouldn't misunderstand him. Lilene actually knew this, but she suddenly wanted to tease Lucas a bit. "I still don't quite believe what you're saying." Lucas was on the verge of tears. This woman was too difficult to deal with. It seemed that to make Lilene believe him, he had to show his sincerity. Not long after, a waiter brought over a tempting bowl of strawberry shaved ice. Lilene looked at him with some disdain. "Is this your sincerity?" "That's right," Lucas exclaimed. This was something he had spent a fortune to get delivered. But more than that, he really wanted to know how Lilene viewed Alice. This man was despised by the Villainous. Although they say men are most charming when spending money, as Lilene looked at the bowl of strawberry shaved ice before her, she felt an inexplicable disdain. Lilene asked incredulously, "Is this really your gesture of sincerity?" A mere bowl of strawberry shaved ice. She thought Lucas was trying to extract information from her too cheaply. He was underestimating her, wasn't he? The next moment, Lucas pleaded in a whiny voice, "Won't you just tell me what you think of Alice?" Lylan took a spoonful of the shaved ice, savoring it slowly. She decided to tell Lucas her thoughts on Alice after all. "I don't understand. I'm so famous, with people watching my every move. So why would Alice still choose to be with the Crown Prince? Besides, I'm rich and powerful, and known as the Villainous. Alice going against me is like an egg trying to crack a stone. But she not only provoked me actively, she even used you, Lucas, to try and win. However, it seems now that you don't actually like Alice, which is why you became her patsy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be explaining so much to me today, right?" Now that everything had been said, Lylan stood up, ready to say goodbye and leave. But unexpectedly, Lucas suddenly blocked her path. Lylene's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that after transmigrating into this book, she had also gained the superpower to make everyone fall in love with her? To her surprise, Lucas picked up the bowl of strawberry shaved ice and asked Lylan pitifully, "Are you really leaving without finishing this? It's very expensive, you know." At this moment, Lylan felt as if a giant rock had fallen on her head. Speechless and helpless, she turned to leave. Little did she know, behind her, Lucas was smiling like a lovesick fool, staring dazedly at her retreating figure. After bidding farewell to Lucas, Lylan decided to take a stroll around the Ronial district, intending to pick out a gift for Harvey. However, she unexpectedly ran into Cassowin, who was on duty. But at this moment, he seemed to be in trouble. A nobleman in front of him was pointing at his nose, calling him a lowly commoner. From Betty, Lylan had learned that some nobles would act recklessly just to flaunt their status. Although Lylan despised such behavior, she didn't want to meddle in others' affairs or interfere with Cassowin's work. But just as she was about to leave, the nobleman viciously slapped Cassowin across the face. Cassowin remained standing there like a wooden man, cold and expressionless. But Lylan couldn't stand it anymore. Fists rained down on Cassowin's body one after another. He clenched his fists, barely containing his anger. At this moment, Lylan angrily rushed in front of the nobleman, blocking his fist as it was about to strike again. The nobleman shook off Lylan's hand. At this point, he still didn't know who she was. He arrogantly warned Lylan not to interfere. But the moment Lylan lifted her veil, he lost his composure. "Could you be Miss Lylan Candamevan, the Duke's daughter? Do you believe in fate?" The villainous Lylan had already encountered Cassowin 3 times. This time, Lylan found Cassowin on duty. However, that nobleman had no sense of honor. He slapped Cassowin across the face. "Tell me, who could bear to see such a handsome face being struck?" Lylan certainly couldn't. Moreover, the one who struck first was clearly in the wrong. Just because he was a nobleman, did he think he could do as he pleased? When Lylan stepped in to intervene, he was so frightened he didn't dare make a sound. Without hesitation, Lylan lectured him on proper conduct. She couldn't let this one bad apple ruin the reputation of all nobles. Seeing the cowardly demeanor of the nobleman, Cassowin clenched his fists in frustration. No matter how hard he tried, he could never earn respect. Yet Lylan had easily resolved the issue just by standing there. He was grateful for Lylan's help, but in his heart, he felt more resigned to reality. He bowed repeatedly to Lylan, expressing his thanks. This left Lylan at a loss. Initially, she had been happy to help Cassowin, but now she felt incredibly regretful. Although she didn't know Cassowin well, if he was someone who took pride in his work, her rash intervention might have upset him. But who could blame her when that man had struck that face, as precious as an intangible cultural heritage? Lylan found herself in a dilemma. Behind the scenes, she was full of gossip. It seemed the young lady really wanted to get along well with Cassowin. Having her little thoughts exposed, Lylan couldn't help but raise her voice. "Of course, he's so handsome." Cassowin listened silently, unaware that a blush was creeping up to his ears. At this moment, Lylan suddenly remembered she hadn't bought a gift for Harvey yet. Harvey must be waiting pitifully for her return, expecting her to come back. The thought made Lylan's heart ache. As Cassowin watched her departing figure, he seemed to have words left unsaid. Arriving at the children's clothing store, Lylan decided to buy a necklace for Harvey. She gestured to the shop owner, mimicking Harvey's leopard form. The owner seemed confused. Do nobles these days joke around like this? Fortunately, Lylan quickly found a gift that satisfied her. But just as she was happily preparing to head home, a hand suddenly rested on top of her head. It was Cassowin. His cheeks slightly flushed, breathing heavily. He spoke, "I have something I want to say to you." No matter how hard he tried, he could never earn respect. Was effort really worth anything? But in a society with clear distinctions between nobility and commoners, a person's birth often determined everything. Cassawin, born a commoner, had become a knight through his own efforts. Therefore, Cassawin was used as a tool by the security team to deal with the nobility. Being ignored had become a common occurrence for him, but he was still very upset, because no matter how badly he was bullied, that person would never be convicted. How he felt didn't matter to anyone at all. But was that really the case? Cassawin stood by the window, recalling Lileen's words. At that time, she had unhesitatingly stood in front of him. Only she was willing to stand up for him, to right the wrong on his behalf. After helping me, she felt guilty, thinking she shouldn't have interfered. That might have hurt his pitiful self-esteem. This made Cassawin feel guilty. He decided to find Lileen and apologize to her properly. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered. Lileen had openly praised his handsomeness in front of others. Cassawin's face instantly turned red. After that, Cassawin found Lileen at the entrance of a children's clothing store. But despite having 1,000 words in his heart, now that he saw Lileen in person, he couldn't utter a word. He couldn't even look at her directly. Lileen, looking at his profile, asked with concern, "Is your face all right?" Cassawin's eyes darted around, stammering that he was fine. He really didn't know how to face Lileen, but he also knew that avoiding wasn't the solution. Finally, he mustered up the courage to turn around, expressing his apology for misunderstanding her and his gratitude for her help. The sudden attack of his beauty almost made Lileen's little heart unable to bear it. But Cassawin was really strange today. Could it be that he was angry because he had just been hit? That's understandable. Such a handsome face. She felt indignant on his behalf. Thinking of this, Lileen comforted Cassawin with encouraging words. There will always be moments of frustration and annoyance in life, but as long as you keep trying, you'll eventually meet someone who understands you. Actually, at this moment, Lileen was thinking, why not invite Cassawin to her home? Unexpectedly, the next second, Cassawin suddenly knelt on one knee. Lileen was shocked. Could he have heard her thoughts? Is this love at first sight? Lileen had just bought a gift for Harvey. Lucas leaned close to Lileen. "I have something I want to tell you." Lileen thought, with such a handsome guy, it wouldn't be bad to chat a bit. Unexpectedly, Cassawin couldn't utter a word for a long time. Lileen leaned close to Cassawin and said, "Cheer up. You'll meet someone who understands you." Cassawin suddenly knelt on one knee. Lileen thought he wanted to go home with her, and that her thoughts had been heard by Cassawin. Unexpectedly, he was just sincerely grateful for her care and tolerance all along. "If I ever disrespect you again, please make sure to punish me. We'll meet again. Take care on your way." Lileen, completely bewildered, waved at Cassawin's retreating figure. Tolerance, it seemed, was in his eyes. Was he really that magnanimous and compassionate person? But why couldn't he be tolerant towards others? Did Cassawin have something special? At this moment, Betty revealed the truth. After all, that knight was truly exceptionally handsome. Lileen nodded repeatedly in agreement. Little did she know, Cassawin, upon hearing these words, stumbled again. He smiled helplessly, the gloom in his heart instantly dissipating. After parting with him, Lileen picked out an exquisite necklace for Harvey. The moment Lileen put on Harvey, he became exceptionally excited. He ran to show off his gift to everyone he met. But seeing how much he liked it, Lileen felt a bit guilty. At the time, she thought the gift looked a bit like an animal collar. She had wanted to exchange it for something more suitable, but the shop assistant had just reached the end of her shift and left. Lileen looked at the adorable Harvey, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She needed to prepare for the tea party in a few days and buy some new jewelry. Why not take Harvey along to go shopping? So, after bringing Harvey in front of her, she asked, "I'm going shopping. Would you like to come with me?" Harvey froze in disbelief. Seeing his reaction, Lileen remembered that Harvey didn't like crowded places, so she thought he was unwilling. Little did she know, Harvey was already overjoyed inside. He dove into the blanket, and with a poof, transformed into human form. In a sweet, childish voice, he said, "Lileen, I want to go too. Take me with you." And so, Harvey went out with Lileen, but maintaining human form was quite tiring. However, for Lileen's sake, he was willing to do it. Yet when it came time to get off the carriage, although Harvey tried to reassure himself not to be afraid, the painful memories of the past were vivid in his mind. Frightened, he accidentally revealed his ears and tail. Someone in the crowd even shouted, "Quick, call the security team." Lock up this dangerous beast man. Upon closer inspection, this boy had ears and a tail. He had just nervously and accidentally revealed his ears and tail without doing anything harmful. Yet the people around were full of malice towards him. Harvey stood helplessly in place, trembling. Lylin, seeing the situation turn sour, quickly shielded him in her arms, gently comforting him. She wanted to take him to the jewelry store to rest for a while, but was stopped by the doorman. The shop assistant looked at Lylin and explained, "I know it's your new pet, but it's also a dangerous beast. Didn't you put a leash on it?" Lylin insisted that Harvey was not an animal. He had simply forgotten. Although he was adorable, in others' eyes, they saw him as a dangerous beast. Lylin shielded Harvey behind her. He was a beast man, not a leopard. He was just too young to retract his ears and tail. Harvey didn't deserve their contempt. After all, he was just a child. If this left a trauma on Harvey's young heart, what then? She vouched for the Wynn family's reputation. Harvey would never harm anyone. Seeing Lylene's firm attitude, the store manager couldn't say much more. He could only escort them to the reception room. But at this moment, Harvey was filled with self-blame. Had he known, he would have stayed at home. Then he wouldn't have caused trouble for Lylin. Lylin saw him like this and felt heartbroken. So she asked the manager to bring all the jewelry befitting her status. Today, she was determined to buy her little one whatever he wanted. But Harvey's angelic face was so exquisite. Lylin thought he looked good in everything. She couldn't decide, so she decided to let Harvey choose. But to her surprise, Harvey had a particular fondness for pink. How could he be so adorable? Then Lylin ordered all the pink gemstones to be brought out. When Harvey saw them, his eyes lit up. He absolutely loved these pink little trinkets. At this point, Lylin waved her hand and said, "He's chosen. I'll take them all." After the manager happily wrapped everything up, he even took the initiative to apologize to Harvey for his earlier rudeness. Lylin watched this scene with satisfaction. She then affectionately patted Harvey's head. But unexpectedly, Harvey suddenly clipped a hairpin in her hair. "I think this suits you well. I picked it out especially for you just now." The white-haired beauty before her was the villainous Lylene's dream lover. But he had fallen in love with the White Lotus Alice. While Lylin came from a prestigious family, a duke's daughter whom even the emperor had to respect, she was nothing in her fiancé's eyes. After some time, Lylin appeared in a red dress, elegantly dressed, with Harvey in his leopard form, making a grand entrance. The crown prince was naturally displeased with Lylene's late arrival, but when he turned to question her, Lylin was stunned. This man was incredibly handsome. She even began to doubt if she had misunderstood. What if he was actually a good person? If he treated Lylin well? He had fulfilled his duties as a fiancé, and she, as someone who had transmigrated, wondered if her actions would ruin their chance at happiness. Just as Lylin was lost in her thoughts, the crown prince suddenly grabbed her chin. The distance between them was reduced to mere inches. He snarled, "How dare you ignore me?" Lylin snapped back to reality. She immediately swatted away the crown prince's hand. Angrily, she walked to the tea table and sat down. Grabbing a napkin from the table, she wiped her hands while saying, "You should be grateful you're the crown prince. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you off so easily. Touching me without permission? You'd lose your hand for that." The crown prince was livid upon hearing this. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that, but Lylin had the confidence to do so. Seeing the crown prince's frustrated expression, she didn't want to waste more words. So she got straight to the point and asked why he had summoned her. Unexpectedly, the crown prince retorted that she was being impolite. This left Lylin utterly speechless. Even Harvey couldn't help but bare his fangs, growling softly. At that moment, the crown prince's mind suddenly flashed back to Lylene's submissive behavior not long ago. How could she go from loving him to not loving him so easily? He suddenly had an epiphany and muttered, "I see. Is this your new tactic to attract my attention? Quite interesting. I've never met someone so shameless before." He perfectly embodied the essence of a despicable, self-centered jerk. Her apparent disdain for him had, in his eyes, become a ploy to gain his attention. Seeing this situation, Lylin didn't want to spend another second with him. She stood up, ready to leave. It was then that the crown prince finally revealed his purpose. It was the National Day celebration, and he couldn't possibly attend with Lylin. He finished with a contemptuous smirk, as if expecting Lylin to kneel and beg him. Lylin saw right through this, so she unhesitatingly replied, "Fine, do as you please. It's none of my concern." Then she poured out the tea in front of her and effectively dismissed the crown prince. Lishi gritted his teeth and ordered Lylin, "Sit down." Lylin chose to ignore him, and walked straight towards the door. However, before leaving, Lylin offered some advice. If you want respect, learn to respect others first. The two then engaged in a battle of glares. After all, neither wanted to lose in terms of presence. This agonizing encounter finally came to an end. But in the next second, the crown prince rushed over and cornered her against the wall. He whispered in her ear, "You're really pushing your luck. You have no right to refuse." Good grief. The crown prince's shamelessness was beyond Lylin's imagination. As the daughter of the esteemed one family, her status could be said to be even higher than that of the crown prince. So what right did he have to bellow at her like this? Especially considering this was in her own home. At this moment, the commotion inside the room attracted the guards at the door. Lylin looked at the crown prince smugly and said, "Please do continue." Seeing this situation, the crown prince felt it was impossible. But unexpectedly, after he calmed down, just before leaving, he still confidently said to Lylin, "If this is your new tactic, I admit it's quite fresh." Then he strode away. Lylin was nearly infuriated to the point of fainting. She would definitely get her revenge, but now wasn't the time. Wait until the National Day celebration party. She would make the crown prince regret his current actions. The villainous Lylin was simply too cool. Facing the arrogant and powerful crown prince, Lylin showed no fear. She called for the guards. Lylin had just driven away the detestable crown prince. To prepare for her revenge at the National Day celebration party, she decided to go to Rosemary's to have a new dress custom made. She suddenly remembered that after her previously ordered dress from Rosemary's was stolen, the Rosemary clothing store had been writing to her, seeking her forgiveness. She'd go there today. In the blink of an eye, she was at the store's entrance. Rosemary was talking with a pink-haired girl, seemingly discussing something. Rosemary spotted Lylin from afar and was very surprised. She immediately abandoned Alice and went to greet Lylin. Alice turned her head. Why did Lylin look so calm? After all, it was she who had instigated the crown prince to refuse to attend the party with Lylin. Seeing Lylin, Rosemary immediately went up to her. She asked if Lylin had been unwell recently, as she hadn't visited in a long time. She then invited Lylin to step inside the store. Faced with Alice's greeting, Lylin completely ignored her and walked straight past. Lylin smiled slightly. There was no need to act with her now. Alice's face instantly darkened. Then Lylin asked, feigning ignorance, "Has my dress been found?" Rosemary hurriedly apologized. Lylin generously said, "I hope to see Rosemary be more practical." Rosemary understood and glanced towards Alice at the door. Lylin knew her goal was achieved. Because Rosemary had enormous influence in the industry, to please her, she definitely wouldn't let other clothing stores use Alice. At this moment, she smiled and said to Rosemary, "I see you have other customers." "Oh, it's Alice. I didn't even recognize her." Lylin thought this would be enough to make Alice back down, but she had ultimately underestimated Alice. Steeling herself, Alice approached Lylin once again. She pretended nothing was wrong and moved to sit opposite her. But in the next second, Lylin spoke, "I didn't tell you to sit down." Alice was dumbfounded. She abruptly raised her head to look at Lylin. Lylin's face was serious as she emphasized again, "I said, I didn't tell you to sit down." The villainous sister was too cool. Since her transmigration, this was the first time she had made Alice so uncomfortable. Every word struck home. At this moment, Lylin coldly said, "I didn't tell you to sit down." It left Alice completely bewildered. She stood awkwardly in place, not knowing whether to sit or stand. Lylin looked at her foolish appearance and started laughing happily. "I was just joking with you earlier. Given our relationship, do you need my permission to sit down?" Alice suppressed her anger and thanked Lylin. Lylin turned her head and asked if Rosemary and Alice had finished their discussion. Rosemary indicated that Alice had just arrived. Lylin deliberately provoked Alice. "Actually, I was thinking of buying everything, but let's let Alice choose first. After Alice has finished shopping, send the remaining dresses to the Duke's mansion." At this moment, Lylin was practically Rosemary's idol. This must be the compassion for being born in the Candlewind family. Alice found these words somewhat familiar as she heard them. She lowered her head, feeling a bit guilty. A moment later, she seemed to have thought of a way to counter Lylin. She stated that she came here today just to chat with Rosemary. After all, when the time comes, she would be trying on dresses with someone else. As she finished speaking, her face was full of sweetness and shyness. Lylin knew she wanted to provoke her with the Crown Prince. It was her only trump card, and she treasured it. For this, Lylin was quite grateful to Alice. grateful that she helped her dispose of the trash. However, these words did not shake Alice's determination to confront Lylin head-on. She even provocatively stated that she was looking forward to the National Day celebration party. After all, she had already planned how to steal Lylin's spotlight at the party. Seeing through her intentions, Lylin burst into laughter after hearing this. How hilarious! How dare you? Just because of the Crown Prince? Then she suddenly grabbed Alice's arms and said coldly, "You're really too adorable to think you could compete with me. You're so amusing, Alice. I'm also looking forward to this National Day celebration party." This woman had transmigrated into the infamous Villainous. Now she lay powerlessly on the sofa, clutching a newspaper tightly in her hand. Yet the fabulously wealthy Duke's daughter was troubled by one particular matter. Neither the arrogant and overbearing Crown Prince, nor the troublemaking little green tea bitch were as thorny as the issue before her. Lylin stared at the documents in front of her. This man was truly trash. How should she deal with this? That scumbag who had once enslaved Harvey was now lending money at a 50% monthly interest rate. Lylin was furious and couldn't understand why. Given how outrageous this was, the government wasn't stepping in to manage the situation. Just then, she noticed Harvey standing behind her, shyly asking Lylin how he looked. His golden eyes sparkled brilliantly, as dazzling as an angel fallen to earth. In an instant, half of her worries vanished. Lylin abruptly stood up, pointing at the clothes in the store. She wanted all the outfits Harvey had tried on to be packed up. She'd take them all. Harvey sat beside Lylin, his heart blooming with joy. He loved this feeling of being doted on by Lylin, and seeing him so adorable. Lylin silently vowed that she would never let anyone who hurt him off the hook. Of course, that included the Crown Prince and Alice. Just thinking about them, Lylin's expression darkened. Noticing this change, Harvey suddenly grasped Lylin's hand. He brought it close to his cheek, gently placing a kiss on her palm. Then, wiggling his fluffy ears, he gazed at Lylin with puppy dog eyes. "Please don't think about that person anymore. Look at me instead." Who could resist when the little golden retriever made such an expression with that exquisitely beautiful face? Lylin certainly couldn't. She instantly felt all her stress melt away. She promised Harvey that they would spend every day together from now on, but she had forgotten that she couldn't bring Harvey to the National Day celebration party. Harvey was extremely upset. He watched Lylin, who had dressed with particular care today, and cautiously asked if she could come home early. Of course, Lylin wanted that too, but today she was determined to be the victor. She had to stay until the very end of the party. Seeing that Lylin's resolve couldn't be shaken, Harvey's tears began to fall in big drops. He started blaming himself. She was the fabulously wealthy Duke's daughter. Yet she had been abandoned by her fiancé, who had gotten together with that green tea bitch behind her back. And now the little golden retriever was drowning in self-blame and sorrow because he couldn't go with her. Lylin, her heart aching, rushed to comfort Harvey. "I'll come back as soon as I can. We'll spend the entire day together tomorrow. Just wait a little longer." Only then did Harvey calm down. He immediately apologized to Lylin. He admitted he had been unreasonable earlier. Then he obediently returned to his seat, quietly watching as Lylin finished her preparations and left for the National Day celebration party. As soon as Lylin appeared, she became the focus of attention among the noble ladies. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, the Crown Prince also entered, arm in arm with Alice. The nobles gossiped about this. After all, his fiancée Lylin was still present. This behavior was far too disrespectful. Little did they know, this was exactly what Lylin had hoped for. In the original story, the Duke wanted to confront them, but Lylin stopped him. Then Lylin desperately begged the Crown Prince, saying she had always loved him. However, due to his usual arrogance, almost no one present supported him. But now things were different. At this moment, Alice looked at Lylin's face, unable to contain her smug smile. Little did she know, in Lylin's eyes, he was just an ignorant clown. He was about to face a retribution. Suddenly, Lucas appeared by Lylin's side. He offered to lend her a hand. Gallantly taking her hand, he asked, "May I have this dance? As long as I'm here, you'll certainly succeed in your revenge." Hearing these words, Lylin thought. Lucas wanted to use her to get back at Alice, so she declined his invitation. However, at that moment, she noticed the Crown Prince on the dance floor, glaring at her angrily. So, she and Lucas shared a knowing smile and returned his gaze. Then Lylin strode towards the Crown Prince and Alice. In a contemptuous tone, she asked, "Are you enjoying yourselves? You seem to be having a wonderful time." The crown prince wore a mocking smile, thinking Lylin had come to win him back. To his surprise, Lylin removed her glove and slapped it across Alice's face. She loudly declared, "I, Lylin, stake my honor," and challenge Alice to a duel. Untranslatable content appears to be nonsensical or placeholder text. The villainous sister is so cool. Faced with the White Lotus's provocation, she directly declared war. At this moment, Alice still didn't know her place. She questioned Lylin's audacity in front of the crown prince. Lylin laughed. "Who are you? What's your status? As the daughter of Duke Maywin, I certainly have the right to be this bold. And you? You don't even know your own worth. Did you think your lowly birth allows you to do as you please?" Alice's face turned red from these words, rendered speechless. Lylin laughed out loud at her discomfiture. At this point, the crown prince couldn't bear it any longer. He intervened, snatching the glove from Alice's hand. He put it back on Lylin's hand. Then he suddenly grabbed Lylin's wrist. Glaring at her fiercely, he said, "I advise you to back down. Don't push my limits any further." Lylin tried to shake off the crown prince's hand, telling him to let go. Her wrist hurt from his grip, but a smile appeared on her face. The crown prince was truly stupid. He was the one at fault to begin with, yet he dared to be so arrogant. His current behavior would undoubtedly invite the spectators' contempt. It would earn Lylin their sympathy. As the murmurs grew louder, the crown prince had no choice but to release her hand. Lylin wore a mocking expression. Then Lylin turned to Alice. She publicly exposed Alice's behavior of slandering her fertility behind her back. Unexpectedly, Alice wouldn't admit it. Lylin then stated that she was generous enough to give her a chance to prove her innocence. That was to accept the duel request. However, Lylin knew clearly that Alice's family might not spend a fortune to hire a knight for the duel. The reason she proposed the duel was to ruin Alice's reputation. If Alice cried and made a scene like in the original story, it would only end as a scandal. At this moment, Alice panicked and said she didn't want to accept. Lylin leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Really? Accepting the duel is better than losing everything, isn't it? From today on, I won't go easy on you anymore." The crown prince finally realized the true intention behind Lylin's earlier calm demeanor. So this was what she had planned all along. However, Lylin said there was something even more exciting. "Should I ruin Alice's family today? Or would you prefer me to cut off her beautiful limbs? How does it feel to have a powerful father backing you up?" The crown prince had an affair with the green tea bitch behind his fiancée's back. Now Lylin wanted to chop off Alice's beautiful hands and feet. As soon as she finished speaking, the crown prince roughly pulled her aside. Faced with such brutal treatment, Lylin smiled calmly. "It was you two who did such a thing. Whether I ruin her family or chop off her limbs, this is my gift to Alice. As for your highness's gift, you'll just have to wait and see. So please let go of me before I start taking action." As soon as she finished speaking, Lylin tugged at her dress. Just as the conflict between the two was about to erupt, an unexpected person stepped in to defuse the situation. It was Duke Heiress, one of the two pillars of the empire. Not just him, Lylin's father also stepped forward. Seeing his precious daughter being bullied like this, the Duke was furious. But who would have thought that even at this point, the crown prince would still be so shameless? "Are you two dukes here to humiliate me today?" Isabel retorted angrily. "She is your betrothed. You cannot humiliate her like this." She then announced that she would be the witness for the duel between Lylin and Alice. She also specifically warned Alice that she couldn't seek help from others and could only rely on her family strength. Alice's face turned pale. Meanwhile, Lylin looked at Heiress with admiration. "Duke's sister is so cool." The crown prince, still unwilling to give up, mocked Lylin. "Everything's as you wish now. Are you happy?" Lylin, not to be outdone, expressed that she was indeed in a good mood. Seeing the crown prince's expression of near-death frustration, Lylin's mood soared to the extreme. Little did she know that her old father didn't think the same way. He pulled his precious daughter, who was about to leave, close. Then he said sternly to the crown prince, "This matter, the Candamewan family will not let it go." With that, he left with Lylin in large strides. Lylin wanted to dissolve the engagement. Unexpectedly, hurriedly. Before she could speak, the Duke brought it up first. So father and daughter immediately agreed. Lylin planned to notify the crown prince after the party ended, while the Duke intended to see the emperor first. By now, it was getting late. Lylin suddenly remembered that Harvey was still waiting for her at home. At this moment, Lylin suddenly thought of something. Harvey was still waiting at home, but it's quite late now. He should be asleep, right? Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, Harvey was curled up alone in front of the door. He was determined to wait for Lylin's return. A maid brought a blanket, suggesting, "Why don't you wait inside?" Harvey shook his head pitifully and buried his face in his knees. The maid draped the blanket over Harvey's shoulders. Although it's summer now, the nights are still quite cool. Harvey had been waiting here for hours. It would still be some time before the young lady returned. Harvey clutched the blanket tightly. He really missed Lylin. He would wait obediently for her return. He promised himself he would never throw tantrums again, and he wouldn't trouble Lylin anymore, or else she might leave him. Harvey looked up towards the door. Outside was pitch black. There wasn't a single person. He would just wait for her here. He really missed Lylin. His heart ached as if pierced by needles. Just then, Harvey thought he heard Lylin calling him. Lylin reached out to him with both hands. Then she pulled him into her embrace. Tears welled up in Harvey's eyes. He missed Lylin so much. But all of this was just his imagination. Meanwhile, Lylin sat alone on the empty rooftop terrace. The moon was so bright tonight. Just then, a voice came. "What's going on? Why are you here alone?" Lost in thought, Lylin was startled. She had locked the door. How could anyone get in? What kind of ghost or monster was this? But in the next second, a hand reached in from outside the railing. Lylin fell to the ground, scared out of her wits. Lucas poked his head out. "I went through so much trouble to see you, and you're this surprised? It really breaks my heart. But I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to you, but I couldn't just knock on the door and come in. This was the only way. I had no choice." Lylin was dumbfounded, but he had a point. If a man had come in, it would have been easy to misunderstand. She hadn't expected him to consider this. Seeing Lylin's silence, Lucas pretended to be hurt. "If you want to be alone, I'll leave then. This beauty is really irresistible." Lylin blurted out, "I'm here mainly because everyone wanted me to introduce you to them. I couldn't take it anymore, so I came here alone. What's it like to have a handsome guy climb a wall to see you? How does it feel?" Lylin looked down. How did he get in? It was several stories high. If he had fallen accidentally, he would have been flattened like a pancake. However, Lucas just helped Lylin up, reminding her to be careful. It's dangerous. The atmosphere suddenly became intimate. Music started playing around them. Lucas held Lylin's arm. Following his lead, Lylin slowly stood up. Lylin, captivated by his beauty, unconsciously twirled in a circle with Lucas. Lucas said gently, "Sit down, princess. Your heels are too high. Your feet must hurt." Lylin asked him why he came here. Lucas sat down opposite her and asked, "Am I not allowed to come here? But I'm really lucky. I thought if you were waiting for me outside, I'd leave without a word. I'm surprised you didn't chase me away. I just wanted to see your face." Then Lucas suddenly became shy. "What are you doing here alone? Aren't you bored?" Lylin was confused. He had never acted like this before. Suddenly, she thought of something. Was Lucas feeling sorry for her? Being betrayed by someone you like? Was Lucas trying to comfort her as a kindred spirit? She had thought he would walk away without hesitation after knowing she had been used by Alice. But it's actually hard to do that, right? After all, love is difficult to let go of. She had thought he was a frivolous person. It turns out she had misunderstood him. Seeing Lylin staring at him in a daze, Lucas asked, "What are you looking at?" Lylin, firmly believing in her own assumptions, said, "I didn't realize at first that you were so deep, so you don't need to worry." Lucas scratched his head awkwardly, wanting to explain something, but he still didn't speak. Lylin asked him with concern, "Are you all right? After all, what happened today must have been quite a shock to you." But Lucas just smiled and said, "They're so stupid. After being scolded by the palace maid, they couldn't even defend themselves for what they did. You're terrifying. You have so much power. How could such a palace maid be fooled?" Lylin, however, was troubled. He doesn't understand anything. "I'm really annoyed." Lucas was surprised. Lylin had won, yet she wasn't happy. He couldn't quite figure her out anymore. Looking at Lylin, he thought, "I want to understand the palace maid more." With such a handsome supporting male character by her side, who needs the crown prince? At this moment, Lucas said affectionately, "I want to understand you better." But Lylin was confused. Does he really need to understand me? Lucas smiled. Indeed, it's difficult to understand a palace maid. Lylin issued a dismissal. "If there's nothing else, please leave. I want to be alone." Seeing Lucas hesitating to speak, Lylan leaned back on the sofa resignedly. He looked like he really had something urgent to say. But right now, Alice's matter was the most important. Today, neither of them could resist my actions. This improper behavior is now known to everyone. They shouldn't think it's no big deal, right? Or do they have reasons to believe there won't be any problems? It's really annoying. The most incomprehensible thing is the Crown Prince. That guy is actually the male protagonist of the novel, yet he's so impolite. What was the author thinking to write such an outrageous novel? And it's ranked number 1. It seems the author's work description and keywords were brilliant. He also added many keywords, like as refreshing as drinking Sprite. And watch your head. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? Just then, Lucas looked at Lylan sincerely. He knew what he wanted to say now. That person who treats the beast tribe as slaves, are you just going to let it go? Lylan expressed that she was also troubled by this issue, but had no solution. She would never let that villain off the hook. Lucas tilted his head. Are you the type of person who acts immediately once you think of a plan? Let's do it like before. Lylan scoffed. Even if she had a lot of money, she wouldn't give a penny to that kind of person. Lucas suggested, to deal with that bad guy, we can use power to suppress him, right? I can help you, but you have to give me 10% of the money we get from that guy. Lylan was curious about how he would help her, but Lucas just hummed a tune, keeping it a secret. You'll know soon enough. Lylan hadn't expected that the former White Lotus supporting male character would now help her. Suddenly, Lucas leaned closer. You're full of contradictions. The way you are now is very cute, like a weak and naive palace maid. But sometimes you're like an arrogant palace maid who looks down on everyone. These two faces are truly fascinating. Just then, the music around them started playing. Lucas stood up from the sofa. Then he said to Lylan, now, may I ask you for a dance? Looking at the graceful Lucas before her, Lylan was puzzled. Why was he so insistent on dancing with her? Lucas looked at her sincerely and said, if I dance with you, I wonder if my thoughts will change? But he feared it might be an illusion. However, Lylan walked past him, heading straight forward. Was he going to dance here? Lucas replied, we can hear the music here, and there's enough space too. Lylan expressed that if others saw them, they might think they were on a date. Lucas grabbed Lylan's hand. So what? The palace maid is angry because her fiancé cheated, so she's dating a handsome gentleman, right? Lylan looked up at Lucas. As expected of the second male lead in the story, he was incredibly handsome. As the music played, the two began to dance. Just then, Lylan suddenly called for Lucas to stop. He anxiously asked what was wrong. Lylan's eyes wandered, saying it was nothing. She was just a bit tired. She was about to pull her hand away. Lucas keenly noticed something. He grabbed Lylan's glove and took it off. There was a large bruise on her snow-white skin. How could this not hurt? With such an injury, why was she still here? Lylan pulled her hand back, insisting it didn't hurt. Lucas understood. This was the reason why Lylan was staying here alone. Lylan turned away, saying coldly, I'm not in pain. I'm not hiding. I just want to be alone. Then she turned to leave. She couldn't let others know she was afraid. Just as she took 2 steps, a warm coat was draped over her shoulders. Lylan turned her head to see that Lucas had already jumped onto the railing. Lucas said playfully, you just didn't want me to see, right? Why are you so proud? Is it because you're a palace maid? Whether you're being silly or stubborn, I like both sides of you. With that, he jumped down. Lylan nervously looked down. He had already disappeared. Lylan was stunned. What did Lucas mean when he said he liked her? After Lylan bid farewell to Lucas, she had just gotten off the carriage when she heard a commotion at the door. What had happened? The servants said they couldn't leave Harvey alone. Harvey looked at Lylan with hearts in his eyes. The maids helped Lylan change her clothes. Harvey hugged Lylan. At that moment, her father came over. The weather's getting cold. Let's go inside. Lylan's face radiated happiness as she agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucas felt like he was going mad. At first, he had only thought her strange. Lucas covered his face. If Raydan knew about this, he would surely die laughing. He recalled investigating her before because he was interested in her. Back then, he only thought her interests were peculiar. He had confidently told Raydan before that he wasn't interested in Lylan at all, but now he had fallen in love. Lucas suddenly remembered. When they were dancing on the balcony earlier, he had held Lylan's hand. His face turned bright red. He covered his face with both hands. His heart was racing like a little deer. Lucas felt like he was truly going crazy. He came to his senses, looking at the glove in his hand. He thought with concern, it must have hurt her. He wanted to escort her home, but he feared Lylan would say they weren't that close. Lucas secretly thought that next time they met, he would definitely get closer to her. He wanted her to show her vulnerable side to him, to rely only on him, to think only of him. Holding Lileen's glove, his heart was pounding wildly. Lucas lifted her glove to his nose, inhaling the lingering warmth. Meanwhile, the crown prince was summoned to the palace by his father, the emperor. His father angrily rebuked him. Do you know what you've done? Your fiancé's family controls the empire's lifeline. You have no right to humiliate them. Lishi retorted resentfully, we are royalty. Why should we cater to their family? You think being royalty puts you above them? They hold immense power, yet choose to be loyal to the empire. How dare you disregard them? I can't believe the crown prince I appointed is so ungrateful. You became crown prince only because the duke's daughter chose you. The partner you need to respect is the child of the Candamuans. You must take responsibility for your actions. At that moment, Lishi heard Lileen's smug voice in his head. You heard what His Majesty said, didn't you? I advise you not to provoke me further. Otherwise, you might lose even this nominal position of crown prince. Do you understand, Your Highness? Lishi stood at the palace door, his face ashen. The next day, Lileen and Harvey arrived at the National Day celebration. The most popular event every year was the story of the founding heroes. The one in front is Emperor Cardrian. He has the golden hair and purple eyes that symbolize the royal family. The black-haired actor beside him plays Carolus. They're performing on stage. This is the beginning of the founding. Lileen marveled. So many people like Duke Carolus. He even helped me at the last party. Betty said, you even wrote him a letter yesterday. At that moment, Lileen spotted a familiar figure. It was Caswin. There was a child beside him. Is that little Caswin? They look so alike. Suddenly, Caswin turned to look at Lileen, his face reddening. Shyly, he hid behind his back. Caswin approached and asked, am I disturbing you? Lileen quickly waved her hands. She looked at little Caswin, blurting out, are you married? You two look exactly alike. Caswin replied, I'm not married yet. This is my younger brother. He's a bit shy around strangers. Lileen panicked. Did I scare him? How should I interact with children? Suddenly, she thought of cotton candy. Would you like to eat some cotton candy together? Subsequently, little Caswin and Harvey happily ate together. Suddenly, Lileen recalled the plot from the original story. Alice met several handsome men during the celebration. This should be when her luck and love was at its best. At this moment, Tahiwan said, I haven't seen you today. The guardian knight Lileen explained, my father said that during the founding day celebration, I have black hair symbolizing the heroes. No one will harm me. If I reveal my hair and still meet with misfortune, it must be due to my usual conduct. I'll have to take responsibility for that. Caswin said gently, then please be careful. Then Caswin asked, what do you think of this celebration? I find it very different. They all seem so happy and free. Lileen froze at the mention of freedom. Do I have freedom? It seems I can't even live according to my own will. I always thought I was living as I pleased, but perhaps I'm just a puppet on strings. At this moment, Caswin suddenly invited her to dance. I remember last time, you didn't even know how to accept a dance invitation. This is a square dance. Commoners learn it from childhood. Lileen smiled and said, that sounds very reliable. Then they began to dance gracefully. Lileen felt as if she could fly to the sky. Who are you really? I'm Caswin, a commoner knight of the 12 Knights. At this time, men and women, young and old, danced happily. Meanwhile, Lileen was mistaken for Carolus. A young girl excitedly said, it's an honor to meet you. Before Lileen could explain, the girl pulled her to dance. Subsequently, more people invited her to dance. Lileen thought to herself, the Carolus family is so beloved by the people. It's truly remarkable. Lileen was dancing when she suddenly bumped into Caswin behind her. Caswin asked, aren't you tired? Lileen admitted that dancing continuously was indeed a bit tiring. Then Caswin lifted Lileen into his arms. Lileen's heart fluttered instantly. Her face turned red, thinking to herself, this is too close. She then asked, how did you manage to squeeze out of the crowd? Caswin lowered his head apologetically, saying, I thought this would be quicker. I'm sorry if I offended you. Lileen replied, if I felt offended, I would have pushed you away long ago. So you don't need to apologize. Caswin looked at Lileen. He asked, may I ask you a question? Lileen responded, what do you want to know? I heard that apart from His Highness the Crown Prince, you haven't danced with anyone else. Last time at the party, you were staring at me. What did that mean? Lileen clenched her fists. I wanted to dance with you then. Caswin asked why. Lileen thought to herself, because this is a dream I'll soon wake up from. So I wanted to dance with a handsome guy in my dream. but I can't answer like that. Lylin looked up and saw Caswin's disappointed expression. Lylin asked, is that not okay? Did I offend you? Caswin clenched his fists. Absolutely not. I just felt that as a commoner, I'm not worthy to stand beside you. Lylin grabbed Caswin's hand, saying, I believe that interactions between people have nothing to do with status or position. Even if one's status changes, a person's value doesn't change. If our hearts connect, we can be friends. So we can be friends too. Lylin awkwardly said, isn't it a bit strange to hear these words from a young duke? After all, the previous world didn't have such a status system. Suddenly, Caswin knelt on one knee. May I have the honor of asking you for a dance? Lylin was stunned. Caswin asked dejectedly, you don't want to? Lylin quickly waved her hands. No, I just thought you didn't like me. Caswin smiled. I was too insecure. That's why I didn't realize how radiant you are. Lylin was captivated by his smile. She felt as if she had become the protagonist of a novel. Suddenly, Betty's voice came from afar. Lylin was startled. Betty angrily said, do you know how worried we were? How could you wander so far? The two apologized like chastised children. Little Caswin cried out for his brother. Harvey quickly wagged his ears to comfort him, and then they both laughed happily. Lylin watched this scene with contentment. Later, when saying goodbye, Lylin happily waved to Caswin. Thank you for giving me such a wonderful day. Caswin watched their silhouettes slowly disappear into the distance. At that moment, a blond man named Alice appeared. He invited Caswin to meet the day after the celebration ended. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Duke's mansion, Raydan was explaining to the guard. He had a letter to deliver to the young Duchess. As soon as Lylin heard about the letter, she got up. She thought it was a letter from Duke Carolus. Just as she came down the stairs, she saw Raydan. Raydan stepped forward and bowed. Then he handed the gift to Lylin. This is from Viscount Hales for you. Lylin asked confusedly, what could he be sending me? Lylin looked at the letter. It instructed her to open the box. Lylin asked Betty to open the box and see what was inside. Betty said there was a seal. So he wasn't lying when he said he'd help me. He was telling the truth. The letter also mentioned a mango and some painkillers in the box. Lylin's face darkened. Why does he have to bring up the past? Lylin clutched the bottle tightly and asked Betty to burn the letter. Then she said, put the seal on my desk and bring me the coat I brought back from the National Day celebration party. Lylin handed Lucas's coat to Raydan. She said, I'm grateful for his gift, but I don't need the rest. Please tell him to put these to good use elsewhere. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, saying there was a letter from Duke Carolus's house. Lylin froze, unable to believe it was a reply from Carolus. In the letter, Duke Carolus said he could meet her. Lylin then excitedly went to get ready, leaving Raydan bewildered. Looking at the coat in his hands, he thought, isn't this Lucas's? Has he been dumped? Raydan immediately burst into laughter. Then he sighed. The young Duchess is quite straightforward, not all like a noble. After Lylin finished getting ready, she immediately set off for the Duke's mansion. Meanwhile, Harvey was full of determination. He went into the woods to watch how the guards practiced swordsmanship. Then he started practicing himself. He thought to himself, if I were tall and strong, I wouldn't turn into a leopard anymore. I could protect. Suddenly, Lylin's guard emerged from the bushes, giving Harvey a big fright. Then the guard came over and asked, do you want to learn swordsmanship? Harvey gripped the wooden stick tightly and said, Lylin is my only savior. Although she's very wealthy and has a high status, I want to be able to help her. I don't want to always be a burden. Then, looking at the guard excitedly, he said, I want to become like you, strong and handsome. That way I can stay by her side and protect her. Then the guard asked, so you want to protect Lady Lylin? Gripping the wooden stick firmly, Harvey said resolutely, yes, I want to protect her. The guard patted his chest and said, then I'll teach you bit by bit. Harvey bowed deeply and said, thank you, Teacher Lien. Harvey looked up and asked, Teacher, do you also have someone you want to protect? Before the knight could answer, Bede walked over. Lien immediately blushed. Then Harvey asked again, does Teacher Lien also have someone they want to protect? The guard, trying to maintain composure, said, my mission is to protect the Duke of Candamevin's family. Then Harvey started practicing with the wooden stick in his hand. Harvey looked at Lylin with determination in his eyes. Please wait for me a little longer. I will definitely protect you. In the blink of an eye, Lylin arrived at Duke Carolus's mansion. As soon as she reached the entrance, Duke Caro enthusiastically came forward. Lylin was startled and quickly bowed. Duke Karo apologetically said, I'm sorry for startling you, then said, please follow me. Lai Lin, with a face full of admiration, said, all right. Then, sitting on the sofa, Duke Karo asked, who did you inherit your hair color from? Lai Lin replied, I inherited it from my grandmother. Duke Karo exclaimed in surprise, so you inherited it from Aunt Lasha. By the way, about Duke Mavin at the party last time. It seems he even used appearance-altering magic. He really loves you. As a lady of the Kandarevan family, yet possessing the same black hair as the Carolus family and purple eyes like the royal family, people might question your bloodline. He was afraid of hurting you, so he's been using magic to maintain his current appearance. Lylan was too moved to believe it. Father doing this is too unfair, isn't it? Duke Karo asked, do you know why the tyrant killed Baimon? Hundreds of years ago, a war lasted for 100 years. It only ended when a female hero appeared and defeated him. Since then, people never spoke of women's rights again. After some time, Lia Li Shan, Teacher Karo's hero, emerged out of nowhere. He took up his sword and killed Baimon. Only then did the witch hunt finally end. However, seeing your behavior at the party made me feel quite refreshed. That's when I realized how terribly Friedrich had treated his own fiancée. Don't women have any honor? If they're engaged, they should respect each other. Lylan expressed agreement with his view. Duke Karo said, there are some things you need to understand clearly. Although Ms. Conrad did indeed do something wrong and damage your reputation, in such matters, it takes two to tango. Lylan was stunned. Then she said, I understand. I will make them pay the appropriate price. Duke Karo smiled affirmatively and said, you're so clever. I believe you can handle it well. Lylan shyly touched her neck. Duke Karo stood up and said, you know, all of this is because you have enough status. Lylan gripped her teacup tightly and said, yes. Duke Karo said seriously, I know. Can you do what I did that day in the future? Stand up for the weak. Lylan thought to herself, even if I wasn't the one standing there at that time, Duke Carolus wouldn't have stood idly by either. He is a true nobleman. Lylan stood up and said firmly, I definitely will. Then Duke Karo grasped Lylene's hand, smiling as he said, thank you. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. By the way, I'll have my son be the witness for this duel. Would you consider marrying my son? The son is just an excuse. Actually, it's because I like you myself. I want to keep you by my side. Lylan excitedly said, it would be my honor. Then they bid each other farewell. As Lylan walked, she thought, since this is all fantasy anyway, I might as well enjoy everything to the fullest. But can I really go on like this? She said firmly, I need to go home and start studying right away. At this moment, Lylan was studying hard at home. But the next second, she collapsed face down. Ugh, my head is about to explode, she groaned. Betty said with concern, you've been looking at documents for days. You should take a break. Lylan, slumped on the table, said weakly, no, I still have so much to learn, even though I really want to rest a bit. Behind her, Betty said with a pout, you'll be dueling with Miss Alice soon. Do you know how shocked I was when I heard the news? How shocked? Lylan said, I'll be able to get my revenge soon. After dealing with Alice, the Crown Prince is next. I'll be very busy then, so I need to study hard now. Lylan asked Betty to bring all the documents about the Kandarevan family. Betty asked curiously, by the way, miss, why do you suddenly want to study these? You used to love shopping the most, but you haven't gone lately. Lylan replied, I don't want to waste my days like before. I'm the daughter of Duke Kandarevan. I should do what a duke's daughter should do. Lylene's eyes were determined. She thought to herself, this is what I promised Duke Carolus. Betty blushed, unable to believe the change in the duke's daughter. Then, full of enthusiasm, she said, Miss, don't worry. I will guide you and assist you in becoming a duchess. Betty found the head butler and said, the young miss wants all the documents about the domain. The head butler, with an imposing manner, rang a bell and said, the Kandarevan domain is vast. The amount of documents is enormous. I'll have them sent to the young miss's room as soon as possible. The head butler immediately set off for the study. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harvey was practicing swordsmanship, panting heavily. Lien said, that's enough. Today's training ends here. I brought a book. It should be helpful to you. If you finish reading it before class, you'll definitely make great progress. Harvey saw the book and remembered the past. He said in disbelief, is this for me? Lien replied, this is a book I read myself. It's a bit old, but I hope it will be helpful to you. Harvey's eyes welled up with emotion. Thank you for this book, teacher. Meanwhile, in the study, Betty said, young miss, why don't you eat first before studying? Lylan, trembling all over, replied, is it lunchtime already? What is Harvey doing now? Harvey poked his head out. Lylan, I'm right here. Lylan, startled, looked at Harvey. Where have you been? What would you like for lunch? And where did that book come from? Harvey excitedly said, Lien said this could help me learn better. Lylin, surprised, said, oh, so you're studying too? What's the book about? Harvey stammered. Lylin sensed something was amiss. I've told you before, you can tell me anything you want to do. Harvey, looking down hesitantly, said, I really want to read this book, but I can't read. Lylin, I want to learn how to read. Lylin, full of determination, said, no problem. I'll hire a teacher for you. Let's study hard together. Subsequently, they began their lessons. One was full of enthusiasm, while the other wilted. The next day, young Master Carolus arrived at the Duke's mansion. Young Master Carolus has arrived. Lylin, exhausted, said, has time passed so quickly? She stumbled to her feet. Betty exclaimed in surprise, you've compiled so much information. Lylin, on the verge of tears, said, being an excellent rich kid isn't something just anyone can do. She then asked Lucy, what's been happening with the Crown Prince lately? Lucy, holding some documents, said, since the National Day celebration, he hasn't left his palace. Lylin thought smugly to herself, so that guy has such thin skin. She then asked, how's his reputation lately? Very bad. People are mainly questioning him, saying things like if he can't handle this, how can he be emperor? Lylin suddenly flared up in anger. Is this something that can be handled? Isn't this just saying that as long as you don't get caught, you can cheat? It seems if I don't take action, this matter will just blow over. Lucy then said, as for Miss Alice, almost all the noble ladies are ostracizing her. Every day, at various gatherings large and small, they discuss Miss Alice's immoral behavior. These women want to use this opportunity to completely eradicate such improper trends, and Miss Alice has become their target. Lylin said with a smile, so the Crown Prince won't be going out for a while, and Alice will find it hard to appear in social circles. Right, Lylin hummed happily. She walked to the living room, her footsteps echoing. Young Master Ballard smiled and said, long time no see. Lylin looked surprised. Something feels strange. Young Master Carolus, long time no see. He smiled and said, you're still so formal, but I'm truly happy to see you. What's it like to have someone come to your home to propose? Young Master Caro said to Lylin, can't you live a bit more relaxed? By the way, we haven't seen each other in a while. Aren't you happy to see me? Lylin was so disgusted that goosebumps broke out all over her. Young Master Caro said, you really wear your disgust on your face. Lylin turned and looked in a mirror. It's all because of this body's conditioned reflex. Lylin tried hard to recall what had happened with this man. Young Master Caro sat down. He said, you still have that stiff, noble appearance. Lylin angrily walked over and said, you're really impolite. If you know someone doesn't want something, don't force it. Why do you insist on changing others? Suddenly, young Master Caro's face darkened. You used to ignore me before. He suddenly smiled. Now you're actually confronting me directly. You're indeed not an ordinary woman, both strong-willed and reckless, and very arrogant. Lylin was stunned. Her heart was stabbed 3 times. Then young Master Caro continued, what's amazing is you never admit defeat in front of me. Lylin's eyes were filled with disdain. Then she smiled and said sarcastically, you're not an ordinary man either, both unreasonable and thick-skinned. You never admit defeat in front of me. Caro was stunned. Then he smiled and said, Lady Duke, please sit down. Let's talk more. I wasn't mocking you just now. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and apologized. Lylin looked at him incredulously. Then she sat down. Then young Master Caro said, do you remember what I said before? You can reconsider that matter. Lylin expressed confusion, saying she didn't know. Caro asked puzzledly, why don't you remember? Isn't a proposal supposed to be a memorable event? Lylin was surprised to recall that he did indeed say to her, will you marry me? Lylin crushed the cookie in her hand with disgust. Lylin sighed. It seemed that the evil sister really disliked this person. Regarding the proposal, Lylin firmly said, I disagree. I like gentle and affectionate men. Caro propped up his chin and said, reconsider. I like your stubborn type. Isn't a man's man like me good enough? Lylin firmly stated, no, you're not my type. Then Caro sighed. The people I like either hate me, or they already have a man. If not, then they have a girlfriend. Earlier, I finally found someone I liked, but it turned out they were too timing. My requirements aren't really high. As long as they're not scared off by the Carolus family name, that's fine. Preferably someone who can lead the entire family with me. Lylin was startled. Then Caro apologized. We've just met, and I'm complaining so much to you. Lylin frantically waved her hands. I'm not despising you. You complain too much. Your words have made me understand some principles. Karo smiled and said, Is that so? You're really too kind. At this moment, a voice from outside rang out. Viscount Kinraid's daughter has arrived at the training ground. Karo smiled and said, I want to see what this person who likes to steal from others looks like. Lylin said, Then let's go see together. They moved to the training ground. Karo suddenly frowned, muttering to himself, That woman, wasn't she the one who asked to meet me the day after the celebration ended? Then Alice approached him and said, Oh, so you're from the Carolus family. You had blonde hair before. This is quite surprising. You're here to help me, right? Thank you for coming. Karo replied sternly, That's not the case. I'm here as a witness and judge for this duel, to pass judgment on your improper behavior. At this moment, Lylin saw them talking and was completely bewildered. What's going on? Do these two know each other? And she just called him Sir Knight. What, did they film a TV drama called Sir Knight and Me? Alice then said pitifully, Sir Knight, what's wrong? What's the matter with you? Meanwhile, Lylin stared at Karo, thinking how strange this was. The knight Alice met should have been blonde, but this man doesn't look like that at all. Could it be that the blonde knight on the white horse was actually him? Is he one of Alice's backup options too? But he seems to meet various women often. Black hair is too conspicuous, so it's likely a wig. No wonder I was wondering why Alice hadn't made any moves before. He's really something, finding a backer so quickly. Lylin was suddenly startled. She saw young Master Ballard looking furious. Lylin quickly stopped young Master Ballard, telling him to calm down. Ballard shouted, You're using people. That's so despicable. Lylin was startled. Some images suddenly flashed in her mind. She abruptly grabbed Ballard's collar and shouted, Stop! Then she staggered backward. Karo asked with concern. Lylin clutched her chest and said, I'm fine. I was just a bit scared. I thought you were so angry you were going to go and cut Alice down. Karo stepped forward and apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have suddenly shouted Lady Duke earlier. I'm really sorry, truly sorry. Lylin said, I'm fine. She felt a sharp pain in her chest and thought, could that have been Lylin's memory just now? My heart still hurts. At this moment, Lylin watched as Karo and Alice started arguing, becoming a spectator to their drama. Karo said, I know you've been flirting with men everywhere, constantly scheming behind the scenes. I know you want to use me, but unfortunately, I won't let you have your way this time. Even I want to challenge you to a duel. You've managed to insult the heirs of two great ducal families at once. Alice grabbed Karo's arm and pleaded, Please, don't say that. Didn't you say before that you would always stand by my side? Karo looked down at her and said, There's only one outcome for this duel, and that is, you must face the consequences of your improper actions. Then, Karo asked Lylin to keep today's event a secret. Otherwise, I might be expelled from the family by my mother. Lylin then replied, Well, let's consider this as you owing me a favor. Karo scratched the back of his head and said, I shouldn't have spoken like that earlier in the reception room, so I owe you one. I'm sorry I shouldn't have proposed to you so casually. And earlier, when he spoke ill of you in front of me, I tacitly accepted his behavior. That was wrong of me too. I am truly sorry. Lylin said happily, It seems I'll be getting a lot of help from Duke Carolus in the future. You don't need to feel sorry, because I'll be collecting my dues with interest, so you'd better be prepared. Karo immediately burst into laughter and said, I didn't expect that by coming here as a judge, I'd end up owing you 3 favors. How interesting. Then he added, There's nothing left here that needs judging, right? So I'll take my leave. To be honest, I don't want to stay here. Lylin responded, Thank you for coming to help today. I'll be sure to thank you properly next time. Then Karo walked past Alice with a tap-tap-tap of his feet. Alice angrily clutched her clothes tightly. She muttered, No, how could you do this? Why did you do this? Lylin, why are you interfering with me? At this moment, Lylin contemptuously asked Alice, Is there anyone left to help you now? Alice was seen trembling, clutching the hem of her dress, and standing frozen in place. Lylin slowly approached Alice. She said, Let's end everything here. The Crown Prince and I haven't. Before Lylin could finish, Alice suddenly grabbed Lylin's arms and said fiercely, What exactly is your scheme? Why are you doing this? Don't you have something you want? How can you do this? The guards quickly pulled Alice away, while Betty hurried to support the staggering Lylin. Angrily, Lylin said, What are you saying? How dare you be so disrespectful to me? What I want? I just want you to disappear from my sight, and that so-called crown prince had better stay far away from me. Betty angrily said, This woman, how dare she be so disrespectful to the young lady? Alice sneered, You've ruined everything for me. Lylin thought to herself, I'm a duke's daughter, and this fact alone means I've already taken advantage of you. And now Alice is being so disrespectful to me in public. If I let her off just like that, I'd surely be mocked. Besides, Lylin was originally supposed to be the villainess. She immediately instructed Betty, make sure no clothing stores can cooperate with Alice. Also, contact the perfume shops and the suppliers of fragrances and bottles. Tell them I'm buying all their inventory. Have them stop trading with Alice. Alice struggled and shouted angrily. Lylin warned, if you dare to do this, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Before Alice could finish, Lylin said, that's right, didn't he rent a house? Betty, go buy that house and evict everyone living there by the end of today. Alice's eyes widened as she muttered, you shouldn't be able to let go of the Crown Prince. I know everything. Without the Crown Prince, you can't get anything you want. Lylin looked at Alice and thought, it seems Alice must have been reborn. But I'm sorry, the future she foresaw will all change. Lylin fanned herself with money and said, lending money at high interest doesn't seem bad either. Transfer all of the Kinrad family's property to my name. Alice's eyes widened as she said, you're crazy. Lylin scornfully replied, you're the one who's crazy, daring to be so insolent to me. Did you think I would indulge you? With a loud bang, Alice charged towards Lylin. Lylin broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a sharp pain. The knights held Alice back. She shouted at the knight, you, a knight, dare to touch a lady's body so casually. Lylin clenched her fist. With a slap, she struck Alice's face. Arrogantly, she said, kneel down. I see you still don't understand the situation. With a thud, Bede pressed Alice's head to the ground, saying, what kind of lady are you? You're nothing but a dangerous person trying to see the young miss. So I don't need to be polite to you. Lylin walked up to Alice. Alice, you lost today's duel. You become a woman who's done improper things, and my reputation has been restored. This ends here. Alice, unwilling to admit defeat, said, why have you changed? Aren't you enjoying a luxurious life? What are you unsatisfied with? Why do you want to change the future? Lylin laughed scornfully, saying, it seems your mind is still not clear. Then she ordered the knight to cut off one of Alice's legs. Or do you want her family to be ruined? Alice was shocked. What? Are you serious? The knight drew his sword and placed it against her ankle. Alice shouted tremblingly, no, please don't. Lylin crouched down and said, if you don't want to choose either, you'd better show me some respect. Alice backed away slightly. Trembling, she knelt on the ground. I'm sorry I've offended you. Please forgive me. Lylin said boredly, fine, leave with her. Betty asked, young miss, shall I go buy a house and contact suppliers now? Lylin said no. What I said earlier is void. Then she scratched her neck. I don't think it's necessary to be that harsh. I really can't bear to do it, Betty said. But in any case, you should give her some punishment. Lylin turned her head in disbelief and asked, is that so? Then what punishment do you think is appropriate? Betty hesitated and said, how about pulling out her tongue? Lylin broke out in a cold sweat and said, let's just ask for money instead. Like the costs of the duel, compensation for reputation damage, and emotional distress. What do you think? But Bede still thought pulling out the tongue was better, because her family was famously poor. Bede said angrily, what grudge does she have against you anyway? I couldn't understand a word she said earlier. Lylin looked puzzled, thinking to herself, what grudge did Alice and Lylin have? Why does she treat Lylin like this? Unexpectedly, the clown turned out to be... The Crown Prince was played like a fool by Alice. He lost everything for so-called love. Lylin chuckled secretly. What a fool. I thought his love was something extraordinary. Lylin, what do you really want? In Alice's previous life, what did you do? On the other side, young Master Caro said regretfully, I was really fooled by her this time. As a noble lady, she kept calling me Sir Knight. She was really cute like that, but that's all. I don't have any particularly strong feelings for her, or affection. I just thought she would be suitable as the mistress of the Carolus family. But it turned out to be nothing. By the way, Candamevan, the Duke's daughter, seems much happier than before. On Lylin's side, Betty rushed to ask the young miss anxiously, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? It's all because of that despicable woman. She upset you so much. Lylin comforted her. I'm fine. Don't worry too much. I'm just thinking about whether I should be more carefree from now on. No matter how the Lylin in the novel faced the Crown Prince, I won't care. Alice was judged today for coveting what belongs to others. So what punishment should the Crown Prince receive? Lylin instructed Betty to prepare some clothes and a carriage. Betty asked, puzzled, are you going to the palace? Lylin calmly smelled the flower fragrance and said, I'm tired of playing his games. I'm going to end it all. Meanwhile, in the palace, The crown prince was lying in bed, sighing. Then a servant said, "Lady Candamevan requests an audience." Lishi sat up, puzzled. "She's coming to see me so late?" Lishi went downstairs and said to Lylin, "You've come so late. You must have something to tell me." Lylin sat in a chair and said slowly, "Yes, I've been thinking for a long time. I really don't know what I should take from you." Lishi sat on a stool and said arrogantly, "You think you can take anything from me?" At this moment, Lylin said seriously, "I, Lylin, Sean Candamevan, hereby announce the termination of our engagement." Lishi said in disbelief, "What?" Then he sneered, "Is this how you should speak to me?" Lylin picked up a wine glass from the table. "Even if you're the crown prince, you can't look down on me. I am Lady Lylin Candamevan." Lishi gritted his teeth. They stared at each other. Then the crown prince turned and stood up, saying, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that." Lylin shrugged. "It doesn't matter if you didn't hear it. I can't find any reason to continue this engagement, so I decided to break it off." Lishi, with his back to Lylin, said, "Didn't you say you loved me?" Lylin said firmly, "No, I don't love your highness." Lishi turned his head and shouted, "You're lying. You always said you loved me before." Lylin gritted her teeth. "Damn it. One might think you love me so much. I came here to take something from you, not to act out some melodramatic TV show." Then she drained a bottle of wine in one go. The crown prince nervously called out, "Lylin." With a clang, Lylin angrily said, "Don't call my name with that mouth. I told you not to expect me to be polite to you." Then she walked up to the crown prince and poked his chest. "You should be grateful. I had planned to break off the engagement right then to embarrass you. But due to the Duke's intervention, I missed the opportunity. I'll send over the documents to terminate the engagement immediately. Please process them as soon as possible, Your Highness." Then she swiftly brushed past him. Lishi angrily slammed his hand on the table. He demanded, "Why? Why have you suddenly changed your attitude? I remember how much you loved me when you were little. Was everything up until now a lie? Were you so kind to me before, just so you could suddenly kick me aside like this today? To deceive me? To stab me in the back?" Lylin grasped her hand. With a smile, she said, "I've truly had enough of you. I won't help you anymore. I'm taking back all the funds I've invested in you." She leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "The reason is, I've had a change of heart." She continued, "After I return, I'll organize the loan documents and send them to you." Lishi grabbed Lylin's hand. "Don't go." He yanked her suddenly. Lylin stumbled and fell onto Lishi. Lylin, close to Lishi, snarled, "Don't misunderstand. I've never loved you." Lishi stroked Lylin's head. "You must be the Lylin who loves me. If you need respect, I can give it to you. If you want me to break up with Alice, I can do that too." Then he crouched in front of Lylin. "I can even find a formal occasion for her to apologize to you publicly. Do you want to hear me say sweet nothings? Just tell me. Whatever else you want, I'll give it to you." At this moment, Lylin coldly spoke, "You'll give me anything I want." She reached out to caress Lishi's face, then held it firmly. "You don't need to do anything. Just stay put. I told you not to provoke me again. From now on, the Candamevan family will no longer support the crown prince. So this marriage is off, damn it." Carolus sat elegantly at the table, watching Lylin with an indulgent gaze. He observed as Lylin savored her food with relish. Suddenly, Carolus asked Lylin curiously, "What are your plans now?" Lylin replied, "I want to pull Friedrich down from his position as crown prince. But if what you said is true, he probably doesn't care about breaking off our engagement. So now I'm not sure how to proceed. If only I had examples of past princes or princesses who were deposed to reference." Lylin suddenly stood up. "I'll ask father to help gather information now." Carolus said with a playful smile, "Why look far when help is near?" Carolus took out a deck of cards and began shuffling them deftly. He then picked out 2 cards and said, "Just ask me. There's nothing in this world I don't know." Lylin looked at the cards. This is so concise and clear. Although the cases are few, even the royal family has had its turbulent history. The reasons are even quite simple. Carolus crossed his legs, speaking confidently. The more devoted a person is, the stronger their sense of betrayal when trust crumbles. Suddenly, Lucas spoke with an expression of admiration. "The Duke is truly remarkable. He personally went to see His Majesty the Emperor. I don't know why my daughter, after being treated like this, still has to swallow her pride. As long as Friedrich remains the crown prince, the Candamevan family won't set foot in the palace. The numerous noble families who support the empire alongside the Candamevan family will do the same." He closed the doors of the family like this, pressuring the royal family along with countless nobles. Even the local lords who don't attend noble meetings are expressing their discontent to the royal family. Moreover, he said these words with an expression I've never seen before in my life. Does he think my daughter is a fool? Lucas shouted, since they dare to treat my precious daughter so casually, I will never forgive them. Never. Lucas suddenly burst into laughter. I suppose only the Duke would dare to speak to the Emperor like that. Lilene's heart was bursting with joy. Then she exclaimed, I've decided. I'm going to compile all of Li Shi's actions towards me, including his minor mistakes, and spread them throughout the empire. That way, I'll become an enemy of the royal family. It will become very dangerous. Lucas, to what extent can you help me? Lucas smiled and said, sometimes the Emperor and Duke Candamevan also come to me to buy information. Lylene shouted, what? You even sell to the Emperor? Lucas replied without modesty, yes, I'm very capable. And when the price is right, there's no reason to refuse. The higher the payment, the better the information. I never lose in an information war. So, how much are you planning to pay me? Lylene was startled. Then Lucas suddenly laughed. I'm just kidding. You just need to accept it. He then slowly stood up. Walking to Lylene's side, he said, I'll help you accomplish all of this. Kneeling on one knee, he continued, I am, after all, an information merchant. I'll handle the collection and dissemination of information myself. You just need to command me. Only you can command me. Lylene was first surprised. Then she asked, how can you casually say such terrifying things? Is it the most terrifying thing a transaction without a price? Then she lifted Lucas's chin. Head of the Information Guild, you can consider this as an investment in me. As long as you cooperate well, I'll share the profits earned from your information with you. Lucas said indulgently, you're so reckless. I really don't know what to do with you. Lylene stood up. It seems I need to prepare a down payment first. There's a big scoundrel who took my 3 billion guineas and didn't even pay interest. I want to catch that person and extort a large sum of interest. Lucas spoke up. Such a villain is very fierce. Want to be dangerous for you to go alone? Let me help you. Before he could finish, Lylene interrupted. No need. I already have someone in mind. Lucas frowned, feeling quite displeased. Then I'll spread a beautiful tale about you. After that, he handed her the address of Heinz's illegal casino. Then he said, when you need me, just open the balcony door. I'll come to find you. As long as you need me, I can appear at any time. This should comfort you, right? I'm leaving now. Lylene suddenly shouted, don't sell good information to the Emperor. After all, we're on the same side now. Lucas threw his head back and laughed. Since we're on the same side now, we should be able to meet often, right? After saying this, he jumped down from the upper floor. Lylene smiled and said, I see you're quite reckless. You guessed right. Lylene arrived at the location of the 12th Night Squad. Caswin was startled. Lady Duke, why have you come? Lylene walked over slowly and said, although it's sudden, I have something I'd like to ask of you. Can we talk for a bit, handsome Sir Knight? Caswin asked. Lylene, are you all right? Lylene was a bit taken aback. What do you mean? Caswin apologetically said, I know it might be a bit nosy of me, but I heard a rumor. They say His Highness the Crown Prince wants to break off the engagement with you. I was worried you might be heartbroken because of this. Lylene shrugged. Have you also heard rumors about the malicious Duke's daughter who meddles in confidential affairs and acts recklessly? Caswin clenched his fists and said, no, that's false. You're definitely not that kind of person. Lylene smiled and said, that's right. Don't believe the rumors. I was the one who actively broke off the engagement with the Crown Prince. Caswin smiled and said, all right, I'll only believe what you say. After that, Lylene and a few others went to find Heinz's casino. Heinz used beast people as slaves and engaged in loan sharking. Women who couldn't repay their debts would be sold to the black market. Men would be forced into illegal hard labor. Not only that, if he took a liking to a woman, he would destroy her family and bring her to his home. He even wanted to build his own harem. He was a complete scoundrel. It was said that among them were not only married women, but even children. Lylene angrily said, if the country can't deal with him, then I'll have to eliminate him myself. Then Lylene took out Heinz's hiding place, along with Heinz's seal that Lucas had sent. Finally, she stamped it on the IOU. Heinz, the IOU for the 3 billion guineas you borrowed from me. Done. We found Heinz's hideout. Lylene said, I'll pretend to be a gambler and go in to take a look first. As she walked down quietly, suddenly, a man appeared. He grabbed Lylene's hand and said, are you here to repay a debt? Or are you today's merchandise to be sold? Suddenly, Caswin grabbed the man's face from behind. With a loud thud, the man was slammed heavily against the wall. Then Caswin said, "May I ask you an impertinent question? Why did you entrust this matter to me?" Lylan smiled and said, "I believe only you are capable of handling this task. Is that reason enough?" Caswin shyly replied, "It's more than enough." Subsequently, Lylan arrived at the casino. There, she saw Hines sitting in a chair with a man and a woman kneeling beside him. There were also 2 children on the stage. The man was desperately pleading with Hines, begging him to spare the children. Hines stomped his foot on the man's shoulder and snarled, "Then you should have paid on time. What are you waiting for? Quickly drag these 2 old fools out of here." With a loud thud, Lylan remarked, "What a disgusting smell." Hines, upon seeing Lylan, was startled with fear. Then Lylan took his seat. Assuming a queenly posture, she commanded, "Pay me back immediately. I'm telling you to return the money you borrowed from me last time." With a bang, she slammed the IOU onto the table. Hines, looking at the IOU, broke into a cold sweat. "I don't remember putting my seal on this, nor do I recall borrowing any money." Lylan gazed at him playfully and said, "Let me see. The monthly interest is 50%. Betty chimed in from his side. "Today marks exactly 3 months. Lylan smiled and said, "Then pay me back the principal plus interest." Hines roared, "But that money wasn't borrowed from you." Lylan angrily retorted, "Who do you think you're yelling at?" She smashed the vase in her hand onto him. "How dare you shout at me? Moreover, you had the audacity to borrow money from the Duke's family to run an illegal casino. Your house will soon be confiscated. All the crimes you've committed will be exposed." Hines tightly gripped the IOU. He sneered, "1 attendant and 3 nights? Aren't you underestimating us? Kill them immediately." Then a group of people surrounded Lylan. With a swift sound, Caswin instantly struck. Lylan glared at Hines and said, "You dare to raise a blade against the daughter of the Candamevan family?" Hines collapsed to the ground. "No, what have I done wrong? Can a duke's daughter bully innocent citizens as she pleases?" Lylan replied exasperatedly, "Why are villains always so shameless? I'm a duke's daughter, and I say you're guilty. Is there a problem with that? The specific charges will be judged by the Empire." She then glanced sideways at Caswin. "I'll leave the aftermath to you." Caswin knelt on one knee. "As you command, Lady Duke." Caswin knelt on one knee. "As you command, Lady Duke." Not far away, there was a mysterious blue-haired person wearing a hat. He turned to leave. Caswin noticed him. He quickly gave chase, only to find no one there. Lylan asked Caswin puzzledly, "What's wrong?" Caswin turned back and said, "Nothing." Over by the stairs, the mysterious blue-haired person hummed a tune cheerfully, slowly removing his hat. "I'm curious why he didn't come to me for help. After all this time, it turns out he wanted to give all the credit to that commoner knight, though that man may be less skilled than me. I must say, the Duke's daughter seems utterly defenseless against handsome men." Then, walking to the door, he snapped his fingers. "Well then, I'll spread a beautiful tale about him," as agreed. Soon after, several people gathered before him. "Let's spread this interesting story far and wide. Lylan Candamevan. The Duke's daughter has triumphed over Hines, whom even the royal family couldn't handle." A little boy admiringly said she was practically an angel. Lucas covered his face with his hand, laughing. The children asked in confusion, "Lucas, what's wrong?" Lucas laughed until tears formed in his eyes. "Yes, that's right. She is indeed like an angel. However, that damned philandering crown prince, His Highness the Crown Prince, actually dared to cheat openly in front of the angelic Duke's daughter." The children chattered among themselves. "How awful of him. The poor Duke's daughter." Lucas waved both hands. "This shouldn't be known only to us. Let's make an effort to tell everyone about this. I'm counting on you for this." Lucas prepared to give the children a bag of gold coins. A child held out a hand to stop Lucas. "Wait a moment. In exchange, you must come play with us at the orphanage today. You're always just sending money. You haven't come to see us lately. We won't take money for this small task. You're always helping us anyway." Lucas was stunned. Finally, he smiled and patted the child's head. "You don't need to think that way." "Well then, I'm counting on you." Finally, the children ran off, saying, "Leave it to us. We'll tell everyone in the world. The Duke's daughter is an angel reborn, and the wicked crown prince has been bullying her all along." Lucas nodded. Then he thought of Caswin again. Come to think of it, could it be that the Duke's daughter likes that pitiful-looking type? Meanwhile, Caswin was escorting Hines. All of his crimes have been made public. Among the common people, praise for the Candamevan Duke's daughter spread. They spoke of how she dealt with Hines, whom even the royal family couldn't handle. When Lylin heard this, she felt her pressure vanish. Privately, she wondered, the news spread so quickly. It seems no one is shielding the royal family. Lylin froze. Yes, I've always been accepting help from others. Even the Candamevan name is borrowed from my father. Looking dejected, Lylin said, then, do you want to become the heir of the Candamevan family? Lylin came to her senses. All right, I don't have to marry the crown prince now anyway. If in the future, I want to be on equal footing with Friedrich. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She abruptly stood up. I'm going to talk to father. I want to become the heir of the Candamevan family. Then face him head on in a fair battle. Looking at Lylin with admiration behind her back. Then the two of them walked back, laughing along the way. Not far away, Alice gritted her teeth. I paid such a high price to come back. Does she think it's over just like that? But all other paths have been blocked. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, an image of green hair flashed in her mind. That's right, there's still one left, isn't there? Under the tree, Harvey was leisurely flipping through a book. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. He turned his head abruptly. Could it be that Lylin had returned? As Lylin got off the carriage, Betty held her hand and said, Young miss, are you planning to see the Duke directly? Lylin nervously said, I don't know how to say it to make him agree to give me the position of heir. Betty smiled and said, You don't need to worry too much. Woof, this sound is. Harvey was seen running over and pouncing into Lylin's arms. Harvey, were you waiting for me? I'm back. Then Lylin stood up. Harvey held her hand and stretched lazily. Very well, let's go together then. Harvey asked Lylin, what does it mean to become the family heir? How was it different from the current Lylin? Lylin looked at Harvey. It's not about a big change in appearance, but being able to do many things independently. Harvey looked at Lylin and said, but the current Lylin could do whatever she wants, right? Lylin said sheepishly, actually until now, I've only been borrowing father's power. I don't want to do that anymore. Will you support me? Harvey said earnestly, of course. I will always stand by Lylin's side. Arriving at the Duke's door, my lord, the young miss has come to see you. A voice came from inside. Come in. Lylin nervously broke out in a cold sweat. Two knights outside the door looked at Harvey. Are you here to see the Duke? Harvey turned his head and said seriously, Teacher Lien, can you start teaching me swordsmanship from now on? In the room, the Duke enthusiastically invited, Lylin, come here quickly, my precious daughter. Lylin was surprised. What's all this? Her father was shedding tears of joy. Oh my, didn't you come to see me? I never thought you would come to me on your own initiative. Lylin was speechless. I didn't say I was coming to see you. How did you know? The Duke happily said, I have my ways. So, what brings you here to see me? Lylin said seriously, Father, have you heard about the current rumors in the Cavan Empire? The Duke hummed a tune and said, You mean the rumors about the beloved Duke's daughter of the Empire and the shameless crown prince who cheated despite being engaged? Or the rumors about Lylin, the beloved Duke's daughter of the Empire, who punished Heinz, whom even the royal family couldn't catch? Well, I wondered who did it. I never thought it was my daughter. Although I didn't teach you, you're really impressive to spread the news so quickly throughout the entire empire. Lylin nervously clenched her fists. The manipulation of all the news and public opinion wasn't accomplished by my power alone, so I'm not happy about it. The assistant nearby looked surprised. I heard that during the time you were bedridden because of the crown prince, you did many things. Then the assistant said to the Duke, The young miss says this matter concerns her, so you must listen. As the leader of the Emperor's faction, to bring down the crown prince, you actively reached out to the noble faction and began political work. I envy your ability to directly provide the power the royal family needs. So I wanted to show you my abilities too. Although it wasn't all done by me alone, I can do it too. Please consider letting me become the heir of Candamevan. The Duke said seriously, I don't intend to hand Candamevan over to you. You've had everything since birth and used it to cause pain to others. That's not right. I've covered for your actions because I love you. But that doesn't mean I'll let you become the heir of Candamevan. Then Lylin's eyes became determined. She stood up and said, I know I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities and obligations as a duke's daughter. Despite enjoying luxury and wealth, I've continued to make mistakes. I don't intend to ignore those errors. Of course, I can't ignore them. I want to bear all of this and change myself. I no longer want to use the Candamevan name to cover up my incompetence. I want to become the heir of Candamevan. I hope you can allow it. The Duke looked at Lylin seriously. Then he stood up and supported Lylin. The Candamevan family are thorough schemers. I'm the same. As they say, there must be output for input. You need to show me results that can convince me. Then we'll talk about the heir matter. Lylin said happily. All right. Then the Duke said cheerfully, Lylin, being able to get help from others is also a kind of ability in a sense. So there's no need to struggle forward alone bearing the burden. I hope you remember this, my daughter who makes me proud. Lylin hugged the Duke emotionally. Yes, father. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harvey was sparring with Lien. Lien remarked, your speed has improved from before. Suddenly, Harvey felt a tingling sensation all over his body. His head seemed to explode again. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. With a swoosh, Lien flew several meters away. Lien looked at Harvey in shock. Harvey was surrounded by countless animals. At this moment, with a bang, Lien flew out, crashing heavily into the wall. Harvey was seen surrounded by small animals. Meanwhile, Betty picked up some medicine and asked Lien, are you all right? I'm fine, Lien said, his face red with embarrassment. Betty held the medicine and said, I heard you fell badly during training. Lien stood stiffly like a child and said, Harvey stood, trembling nearby. I'm sorry, Lien, he said, but Lien was relieved. It's all right. Are you okay? You've improved so much. I instinctively treated it as a real battle. I am truly sorry. I saw you touch your forehead just now. Are you feeling unwell? Harvey shook his head vigorously. I'm fine. After saying this, he lowered his head dejectedly. Although Teacher Lien forgave me, what if this happens again? If Lylin gets upset because of me again, what should I do then? On the other side, in the study, the door creaked open. Harvey walked in. Teacher Ledger, I'm late. I'm sorry, he said, then walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down dejectedly. Ledger looked at the downcast Harvey. I heard something happened during your training with Lien today. Harvey, upon hearing this, was startled. His book fell onto the desk. I heard it from the butler. He happened to pass by and was startled, so he told me. It's good that you didn't do it on purpose. I heard from Lillian that you've been feeling tingly and uncomfortable lately. Harvey looked up. Am I sick? Ledger said uncertainly, but that should be growing pains. Harvey asked, puzzled, what are growing pains? Ledger crouched down and said gently, it's your body's signal that you're growing rapidly, although it might make you uncomfortable sometimes. It might be preparing you to become an adult. Harvey's eyes widened. Are Lylin, Betty, and Ledger all adults? Ledger said kindly, that's right. I can't even remember how long I've looked like this. Harvey asked dejectedly, how can I grow up to be an adult? Well, children usually leave their parents' embrace to go to school and learn. That's called becoming independent. Ledger said affectionately. Harvey blinked his eyes. Independent. He recalled what Lien had said before. It's not about a big change in appearance, but being able to do many things independently. Teacher, can I go to school? Betty said, the Candamevan family built a school for those who need to study. You can certainly go there to study. However, because it's a boarding school, you need to control your body well. You absolutely can't cause trouble. Harvey listened, clenched his fists, and left. Lylin is indeed demanding, but I want to grow up quickly. I want to become an adult who can stand beside her. Meanwhile, at Mill's salon party, Lylin was lost in thought. How can I convince father? What should I do? At times like this, the best way is to gather information where nobles gather, right? Suddenly, some nearby words caught Lylin's attention. Magic really exists. 3 girls were whispering. Lylin smiled and said, wow, how amazing. Magicians. Do magicians still exist in this world? Alice seemed to have seen someone. She was startled. If there really are magicians, doesn't that mean they can acquire any goods they want anytime? Isn't that what magic is? They don't seem to understand the situation. I'd better ask myself. I feel like Lucas would know more about this kind of thing. Should I ask him? But his cunning demeanor seems to match well with magicians. The blonde girl whispered to the green-haired girl, magicians are so cruel, so terrifying, indeed. How many evil deeds must they have committed to be cursed and vanish in an instant? The green-haired girl replied. At this moment, Lylin joined their conversation. The 100 Years' War. As soon as everyone saw Lylin, they began to shower her with flattery. The short-haired blonde girl, looking indignant, leaned forward and said, while you were resting, Miss Lou Aylin has been hosting salons every day to show off. She thinks she's some kind of social butterfly. If you're not on her side, she humiliates you. I heard that at every salon she hosts, half of the noble ladies end up running out in tears. Wait, you Aylin? Oh, I remember now. She's the blue-haired girl next to Alice. What kind of salon is she hosting that can make people cry? The green-haired girl then said, Miss Yu Aylin is very knowledgeable. She hosts various salons on fine arts music, literature, embroidery, and many other subjects. The short-haired girl angrily said, just because she knows a lot, she looks down on others. It's really shameless. Lylin couldn't help but smile. How about we host small salons in the future? Fella, do you have any hobbies? The short-haired girl was startled. I've been writing poetry recently. Lylin exclaimed, wow, it seems your literary skills are quite profound. What about the rest of you? The purple-haired girl shyly brushed her hair aside. I like horseback riding. It's what I'm best at, relatively speaking. Then the atmosphere became lively. The green-haired girl said awkwardly, I just thought about it, and it seems I'm not good at any of the typical noble lady's hobbies. Lylin looked at the green-haired girl and said, does it have to be a noble lady's hobby? Neil, I'm just curious about what you like and are good at. Neil was taken aback. I've always been helping my father manage his business, so I'm quite good at accounting. Lylin clapped her hands together. Great. Let's host a salon once a week and do all the things we just mentioned. How about that? Of course, we can not only learn a lot from each other, but also cultivate new hobbies. The short-haired girl said confidently, then let's host the next salon at my house. Just as Lylin was smiling, thinking the atmosphere was nice, someone suddenly blurted out, what is the Duke's daughter good at? Lylin found herself surrounded. That's right, please tell us. Lylin broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. Then, gesturing with her hands, she thought, whatever, and said, maybe I'm best at spending money happily. Everyone's heads sprouted 6 dots. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. They clapped their hands. At this moment, Lylin really wanted to go home. This man was originally the female lead's devoted second male lead, but now he had fallen deeply for Lylin. When he heard there was a letter from Lylin for him, his face lit up with joy, hardly believing it. The green-haired person beside him chuckled. You've been dumped, yet you're still so happy. Lucas looked at the letter with wild delight. Mayban, please step out for a moment. I have something very important to do. Opening the letter, Lucas, I need your wisdom and intelligence. I want to meet a magician. Do you know where they are? I want to create something that doesn't exist in this world. Lucas's eyes were filled with affection. Magicians? What does she want to do now? He then asked the maid beside him if there were any missing pages, like some words of greeting for him. The maid replied there weren't, just this one sheet. Lucas sighed helplessly, as expected of the Duke's daughter, ordering people around without even a bit of sweetness. But I can't let the Duke's daughter down, can I? Meanwhile, Lylin opened the window. This thing was clearly sent by Lucas. A small blue bird with a birdhouse tied to its foot. Lylin took the letter and opened it. Although I'd love to come see you, that would probably be quite impolite. To quickly send you messages, I hope you'll make good use of this little fellow. Put on the blue glove, and the little one will help you send letters. Put on the red handkerchief, and it means you want me to come find you. Lylin looked at the birdhouse puzzled. Does he mean to hang this birdhouse on the balcony and use the color of the handkerchief as a code? Lylin continued reading the letter. By the way, for the past 100 years, magicians have been treated as magical weapons. Their power is enough to take hundreds or thousands of lives. So you can imagine how dangerous they are. I haven't seen many magicians because I've only met them a few times to sell magic. They're not just ordinary weirdos, but weirdos with strong self-esteem. They're really hard to deal with. Lylin was puzzled. So, selling magic was a failure? After hearing about the potential profits, they were overjoyed. I'm looking forward to what you'll do next. Lylin understood. So it's about bribing them with money. All right then, let's set off. On the other side, at the magic tower, Beatty trembled. It's too dangerous. We should go back. Lien agreed. Yes, young lady. If you want to go, it's best to bring all the family knights. Lylin spoke with high spirits. If they're really that scary, how could they provide useful magic to the world? Come on, let's not scare ourselves. Let's quickly find the entrance. Then Lylin shouted, Open sesame. Suddenly, the magic tower revealed a shining big eye. Who are you? Lien stepped in front, while Beatty hugged Lylin. Everyone run. Lylin calmly introduced herself, and then expressed her purpose for coming here. Suddenly, an opening appeared in the magic tower. A red-haired person appeared. He gave a brief self-introduction. Then he led them into the magic tower. Everyone was confused. There was nothing inside. The red-haired person said, Just stand up here. A dazzling light flashed. At this moment, the red-haired person turned to Lylin and said, The Tower Master is waiting for you. Before Lylin could react, she was inside the magic tower. What? Where did everyone go? Is anyone here? Swoosh. Lylin was startled. A white-haired person appeared. I'm a master of his magic tower. Igorin. Lylin was stunned. Then she excitedly shed 2 lines of tears. I thought I'd meet an old grandpa. I didn't expect to see such a handsome man. Thank heavens. Before she could finish her thoughts, Igorin coldly said, "Follow me." Finally, they sat on a shabby sofa, dust flying everywhere. Igorin awkwardly said, "This place has been idle for a long time. Daughter of the Imperial Duke, why have you come to this place?" Lylin pushed the blueprint forward. "I want to create something, but the Empire's technology is limited. So I came to the Magic Tower for help." Igorin looked at the blueprint and said, "We're all busy researching our own magic. If they're interested, they'll definitely give it their all. But I'm not sure if what you've brought will pique their interest." Lylin said, "Won't it work, even if I commission you with my status?" Igorin chuckled lightly. "If there's a magician who cares about power, they might help you. But who knows?" Lylin's eyes sharpened. "Is there any magic that can let everyone hear our conversation?" Igorin looked puzzled. "But what do you want to use that for?" Lylin replied, "If I say something stupid, you can just stop the magic. Can I give it a try?" Igorin reluctantly called for Lin and extended his hand to her. With a buzzing sound, they appeared in a giant magical array. The man said that now everyone could hear what she said. Lylin cleared her throat lightly. "I am the daughter of Duke Kandamevan from the Kai-1 Empire. I'm preparing a competition with a generous prize. I've placed a blueprint in the main room of the Magic Tower. Whoever can create what I want in the shortest time and most efficiently will receive the prize. The prize amount is 5 billion genie." Igorin was so shocked he couldn't believe it. There was a rustling sound, the sound of money. Igorin released the woman's hand. There was a bang outside the door. A group of magicians burst in. "Where's the 5 billion genie?" Before they could finish, Igorin snapped his fingers. With a loud bang, everyone was pushed outside. "Tower Master, you can't hog it all to yourself. That's too shameless." The man adjusted his glasses. "Though it's shabby here, please have a seat." Then he used magic to pour tea for Lylin. Egorin's face was full of smiles. "Let's have a chat about the subsequent profit issues, shall we?" Lylin thought magicians were aloof, but he turned out to be a money grubber. Lylin stated, "You'll get 5 billion genie for creating what's on the blueprint. But the Magic Tower should also provide some service fees, right?" Egorin's eyes flashed. "So it's an item made for sale. Then let's discuss the future profit and service fee issues. It's crucial in this era, isn't it?" "This is roughly what I've thought of." A piece of paper flew towards Lylin. She opened it and looked. Lylin was shocked. Meanwhile, Igorin was still rambling on about future profits. Lylin exploded in anger. "You're making such outrageous demands before even creating anything? What if I'm not satisfied with what you make? You charge so much for just one bottle of magic potion. You must have earned quite a lot, right? With such great abilities, why are you still so fixated on money?" Igorin leaned back on his chair helplessly. "It's not like that. Magicians can't obtain private profits because we need to atone for past events. Some truths are revealed, some are hidden. The Magic Tower's poverty is one of the hidden truths, just like how you came to the Magic Tower secretly behind others' backs." Lylin was first shocked, then she felt somewhat angry. This world became convenient because of magic. But why were they still confined to this impoverished Magic Tower? Igorin, seizing the moment when Lylin was lost in thought, pushed the contract towards her to sign. Lylin was speechless. She had let her guard down. Igorin had a lecherous smile. "Thank you, you sucker." "Oh, I mean esteemed guest." Lylin held her head. "Really, if you want to thank me, why don't you make me a thank you plaque?" The man looked puzzled. The woman explained, "Just write some words of gratitude on a round plaque." The man asked surprisingly, "Is that enough?" The woman replied, "I've already signed. I can only trust you now. I'll be going then." As Lylin reached the door and opened it, Betty, with tears and snot, grabbed her shoulders. "I was so worried about you," she cried. Igorin watched the scene unfold. A heart of gratitude. Everything he said was so strange. In the blink of an eye, 3 days later, Lylin and her 2 companions returned to the Magic Tower. Lylin shouted, "Open sesame," and I blinked through the door. Oh my, if it isn't the 5 billion lady. The door opened, and a red carpet unfurled. Inside, rows of magicians bowed, saying in unison, "Welcome, 51 lady." A magician was sprawled at the entrance. His face flushed red as he said, "51 lady, please step on me as you enter." Lylin was shocked. The magicians were very excited. The scene was like an emperor's procession to the Magic Tower. Inside, Igorin held a box. "Welcome, 51 lady. Oh no, Miss Lylin." Lylin was at a loss for words. This was too deliberate. She opened the box. An exquisite pen. Lylin liked it very much. "This is really well made." Egoran stomped his foot and a magic array appeared. With a flash of light, the two were teleported to the magic hall. Egoran held a gratitude plaque to Miss Lylin, who brought a glimmer of hope to our magic tower. This heart of gratitude is specially dedicated to you. Please share a few words with everyone. The crowd below cheered. The woman nervously said, "It's my honor to receive such a distinction. Esteemed magicians, you have already borne the responsibility for hundreds of years. The past events have nothing to do with you, yet you carry this guilt. Because of this, you face disdain from others. Despite this, you haven't abandoned the path of magic. This must be because you truly love magic. So, I'm willing to trust you. Please take care of me in the future as well." After speaking, Lylin stepped down. Egoran held her hand. "You're truly special. The magician's problems have nothing to do with you. Aren't you afraid of us?" The woman looked puzzled. "Afraid of what?" "The crimes were in the past. You magicians aren't the same as those from before. You're the same. I'll often come to you for business in the future. I hope you'll welcome me like this every time." The man smiled. Holding the woman's hand, he said, "You're welcome to come and trade with me anytime." Meanwhile, at Alice's home, Alice sat on the edge of the bed. Suddenly, a green-haired figure flew in through the window. "Lady Lylin has gone to the magic tower," it reported. Alice stroked the green-haired creature's face. "You've done well, my darling. Cha-Nancy, you are my only love." At the salon party, laughter and chatter filled the air. The short-haired girl asked Lady Lylin, "Haven't you been pushing yourself too hard lately? I'm a bit worried, but it's good to see you looking much better." Lylin smiled wryly. With recent events, it would be strange not to be tired. The magic tower business, the matter of deposing the crown prince, and attending parties with noble ladies. Suddenly, the blonde girl chimed in. "Everyone knows what the crown prince has done now. To think he'd abandon you for someone like Alice. We all support you." Lylin feigned modesty. "Oh my, thanks to all of you. I'm feeling full of energy now." Inwardly, she calculated that the road ahead was still long. "I should take a break now," she thought. "I haven't spent much time with Harvey lately. I was worried he'd just be waiting for me, unable to do anything, but it seems he's been busy studying lately. This must all be new to him. It must be quite difficult. He's really amazing. I wonder if he's feeling a bit down. Maybe I should go comfort the studious Harvey." Looking at the embroidery in her hands, she felt full of confidence. The three noble ladies couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at the embroidery. "It seems you don't usually enjoy embroidery, my lady. You must have other interests, so this is quite normal. Actually, we're not very good at embroidery either." Lylin lowered her head dejectedly. "You don't need to comfort me." The three continued to console the Duke's daughter. "We can tell at a glance that you've embroidered a golden dragon. Are these black spots the wounds left by dragon slayers?" The three began to flatter her profusely. Lylin cried sadly, "This isn't a dragon. It's Harvey. Oh, Harvey, I'm so sorry. It's all because I have no talent for embroidery. I accidentally turned you into a dragon. Then I thought about changing the embroidery to make it look like it's breathing fire." Suddenly, the green-haired girl interrupted her thoughts. "Your reputation has been really good lately." Lylin looked at her, puzzled. "My reputation?" The green-haired girl looked towards the noble ladies. "Because of this salon you proposed, many noble ladies are attending, not just us. They say Lady Lylin's salon is more comfortable and free. So the outside world evaluation is very positive." The blonde and white-haired girls agreed. "That's right. Gathering so many noble ladies isn't an easy feat plus. The hobbies at the salon are all productive. The noble ladies are full of praise for you." Lylin scratched the back of her head, embarrassed. "Thank you all. I didn't think too much about it. I'm so glad everyone likes it." Just as the four were enjoying themselves, a troublemaker arrived. This popular salon among noble ladies is just at this level. "You call this a salon? How is it different from a regular gathering?" A salon is usually based on dialogue and discussion. This is just self-aggrandizement. Since when did sharing one's hobbies and interests qualify as a salon? The white-haired girl held up her embroidery, smiling proudly. "I'm so worried that the Empire's noble women will be laughed at by everyone." Lylin stared at the woman behind the white-haired girl. "I was wondering who would come to cause trouble. This must be on Alice's orders." Elishmet Leylin's gaze. She turned her head away. Lylin gritted her teeth in anger. He actually avoided her gaze. Even if he pretended to be uninvolved, she knew he was behind this. At this moment, the short-haired girl beside her asked the Duke's daughter, "What do you plan to do?" The green-haired girl said to the short-haired one, "This is your salon party. As the host, you should step up now." The short-haired girl turned and said, "The Duke's daughter is here. How can I forcefully take the lead? Look at those ill-mannered noble ladies. Who knows where they came from? Princess. Quick, look. They're being disrespectful to you. We should throw them out. Lylan stood up and walked towards a white-haired girl. The white-haired girl nervously took 2 steps back. Lylan smiled contemptuously. I heard your evaluation. You seem to have your own insights. She held up her embroidery. The woman quickly stepped back, putting her hands in front of her. Lylan smiled brightly, holding the embroidery. Can you evaluate my embroidery? How is it? The white-haired woman trembled in fear. Are you threatening us? Are you going to feed us to dragons? I've heard about your notorious reputation. I can't believe it's true. Lylan innocently tilted her head. Oh my, when did I threaten you? I haven't even started doing bad things yet. You're still standing here safe and sound, aren't you? Lylan smiled disdainfully. She moved closer to the white-haired woman. Which family are you from? The white-haired girl, overwhelmed by Lylan's aura, timidly replied, I'm from the Selby family. Lylan grabbed the white-haired girl's hand. I was just joking earlier, Miss Selby. Oh my, but saying such things would hurt my feelings. Come on, let's make up. Her eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Yuelon behind her. Although I'm curious about how this benefits you, we'll stop here for today. After all, today is my return to social circles after being bedridden for so long. I'll take my leave now. Enjoy yourselves. Lylan smiled brilliantly. In the carriage, Lylan was still thinking about Lu Aylin being from the noble faction. He probably wanted to use this opportunity to test her. Now that the Crown Prince's deposition was a certainty, the new Crown Prince candidate must bring benefits. So he definitely wanted to know what she, as part of the Emperor's faction, would do. Just as she got off the carriage, Liliana arrived. A letter from the royal family. Lylan opened the letter. Good, they finally contacted me. Well, let's hear what the Emperor has to say. Meanwhile, Lishi looked at the letter in his hand. It was from Alice. In this world, apart from you, everything else is worthless to me. My love for you even transcends death. I love only you. Nothing in this world can separate us. I will love you forever. After reading, Lishi collapsed onto the sofa. Previously, Lylan had begged Lishi desperately, but he had been indifferent. It was only after Lylan broke off the engagement that he realized how much he loved her. Lishi, lying on the bed in a daze, heard someone calling his name. Lishi, what are you thinking about so intently? Opening his eyes, he saw Lylan sitting across from him. You weren't like this before, but recently, when you're with me, you're always spacing out. Am I that beautiful? Lishi hurriedly sat up. Lylan, how are you here? Then he was suddenly startled. He saw his past self. His past self was apologizing to Lylan. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone yesterday. Lishi sat on the edge of the bed, confused. This must be a memory from long ago. He remembered it was during a royal party hosted by the Queen Mother. He had always hated noble parties because he hadn't inherited any royal symbols. Everyone who saw him with the same silver hair and red eyes as his mother would always whisper behind his back. And only Lylan had reached out to him. Lylan seemed to have changed somewhat after the coming-of-age ceremony. Before, she had been a bit arrogant and somewhat foolish. But overall, she was just a timid and shy young girl. But she always told me to be more confident, while everyone doubted him, asking if he was really His Majesty's offspring. And every time Lylan stood next to me, she received praise from others, while all Lishi heard was sarcasm. Moreover, these people knew that the gentle Duchess Mivan had been bullied to death by them, yet they still dared to say such things to Lylan. Lylan was seen clenching her fists, holding back, then confidently telling them, My mother's spirit in heaven surely wants me to become the Empress. So, I will absolutely not disappoint her expectations. When I become Empress, I will make sure you pay for your blood debt with blood. At the party, Lylan pulled Lishi along and said to everyone, We've been engaged for a year now. We've received everyone's blessings. Now, I want to enjoy the party with my fiancé. The crowd was displeased. How arrogant. It seems she thinks she's Duchess Mivan. To be so disrespectful. Ignore them. What waves can they make? The crowd's sarcastic voices reached Lishi's ears, making him feel sick to his stomach. Lylan gently comforted him. I'll handle it. The queen is here today. We can't cause trouble. Lishi watched their past selves being so loving. But now, why did he only see the two of them getting along so sweetly? The appearance of Marquis Bika, the leader of the noble faction, was seen glaring at Lishi. Then, smiling, he said to Lylan, Lady Duke, those enchanting purple eyes of yours are particularly dazzling. Lishi suddenly felt suffocated. Some sarcastic words rushed through his mind, full of everyone's doubts. At this moment, Lai Lin hugged Li Shi's arm. My everything is a gift from heaven for pride, for His Highness Li Shi, because our meeting was destined. But what Li Shi heard was, even Lai Lin has something that you don't. Without Lai Lin, you would be nothing. You are defective. Li Shi shook off Lai Lin's hand abruptly. He said tensely that he felt a bit unwell. I must take my leave. Li Shi collapsed, clutching his head. When Li Shi came to his senses, he was drenched in cold sweat. A scene appeared. Lai Lin came to apologize to him. Li Shi, holding his head in confusion, said, "Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who's wrong. Why? Why did you come and find me? Why don't you blame me? Why are you apologizing to me? Why do you always do this? Why just why?" Lai Lin reached out her hand. "I'm sorry. I can't give you my eyes, because I still want to see you. Eyes that only bring you harm. I don't want them at all." Li Shi tremblingly held Lai Lin's hand. "I should be the one saying sorry. I shouldn't have suddenly deceived you earlier." Lai Lin's eyes were filled with determination. "Li Shi, step on me to rise to that highest position. Then let me stand by your side, because I was born to meet you. My everything is for you." Li Shi's face darkened. "Why aren't you any worse? Isn't that right?" Lai Lin smiled happily. "Very good, Li Shi. Question me just like this. Never believe me. You can test me as much as you want. I will show you through my actions. I will always stand by your side. I can prove it to you anytime. You are nobler than anyone, more suitable to be emperor than anyone. So, step on me to ascend. You must become emperor, just as the purple pupils symbolize, as the black hair symbolizing the descendant of heroes, and just as the name that can't be questioned is beneath your feet. Everything I possess is prepared for the future emperor, that is, for His Highness Crown Prince Li Shi. I love everything about you. Even if you let me fall into the abyss, this love has never stopped. Never believe me. Question me, just like you're doing now." Li Shi sweated in terror. Then he laughed. "That's right, I'm just questioning you," just as he demanded. Suddenly, a lamp nearby turned on. A servant walked in. "Lady Lai Lin, the Duke's daughter, has come to see His Majesty the Emperor." Li Shi smiled. Staggering, he supported himself on the edge of the bed. "It seems this is my only chance to beg Father Emperor for forgiveness." "Lai Lin, I was just confused for a moment. You love me too, and I love you too. Lai Lin, I love everything about you." Li Shi had already gone mad. Continuing from the previous episode, at this moment, Lai Lin had just alighted from the carriage. A row of knights came forward to welcome her. "We pay our respects to Lady Lai Lin, the Duke's daughter. His Majesty the Emperor is waiting for you." A knight escorted her to the garden. "From here on, you'll have to walk by yourself." Lai Lin looked back. "All of you wait here." Then she walked into the garden. She saw the emperor leisurely drinking tea not far away. Lai Lin gracefully curtsied. "I pay my respects to your Majesty the Emperor." The emperor smiled kindly and said, "I'm delighted to see you. Come, sit down." Lai Lin raised her head and saw the emperor's face. Instantly, she felt very uncomfortable inside. She had never met the emperor before, so why did she feel so uneasy? At this moment, the emperor asked him, "You've never sought me out before. What brings you here this time?" "I want to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. That's why I've come to see you." Lai Lin sat down. The emperor didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head to one side. "Do you remember when I suggested that you and Li Shi break off your engagement?" Lai Lin was startled. The emperor had once wanted Li Shi and Lai Lin to separate. Suddenly, an image flashed. "This was my own choice." The emperor chuckled lightly. "I'm not trying to blame you. Even if there was a mistake, it was mine, because I failed to discipline my own son properly. After all, I knew he wasn't a suitable fiancé. I thought you would become the crown princess, and that he would eventually mend his ways. So I wasn't too worried." Lai Lin clutched her clothes tightly. "After all, you've always been working hard for the people. I know that your energy has been focused on state affairs." The emperor gripped his teacup. "Your words comfort me greatly. I felt from the beginning that he wasn't fit to be a prince. It seems I wasn't wrong. I also know that you've been suffering inside. After becoming emperor, he would certainly take many consorts. So I'm curious, how far would you tolerate this? In fact, no matter how cruel you were to that child from the Kinrad family, you never brought up the crown prince's behavior in public. But as soon as his dirty deeds surfaced, you actively distanced yourself from him. What a pity! If only he hadn't done those things to wrong you. You must have endured such great humiliation in social circles." "I understand you." Lai Lin sighed. "Thank you for your understanding." Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed in her mind. "Wake up! Don't be fooled by him. Do you want me to slap you again? The real Lilin withdrew her hand from Lilin's body. At this time, the emperor said with a dark face, "And your actions are undoubtedly a provocation to the royal family. You should be grateful that I'm not punishing you." The real Lilin slowly approached the emperor. Her eyes were sharp, and the emperor shamelessly continued, "So I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation for disrupting the empire and insulting the royal family. Can you give a reasonable explanation?" Lilin was horrified. "Goodness, I almost fell for the emperor's trick. Why should I be accused by him?" Lilin, displeased, said, "Your Majesty, I don't want the annulment of the engagement to make myself and the royal family the subject of people's gossip. The reason I came here is to seek a relatively satisfactory conclusion. If this matter can be resolved in a way that satisfies both of us, I believe everything can return to normal." The emperor frowned. "What you want, isn't it to satisfy the Mevan family?" Standing aside, Lilin watched as Lilin retorted, "I know the country exists for the people, but the people's wish is to bring them peace and tranquility. Isn't this what the royal family should do?" The emperor, in disbelief, looked at Lilin opposite him. "It's been a long time since I've seen this side of you. I always felt that the person sitting in front of me speaking was a beautiful doll. It turns out you've always hidden yourself deeply, only revealing your true self when needed. Lucilian is so foolish. Since he has such a clever daughter, why doesn't he show her off?" Lilin didn't pay attention to his words, but looked at the real Lilin, puzzled about what had just happened. Did Lilin slap me again in a dream? No, that's not it. Come to think of it, the relationship between the emperor and Duke Kinrad Mevan had it become so good that they could call each other by name? At this moment, the emperor shamelessly continued, saying he had no reason to prevent Lilin from breaking off the engagement. After all, he was the father of the empire. Hearing this, Lilin was furious. She thought to herself, "You're teaching me through personal experience that when choosing the next father of the empire, I must keep my eyes wide open. Then why has he been ignoring the documents our family sent to dissolve the engagement?" Lilin pretended to be foolish again, smiling and saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. If all of this can be thoroughly resolved, the next person to visit the palace will surely be my father." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while. Then the topic ended. Lilin turned away, gritting her teeth, like father, like son. When it comes to being irritating, those two are truly cut from the same cloth. I'm about to die from holding back my anger. At this moment, the real Lilin emerged. Is it necessary to be so submissive? Just kill him and be done with it. Just like before, suddenly a vivid scene flashed through her mind. She saw Li Shi holding a sword, approaching the blood-covered emperor step by step. Li Shi laughed maniacally, saying, "I've finally defeated you." But his hand was trembling. Lilin stood by, comforting him. "Well done." Suddenly, Li Shi vanished. Lilin's head exploded in pain. What was happening? These memories, what were they? Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out and embraced Lilin. It was Li Shi, softly comforting her. "Are you all right?" Lilin frowned. "Why are you here?" Li Shi, his face flushed, said perversely, "Because I was worried about you, my Lilin. You finally returned. Friedrich has gone mad. Because he's about to lose his position as crown prince. He's lost his mind. Just now." Lilin staggered, nearly falling. Li Shi quickly embraced her. "Are you all right, my Lilin? You finally come back." He was spouting nonsense. Lilin looked at Li Shi as if he were a madman. What was he saying? Had he gone mad? She hastily stepped back. "Thank you for catching me just now, but I don't understand what you're saying. I never expected you to speak to me voluntarily." Li Shi, this narcissistic man, said self-indulgently, "So you were startled by me? Someone as proud as you, coming here to ask for forgiveness. I should treat you well." This left Lilin utterly speechless. Li Shi moved closer to Lilin, saying, "Don't worry. Father Emperor dotes on you so much. He won't blame you for this incident. We can go back to how things were before." Lilin was angered by his nonsense. "I can't believe I'm casting pearls before swine. Haven't you realized that you'll soon no longer be the crown prince? Is this nonsense all you have to say to me?" Li Shi became furious. "How can you treat me like this? Since you came today to ask for forgiveness, you should have a better attitude. I've already said I can plead for you. I've agreed to let you return to my side. But why do you keep ignoring me? Has he gone mad?" Lilin brushed past him. "The one who's mad is you. I'm sorry, but I don't communicate with idiots. People who speak without value. I'll take my leave now." Li Shi, his face darkening, called out to stop Lilin. "I believe there's no clear standard for right and wrong. The so-called standards can be swayed by power. I believe everything will soon return to normal. I'm the only one you could trust. So I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Lylin, turn around. You're right. As long as you're no longer the crown prince, then everything will indeed return to normal. Once you've fallen from your lofty position, I hope you'll reflect carefully on why you ended up like this. By the way, it seems you and Alice truly love each other. People say lovers grow more alike over time. You two are practically identical. I'll warn you one last time. You'd better return my money quickly. That money has nothing to do with emotions. It's simply what you borrowed from the Mevan family. Lishi laughed and cried simultaneously. Lylin, we can only trust each other now. Wait for me a little longer. I'll give you the position you want. Lylin was furious on her end, seriously doubting if Lishi had truly gone mad after losing his position as crown prince. Coming to her senses, Lylin looked around. Li and Qing, where did you all go? At this moment, a white-haired woman appeared, smiling somewhat eerily. I sent them away because I wanted to talk to you alone. Long time no see. How have you been lately, palace maid? Are you well? Lylin curtsied. Yes, thanks to your grace. I've been doing well lately. How has your highness been? The woman laughed maniacally. Thanks to you, I've been considering whether to go bungee jumping. I've become this ghastly sight, yet you're doing so well. This sudden outburst frightened Lylin, making her back away repeatedly. I'm sorry, your highness. I'm not feeling well right now. The white-haired woman abruptly grabbed Lylin. You should be heartbroken, devastated, and fallen to rock bottom. That's what I want to see. Because of your betrayal, my son Lishi is so heartbroken, so pained. Yet you came here specifically to dissolve the engagement, to trample him underfoot. Lylin winced in pain from her grip. Your highness, in this matter, it was the crown prince who first dashed before she could finish. The woman roared at Lylin. Why didn't you follow my plan? You should have continued to climb, to help my son become emperor. Was that so difficult for you? I taught you how to climb the ladder. Never let anyone look down on you. Don't let your birth become a stumbling block. I taught you all this. Lylin grabbed her hands and shouted, please stop. He was the one who broke the promise first. The white-haired woman's eyes were vacant. Then you at least shouldn't have said you loved him. Someone pitifully believed those words and suffered a massive betrayal, deeply hurt. You destroyed your beloved with your own hands. Do you know that? You made him lose everything. Lylin sighed helplessly. All of this is his own doing. Even if he's truly suffering, it's not my fault. If there's anyone to blame, it's himself. I'm sorry, your highness. I'm not feeling well. I'll take my leave now. I'm sorry. You must use everything I've placed on the chessboard to become emperor. The woman's face contorted. Friedrich must become emperor, no matter what happens. The cutting never ends. Lylin lay on her bed, completely devastated. Today had been truly exhausting. She had thought only Lishi had gone mad, but it turned out even the Empress had lost her mind. At this moment, the thoughtful Harvey brought over some hot tea for Lylin. As Lylin sipped the hot tea, she trembled in fear. She felt certain she would have nightmares tonight, dreaming of those two people. They were truly more terrifying than any disaster. Harvey jumped onto the bed to keep Lylin company, watching over her until she fell asleep. Lylin was very happy. Soon after, the human and the beast embraced and drifted off to sleep. In the early morning, Harvey, sleeping next to Lylin, gazed at her tenderly. He was torn about whether to tell Lylin, but he wanted to stay with her a little longer. Telegram. Telegram. A young telegram boy spread the news. Breaking news. Crown Prince Lishi has been deposed. Along with the news of the respected Duke's daughter Lylin dissolving the engagement, the removal of Lishi from his position as Crown Prince was finally settled. All of Lishi's previous misdeeds had become public knowledge. The citizens were furious about the Crown Prince's actions. The royal family had no choice but to strip Lishi of his title. The royal family formally apologized to the Duke's family. The new Crown Prince was to be His Highness Howard. He was Prince Howard, who had just come of age. The Emperor bestowed upon him the sword symbolizing the royal family. With this, he was officially appointed as Crown Prince. Lylin watched these ceremonies dazed. Was it really over just like that? How boring. What was Lishi doing now, she wondered. The Duke pondered. It was said he had been confined to his room. It seemed his mental state was not quite right. I plan to chat with His Majesty and Duke Corollas before making an entrance. What are your plans? Do you want to go back first? Lylin smiled and said, no, I want to stay here quietly. Let everyone see me. After all, it's better if I leave looking as heartbroken as the rumors suggest. The Duke said, as expected of my daughter. Then I'll see you at home later. Watching everyone gossiping, Lylin thought, good, it's time to put my acting skills to use. I just need to do as I practiced in front of the mirror mirror yesterday. Lylin immediately put on a pitiful expression. People began to flatter her. Oh my, the Duke's daughter looks so heartbroken. Prince Lishi, what have you done to such a fragile Duke's daughter? Lylin laughed inwardly. Although pretending like this was tiring, she could keep it up a bit longer, as she could go back and see the adorable Harvey. Suddenly, Belderd appeared, startling Lylin. Belderd chuckled secretly. I saw how you were just now. Congratulations on your successful revenge. The two giggled and apologized to each other. Thank you for taking me to the Duke's house last time. I'm grateful for your help. Belderd smiled and said, I didn't really do much. I'm so glad I could see you like this. I have to go now. I only left my post temporarily because I saw you. Lylin asked with concern. You must be very busy today, right? You must be tired. After all, you all have to protect the new crown prince until the end of the investiture ceremony. Belderd chuckled lightly. Not at all. It's the duty of the Corolla's family, so it's nothing special. Lylin's eyes sparkled. Wow, Belderd looks quite handsome like this. Then she clenched her fists tightly, giving herself a pep talk. To officially become the heir of the Can Meven family, I must work hard too. Suddenly, she saw Cassowin among the bustling crowd. Handsome Sir Knight, why are you leaning against the wall all alone? I heard you were offered a chance to join the 10 Knights, but you refused. If you had joined, your treatment would be much better than now. With luck, you could even a knight from a single noble family. It seems you don't have such ambitions. At this moment, Cassio blushed. Because there's someone I want to serve. Other than him, Lylin's eyes filled with envy. I see. Although I don't know who that person is, I'm so envious. I'll cheer for your sincerity. I hope your wish comes true. Cassio smiled. Thank you for saying that. I was quite worried, but after seeing you, I feel more at ease. I'd like to greet you again after my wish is fulfilled. Lylin was almost captivated by his beauty again. She almost brought him home. He would surely hate that, hurriedly scratching her head. I suddenly remembered I have an urgent matter. I'll take my leave now. As Lylin walked, she thought, perhaps because I saw someone I wanted to see, my mood has improved a lot. I was originally worried about encountering Li Shi or the Empress. I want to go home quickly and tell Harvey about this. Although it's not a big deal, I still managed it on my own. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Are you leaving already? I almost missed you. You didn't come to find me actively. I'm so hurt. Lylin was surprised. Lucas, why are you here? Lucas pretended to be hurt. I came to report this matter to you. After all, you wouldn't come to find me actively. You won't use me and then discard me, right? Woo-woo. I was planning to leave here and then go find you. Don't worry, I definitely won't ask you for money. Lucas retorted, I'm not coming to you for money. Lylin was confused. Then for what? Lucas looked at her lovingly. It's because I missed you. Aren't we a couple? The atmosphere between them suddenly became ambiguous. Suddenly, Lylin saw Betty behind her. My carriage. Startled, Lucas said, I'm really tired today. I'll leave first. We'll meet next time. Lucas smiled indulgently. The young Duke is really hard to handle. Sitting in the carriage, Lylin's heart was pounding. Calm down. Maybe he was just joking with me again. His eyes looked like he was sincere. Today was such a mess. She bit her finger. I can't let these things distract me. I still have a lot to do. Betty opened the carriage door. Young miss, we've arrived home. However, as soon as she got out of the carriage, she saw Harvey. Harvey, blushing, said, Lylin, you're back. Lylin smiled and said, I originally wanted to put everything aside and go out to play with you today. Shall we play all day tomorrow? Harvey stopped Lylin. I'm leaving this place. After all, I can't keep being childish like this. Lylin looked at Harvey in shock. The little cutie who's been with you for so long is leaving you. How do you feel? At this moment, Lylin couldn't believe it. Harvey, you're really leaving? Really leaving? Where are you going? Have you already settled on your life there? Actually, you don't need to decide so quickly. Lylin held back her tears. He's still so young. No, even if he stays by my side, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Harvey cupped Lylin's face with both hands. Comforting Lylin, he said, Don't worry. I'm planning to go to school, not to leave you forever. Lylin sighed in relief. Oh, so he's going to school? I thought you were going to leave me forever. You scare me to death. But what's with all these animals around you? They seem to be gathering around you. Harvey explained, when I was practicing with teacher Lien before, something unusual happened to my body. Since then, I've become very attractive to small animals. Lylin asked with concern, Since that happened, are you all right? Harvey clenched his fists. You have your own things to deal with. I didn't tell you before because I didn't want to be a burden to you. So I plan to leave here for a while. I want to become someone worthy of you. Lylan panicked and grabbed Harvey's hand. It's just going to school. Why does it sound like you're leaving? Harvey quickly explained that the school was a boarding school. I passed the transfer exam. I've been assigned a dormitory. I'll start this week, and next week I'll be attending classes normally. Lylan, relieved after the explanation, said, "Oh, I see. So you won't be able to come home often. Then you'll be able to focus on your studies. It's great that you found something you want to do. I had no idea you were thinking about this." Lylan stammered. "If there's anything I can help with, like tuition," Harvey replied, "I plan to receive vocational education. All the tuition assistance I can repay once I have a job." Lylan, still worried, "What about clothes? Should we move all the clothes from your closet into the dormitory? Time must be tight, right?" Harvey said the school had uniforms, so there was no need to worry. Lylan was embarrassed. Harvey had already fully prepared to leave. Harvey apologized for telling her so late. "I've been using your busy schedule as an excuse to deliberately hide this. We promised I'd always be by your side, but now I'm leaving. I felt so selfish that I couldn't bring myself to tell you." Lylan grabbed Harvey's hand. "Let's go back. It's almost time for dinner. This is your choice. Whatever happens, I hope it turns out well." "I truly mean it." Harvey nodded. In her room, Lylan flopped onto the bed, feeling deeply disappointed. She felt she couldn't face Harvey. What was I doing while he was preparing all of this by himself? Seeing him want to be independent, I should be proud of him. But why does my heart feel so empty so quickly? And when I faced Harvey today, I was so self-righteous. I feel so bad. I said I'd help him, but he ended up comforting me instead. I have no right to feel sad. "Miss Betty, do you have anything?" "Oh my miss, what's wrong?" Lylan wrapped herself up. "I'm sorry, I wanted you to check. Before Harvey goes to school, is there anything else he needs?" Even though he said he doesn't need those things, I feel like he might need something else. "Put everything on my account." Betty sighed. "Miss, wouldn't you feel better if you went yourself?" Lylan stammered. "Anyway, please take care of it. I never thought the young miss would be so upset." Lylan in the room held a handkerchief. This, after all, still couldn't be given away. On the other side, the door slowly opened. Through a beam of light, Lishi gradually opened his eyes. A figure stood at the doorway. Lishi was puzzled. "Lylan, is that you?" He hurriedly sat up. "Why are you here?" Before he could finish, "You must become the emperor. You must become the emperor. Friedrich, you must become the emperor. Is this so difficult for you?" The empress glared fiercely at Lishi. Lishi was shocked, still not having reacted. The empress gave Lishi a hard slap across the face. Yet Lishi felt no pain. His face, though struck, didn't hurt at all. But why? Before he could finish thinking, the empress grabbed his collar. "I've paved the way for you. Is it so hard to just follow this path? It was I who, using Canda's name, gave you everything you have now. I did all of this. I prepared everything. Do you want to turn me into a seductress who became empress by enticing the emperor?" The empress shouted angrily. Lishi, she was a princess from another country. Due to an accidental pregnancy with the crown prince's child, she became empress from a consort. I didn't inherit the golden hair and purple eyes symbolizing the royal family. No, I was born with silver hair and red eyes, just like him. I am both his shame and the pawn he cannot discard. You must perfectly become the emperor. Amidst the empress's beating, Lishi recalled the past. To gain his love, he had put in a lot of effort, but perhaps his birth itself was a mistake. Will he really love me? Alice also said she loved him before. I no longer believe in so-called love. What Lylan said earlier. Could it be? Is this also his hint for me to use him to ascend to power? Very well, Lylan. Since you want me to become emperor, then I will use any means necessary to sit on the throne. Everything will return to normal. At this moment, Lylan was reluctant to say goodbye to Harvey. Harvey lowered his head gloomily. Then, in an instant, he raised his head with a smile. Lylan, I'm leaving. As the horse's hooves lifted, Lylan waved reluctantly. Harvey, sitting in the carriage, was exceptionally calm. Lylan said dejectedly, Harvey's gone, and Betty echoed from behind, yes, the house will be very quiet now. Lylan put her hands on her hips. Harvey has worked so hard. I can't just stand here like a fool. Betty, help me pack up. I'm going to the magic tower. I plan to take this opportunity to work hard and earn more money. The scene changes. Lylan arrived at the magic tower. The magicians inside chorused, Miss 51. Welcome. Lylan sighed. Can you please stop mentioning that damned 5 billion? Egolan, while pointing the way, couldn't help but tease, oh my, how rude of us. This amount is truly astonishing, yet so easy to say. Lylan ignored this. I'm here because I heard there are many new proposals for my ballpoint pen business. Egolin looked at Lai Lin and said, I told you, it's still in the research and development stage. You didn't need to rush over. Lai Lin clenched her fists. No, I want to be involved too. To give you some ideas, my mind and heart are in chaos. That's why I wanted to come work. I'm not here to rush you, so please don't kick me out. A face full of innocence. The two in the study were flipping through documents. Lylin thought for a moment. Do you know about the Beastmen? Egolin replied very frankly. Beastmen? When it comes to Beastmen, we mages are experts. Hearing the word expert, Lylin leaned in closer. What do you mean by expert? Egolin calmly explained. During the 100 Years' War, the Emperor ordered mages to exterminate the Beastmen. At that time, the mages killed countless humans and Beastmen. Their hands were stained with blood. They committed heinous crimes. During that process, it seems the king of the Beastmen also died. We are now searching for a new king of the Beastmen. Lylin realized something was off. Didn't you just say that the mages killed the king of the Beastmen? Then why are you still looking for a new king? Do you want to defeat them all? Egolin put down the documents. We've always carried the burden of our past sins, so we've decided to protect them. Lylin slammed the table and stood up. I'm asking you why you're looking for the king of the Beastmen. Egolin explained. The Beastmen are a race that revolves around their king. He's extremely precious to them. We must find and protect him before the royal family discovers him. Lylin was confused. What does this have to do with the royal family? Egolin patiently said, the reason Beastmen are treated as slaves is due to the decree of successive emperors, except during Emperor Cadrian's reign. The royal family is very worried that the Beastmen's power might threaten their position. So they want to use mages to exterminate the Beastmen or control them when they're weakened. Therefore, we must find the king of the Beastmen and protect him. Let him become the core that unites the Beastmen. I've said so much. Would you like some peach juice? Lylin took the juice. I didn't expect you to like something so sweet and refreshing. Lylin took a sip and found that she regained some strength after drinking it. Egolin asked in return, why are you asking about the Beastmen? Lylin said embarrassedly, do Beastmen children not want to live with human guardians? Egolin pondered. Without a king, they generally wouldn't want to leave their chosen masters. Lylin gripped her cup tightly. Then if they express a desire to leave, what could be the reason? Egolin said with disdain, Lady Duchess, you're not treating Beastmen as slaves, are you? These words startled Lylin, who quickly stood up. Of course not. What kind of person do you take me for? There must be some trigger that made him decide, but I don't know the specifics. He clearly said he didn't want to leave me. It seems Harvey going away to school must have a reason. Now I'm even more concerned. Egolin interrupted her thoughts. Lady Duchess, since we mentioned the royal family earlier, I'll remind you of something. They know you came here because you're being monitored. This magic tower is in a forest that can't be entered without royal permission. But you came in. This means someone is monitoring you. Lylin was terrified. Why would the Emperor do such a frightening thing? If you come here in the future, the news will continue to be relayed to the royal family. Besides the Emperor, some princes and attendants probably know about this as well. So, if you don't want anyone to know your whereabouts, please use this to come here secretly. Lylin was confused. Isn't this the gratitude plaque you gave me? Egolin smiled. To provide some small services to my partners. I've temporarily moved its location. I hope you'll continue to support the Magic Tower's business in the future. Oh, gracious Miss Meaven. Alice was up to her tricks again. This time, she came to Uaelin's mansion. She fell her knees in front of Uaelin, begging for help. Please give me one more chance. Uaelin looked down on Alice. I don't think we have that kind of mutually helpful relationship. Alice quickly replied. All along, haven't you also benefited because of me? Uaelin chuckled. The only benefit I remember is becoming a laughingstock. Alice cried, tears and snot flowing. No, it's different this time. Please believe me. Uaelin scoffed. If I help you now, my losses would be too great. After all, what benefit can you offer me? I used to think it was fun to watch Lila in the palace made fall with you. But now you don't have the crown prince backing you up, and you're just a powerless daughter of the Malo Duke's family. If you think I've said anything wrong, feel free to point it out. These words made Alice grit her teeth, unable to refute. She reluctantly took her leave. As Uaelin stood up, Alice said, "It will definitely be interesting. The palace maid now likes to act smart. So this time, I prepared something fun. I won't involve you. This time, I'll personally show you. I won't ask for much. Just let me enter the party where the palace maid will be. That's all." Looking at the nearly frenzied Alice, Uaelin asked suspiciously, "What do you want to do?" Alice curtsied. "You can see for yourself then. Miss Yuan. In her heart, Alice thought, all along, she pretended to help me, but was actually using me. Although she kicked me away after my reputation was ruined, she's still useful to me. Does she think I don't know that as a member of the nobility faction, she wants to defeat Lai Lin, who belongs to the Emperor's faction? In terms of hating Lai Lin, our goals align. The Emperor's faction is more powerful now, so even a small stain on Lai Lin's reputation is very important to her. We can give the noble ladies something to gossip about over tea. No matter what method I use, I absolutely won't let Lai Lin achieve her goal. You just need to get me into the party. I can be a pawn you can discard at any time. Yuan stared at Alice. If I give you a chance, can you seize it? Seeing Alice's firm resolve, Yuan smiled. If that's the case, I'll contact you later through Miss Selvi, the Countess. If others find out, it won't be good for me either. He's my friend. He won't tell anyone about our meeting. There will be a big party soon. You should prepare yourself well. Alice gripped her skirt tightly. Yes, Miss Yuan. After saying thanks, an evil thought crossed her mind. I'll take down this arrogant one along with the palace maid. Besides the party, the day finally arrived. Lai Lin yawned. Did I overdo it yesterday? The meet and greet with the mages went on for too long. They wanted to bask in 51's good fortune through me. Anyway, even if I went home early, Harvey wouldn't be there. It would only increase my loneliness. Besides, Marchioness Shaman has been kind to me. She hosted this party for the Emperor's faction in place of my absent mother. As the guest of honor, it's hard for me to be absent. Suddenly, nearby chatter caught Lilene's attention. Have you seen the tableware imported from the Kingdom of Petro this time? I heard it's a new collaboration with the Ganislong Earl's family. They say the Wen family got the exclusive rights to sell this cloud plum pattern. Just as Lilin was wondering, our family, a maid quietly approached, delivering a document. This is a document submitted by Minister Jeff for you. Lilin held the document, feeling overwhelmed. Father's business is so extensive, I can't keep up. Looking at the document, she marveled. This pattern is so beautiful. It's so high class, even I'm tempted. Wait, if we limit the sale of magic cups that maintain temperature and thermos flasks, then they can only be bought through the brand name that the Wen family acquired. Lilin laughed happily. Suddenly, I have a great idea to make everyone eager to pay. Just as she was feeling pleased, green hair pointed ahead. Young miss, look over there. Lilin looked up. She saw Alice standing opposite her. Marchioness Shaman quickly blocked her. How dare you come here? Do you think this is just any place? How rude of you to crash the party without my invitation. Alice calmly explained, I have something to say to the Duke's daughter, so I had no choice but to offend you. The short-haired girl stepped forward to block her too. If you know you're being offensive, then leave immediately. You can hardly be called a noble now, can you? Alice immediately made a face. Please don't block my way. I'll leave naturally after I've said what I need to say. Lilin stared at Alice. You have something to say to me? Alice immediately turned to face Lilin and bowed. Yes, young Mississippi. I want to apologize for offending you before. I'm sorry. Lilin responded with distaste. I accept your apology. I hope we never meet again. After speaking, Lilin turned to leave. Alice shouted from behind. I came to tell you something I realized thanks to you. Why couldn't I refuse the small favors from His Highness the Crown Prince before? Why did I still not refuse, even though I knew you would hate me? Why did I accept those excessive words from him? I thought and thought. Finally, I understood. It was all because I love His Highness. As she spoke, she rushed forward and grabbed Lilin's hand. Thanks to you, I realized that I love the Crown Prince. Lilin thought she had gone mad. My previous offenses against you are all because I couldn't control my love for His Highness. You should forgive a girl who was blinded by love and did foolish things, right? Lilin was speechless. It seemed her level of madness had escalated. Alice was approaching hysteria, which disgusted Lilin immensely. Repulsed, Lilin shook off Alice's hand. You've done countless things to wrong me. Don't think you can package these mistakes with love. I don't accept your apology. Alice smirked darkly. You said before that you loved His Highness. It seems that wasn't the case. Lilin felt a wave of disgust. Do you want me to lash out at you like I did before? Alice, as if she hadn't heard, continued her performance. Shouldn't you be angry when someone says they like the person you love? Like you used to be. You never loved His Highness, did you? That's why you broke off the engagement without hesitation. If you didn't love him, why didn't you end the engagement earlier? Why did you turn His Highness and me into fools blinded by love? Alice cried, tears streaming down her face. Lylin, disgusted, placed her fan on Alice's chest. If you want to love, go outside. You're the ones who cheated. What's there to feel wronged about? Poor His Highness. Who would have thought he was just your sacrifice to maintain your rights? Now that he's of no use, you've even smeared his name. Lylin, seeing her ramble on, thought she was going to say something ridiculous. It turned out she wanted to pretend to be the victim to re-enter high society. Lylin saw people discussing among themselves. If she made a scene here, the news would spread quickly. That would be handing a knife to her opponents. How could she allow herself to be manipulated like this? Alice, you've lost everything, haven't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't provoke me like this. Are you Count Selby's daughter? You're the one who brought her in, aren't you? Without permission, you brought Miss Kennard, who's been expelled from society here. Then let your father, Count Selby, retire from the nobility to make up for your mistake. At these words, Selby's legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Lylin said contemptuously, "The vacant position, let's see who can please me. I'll let that family fill the vacancy." Alice panicked and lunged forward. Look, every time you cover up your mistakes like this, you've made me, who deeply loves Lishi, look like the third wheel. The Cameron Dukes family is really something. Lylin was speechless. I've become more low-key recently, so Alice has started to set traps for me. If this continues, there will surely be rumors of me bullying noble ladies in the coming days. By then, people will spread false information. Before she could finish her thought, Mills slapped Alice with a loud smack. Shut up. She's not someone you could talk about so casually. Does anyone not know that all this started because of your great love that led to cheating? So I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, your left cheek will know why the flowers are so red. Mills switched to a smile and immediately turned to Lylin, saying, I'll handle this. I'll await your summons. I'll wait for your call. Alice's cries could be heard, but Lylin thought to herself, now is not the time to stay here. Let's head back to the mansion quietly. Once we're there, contact Alice. Tell her if she doesn't clear her compensation within this week, I'll forcibly seize the money she owes me. It's been over a month without repayment, and she dares to sneak into parties. She's doomed. Lillian, write a letter to Countess Jack Lorne for me. Tell her I want to meet her within this week. And Lucy, investigate Count Selby's scandals for me. Lylin looked through a pile of letters. She discovered that the letter from the magic tower had been opened. Lylin was displeased with this sense of being monitored. We still have some business matters to discuss. Please come to the magic tower again. And thanks for your peach juice. They've fallen for it. Why do I have to pay for the peach juice they drink? Suddenly, her eyes were caught by an ornate letter nearby. She abruptly remembered. The last time she met Lucas at the banquet, he said he missed her. Thinking of this, Lylin's face flushed red. Miss Lylin, it seems you need my help now. Come find me at that cake shop with the delicious cakes. Lylin thought. On one side was peach juice. On the other was strawberry shaved ice. Which should she eat first? The cool and handsome white-haired peach, or the bewitching and wealthy blue-haired strawberry? Simultaneously writing to the rich sister for a hug. Which would you choose? Adults never choose. I want them all. However, the blue-haired one's tactics for gaining favor were superior. Lylin chose to favor him first. Meanwhile, Lucas complained, I've been so busy lately, I haven't had time to see the children. Raven retorted, men in love are exhausting. Look at you, your smile is reaching your ears. Lucas felt something was off. He stood up and argued, clearly, I'm the one working hard. What do you have to be exhausted about? Raven shot back, don't forget who's been gathering information for you everywhere, from noble councils to social circles, because you're worried about the Duke's daughter. Do you know how busy I've been lately? Love is love, but money is money. If I get a penny less, I'll fight you to the death, you lovesick fool. Get lost? I just want to be in love. As the two argued heatedly, suddenly someone reported that a guest had arrived. The blue-haired one coldly replied, my time is money. If there's no prior appointment, tell them to leave. The shop assistant, with a mischievous smile, replied, then I'll convey that message to Duke Meven's daughter. Lucas, after a moment of stunned silence, hurriedly chased after them. Then, with an excited face, he said, please come in, Duke's daughter. I'm super free today. After entering the room, Lylin took out Lucas's envelope and said, the head of the Intelligence Guild is indeed impressive. You even knew Alice and Miss Selby came together. Lucas smiled and said, it's a piece of cake. Was my letter helpful? Lylin said apologetically, I only saw this letter after I returned from the party. But thank you anyway. Aren't you going to too much trouble for me? Lucas said seriously. I told you, don't refuse anything I do for you. This sentence made Lileen's face turn red instantly. She then hurriedly said, do you know about the Selby Count's family? The information I've gathered isn't enough, so I need your help. Sure. What kind of information do you need? I need to know about illegal activities, the kind that would catch the royal family's attention. Lucas was a bit curious. What do you want to do? I plan to revoke their family's eligibility to participate in the noble council, I said. Then I'll place my own people in the vacant positions. This is truly fascinating. How do you intend to create these vacancies? The noble council revolves around the great lords, and the Selby family is one such lord with their own territory. I believe their greatest weakness lies in the land law. Count Selby, the Middle Eastern noble faction, is backed by some power. So, if we catch their weakness and hand it over to the royal family, we can quickly drive them out. You know the royal family is in dire need of money now. After all, they've lost their biggest financial backer. They held an unexpected ceremony and must take responsibility for dissolving my engagement with Li Shi, compensating me for my losses. And my family no longer supports the royal family. Although they won't immediately become poor, there will be a hole in their finances. But if there's a way to fill this hole, they have no reason to refuse. For instance, if we discover Count Selby's illegal wealth accumulation. Lucas grinned mischievously. Then the royal family, to fill their financial gap, might choose to confiscate Count Selby's property. Both of them shared a cunning smile. Lileen continued, the director said these are all my assumptions, but I think they're quite possible. It should be difficult for you to arrange your own people in there, right? After all, anyone with a bit of money is queuing up to join the noble council. Lileen spoke helplessly to her father. Although I've formulated a plan to implement it specifically, I still need Father's material support. Father is willing to help me, but not because I'm his daughter. It's because he needs me, my determination to secure a place for myself. He'll watch me gradually become the heir to the Candamevan family. Coming to her senses, Lileen exclaimed, I've investigated Count Selby's illegal employment of farmers, and also whether he used tax rates many times higher than the empire's regulations to accumulate wealth. I only found evidence of one additional tax levy, but couldn't find the exact amount. Did he embezzle a huge sum that violated multiple laws? She spoke angrily, those despicable bastards daring to ignore imperial law. I must send them to prison and confiscate their property. Lucas looked at Lileen with an indulgent smile. If there were more nobles like you, thinking of the Empire's people, it would be truly admirable. Lileen was a bit surprised. It's not that dramatic, is it? Lucas took out a card and said, don't worry about the additional tax levy. I can even tell you the exact amount. Lileen asked in surprise, that's impressive. Is this information accurate? Of course. But, Duchess, did you come here just to inquire about this? Lileen blushed a little under Lucas's intense gaze. Of course not. You called me here, didn't you? You said you had prepared strawberry shaved ice. Lucas smiled indulgently. All right, just then, the waiter brought in the freshly made strawberry shaved ice. Lileen's eyes lit up. Lucas quietly watched Lileen's blissful expression as she ate, inwardly praising, as expected of you. The scoundrel sold his last pair of underwear. He paid off the 80 billion debt to his rich sister. 3,000 carriages loaded with gold coins arrived. He thought this would earn the rich lady's forgiveness. Who would have thought that, after wiping her mouth, the rich lady's face changed quickly as she went to count the money? If even a penny was missing, she'd drag him out to be publicly shamed. Just as dawn was breaking, Lileen was awakened by the chirping of birds. She felt an emptiness in her arms and realized the little milk leopard wasn't there. She had forgotten he was still at school. Her mood instantly dropped. Just then, a commotion erupted outside her door. What on earth could be causing such a ruckus so early? Betty came running, calling for her mistress. You need to come to the door. She looked so flustered and excited. What? Did money fall from the sky? I'll be damned. Money really did fall. Are you Miss Lileen, the Duchess of Candamevan? Yes, that's me. What's going on? After hearing his introduction, she realized the visitor was the handsome guard from that scumbag side. The guard bowed elegantly, then waved his hand to summon a carriage. With a loud clatter, shining gold coins piled up into a mountain. Lileen's eyes were nearly blinded by the dazzling sight. Betty whispered to her, there are thousands more carriages behind this one. The guard explained that His Highness had sold even his last pair of underwear for money. He thought the Duchess would be moved and rekindle their old flame. but her eyes were already clouded by the sight of money. She stood proudly before the mountain of gold and let out an earth-shaking laugh. Oh my, since it's all my money, I'll have to count it personally. Wait, didn't you hear that the crown prince sold, even his underwear? What's it got to do with me? If it's not enough, he can go sell himself. Lylin fully displayed the coldness of a capitalist. She turned and asked Betty to bring more boxes and shovels. Are you going to do this yourself, my lady? Of course. This is all my money. Lylin wielded the shovel with impressive vigor. Suddenly, a loud shout came from above. Stop right there, all of you. Lylin, to be precise, this is all my money. She turned to look and saw it was her father, the Duke, coming to rob her on the highway. Wait a minute, Dad. I'm the one who sent the letter demanding payment from the royal family. Seeing her father's bulging biceps, she quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Countess Lauren has arrived. Shouldn't you, as the host, go greet her? Lylin couldn't argue. She was dragged away by her maids, both hands gripping her sides. She wailed, stretching out her hands dramatically. My money, my money. But when she turned and saw Mill coming to visit, she put on a facade of tranquility, which only made Mill more alarmed. Did something happen just now? Her sister's face instantly darkened. Nothing, I just experienced what it means to feel empty first thing in the morning. As she spoke, she invited Mill to sit down and praised him for his bold move in confronting that green tea bitch the other day. Mill, however, remained composed. I just didn't want to hide behind you like a coward anymore. That's not reason enough. What do you want in return for standing up for me? I want to change, to become like you are now. Like me, you say? He was born with social anxiety and feared social interactions. Before, he could only hide behind Lylin, using her influence to get by comfortably. But gradually, he discovered that Lylin was just like him, detesting social interactions. She wore the same expression as him. Despite being so wealthy and noble, she always said she hated herself. Her expression looked as if she had been crying. At first, he couldn't understand, until he heard about the Duchess, Lylin's birth mother. Only then did he understand why Lylin acted that way, and he felt guilty because of it. But I've noticed you've changed recently. Your smile seems as if you've let go of everything. He felt he should also take a step forward, to truly stand by Lylin's side. Lylin grew more confused. I don't know how you see me, but I don't want to repeat what I said at the party. So, Mill, be more honest. She confidently extended her hand. Tell me what you really want. I want to stand by your side. The usually timid girl knelt down on one knee devoutly. I want my family to become a great family that can participate in the council, and thus become my stepping stone. The girl's lips curled up in pleasure. It seems we're of one mind. I'll keep my promise and let you attend the noble council meetings. You'll get what you want. But afterward, in social circles, you must also make your contribution. As the first step, Mill firmly grasped her hand. I will follow your instructions and become your first tool. Please let me clear away all the rumors for you. Her sister said there were no other benefits. Changing from a tool to your most trusted confidant is the best reward I could receive. First, I'll thoroughly eliminate the rumors Alice has spread about you. I absolutely won't let you down. Lylin was surprised. Then I look forward to your performance. The Sunshine, Angel, Little Milk, Leopard melted everyone's hearts. His popularity soared, and fans desperately tried to flatter him. The Sunshine Angel just wanted to escape. His heart only belonged to the beautiful rich lady. Alas, the rich lady was fickle. One moment, she was chatting with the devilishly handsome man. The next, she was chasing after the handsome, silver-haired one. Fortunately, though the silver-haired one wanted to date, money was his eternal true love. Faced with Lylin's suggestion to add co-branded thermos cups, he unhesitatingly refused. The 51% share was limited to the ballpoint pen project. Thermos cups would be a separate price. The miser's eyes sparked, electrifying the rich lady with a direct kiss. No, I don't have any cash on hand now. His 80 billion had already been dug out by his old man. So you want a freeload? The 5 billion contract is over. We all did it happily. That's why we cooperated with you. Adding more things won't work. How can this be? Aren't we startup partners? This wasn't an excuse for freeloading. We magicians are super busy with research and practicing magic. In short, she'd have to empty her pockets. The rich lady felt dejected, but she immediately raised an eyebrow. Have any of the magicians here ever completely exhausted their magic power? Why are you asking this? Didn't you say all the magicians here are very strong? Of course, you've been fooled. Lilene's inner universe exploded on the spot. Now, you spend more time researching magic than using it, right? Rather than that, why not start a business with me and use magic to your heart's content? Who knows? You might even make new breakthroughs. The rich lady's eyes sparkled with excitement. The naive little mage was left dumbfounded by her words. Determined to persuade the silver-haired one, she was on the verge of subjecting him to a grueling 996 work schedule. The silver-haired mage quickly intervened, reaching out to snatch the blueprint. Drawing magic circles on a large number of products takes a long time, even for experienced mages. Can ordinary people draw them too? What are you planning? A sense of foreboding rose within the silver-haired mage. Unfortunately, an insider's casual It's Possible had already sold them out completely. He had intended to say that it would take ordinary people even longer, but Lylin cackled mischievously. Who said we'd have people draw them one by one? We'll carve them into stamps. We could produce millions in an hour, you know. The silver-haired mage argued it wasn't that simple. This requires mages to invest a lot of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it's impossible to imbue items with semi-permanent magic. Who wants to make semi-permanent ones anyway? Lylin exclaimed excitedly, throwing her arms up. We want consumables. Consumables. Who would buy again if they were semi-permanent? That would indeed increase production. The little mage's face lit up with excitement, leaving the silver-haired man utterly speechless. He could only watch helplessly as the Empire's premier alliance of swindlers was born before his eyes. Their conspiratorial appearance made him feel as if is non-existent. Conscience was aching. With a wave of his hand, he threw them both out 800 meters. But even as the door frame slammed shut, Lylene's tempting screams still echoed in his ears. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally opened the blueprint. Countless magic circles instantly formed in his mind. It seemed that money had ultimately triumphed over all else. The magic tower suddenly became a hive of activity. Only Lylin, the outsider, was pushed to the side. Unable to stay idle, she began to let her imagination run wild. Her ex-boyfriend had been stripped of his crown prince title, though she was indeed happy about it. The lunatics from the royal family were now taking turns in the spotlight. The situation turning out like this probably wasn't what the real villainous sister had wanted to see. But what exactly had been her original plan? Eileen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It startled the little mage behind her. Then he saw the sugar mommy howling to the sky. Tearing apart that scumbag is a great merit. But villainous sister, you're not going to give me another big punch, are you? Her mood suddenly plummeted again. The little mages whispered among themselves. Why is Daddy 51 so unhappy? Is it because the tower master kicked him out? It's much worse than that, folks. Lylene's mind was buzzing. Remembering the villainous sister's words, just kill them off. She felt awful. Big sis, what on earth did you do before? Maybe I should ask Alice? No, with her stingy attitude, I won't get anything out of her. Seeing Daddy 51's sugar mommy looking gloomy and sighing heavily, the mages were terrified. Is she going to cut our pay? Oh no, I can't breathe. Help. Thank goodness in the next second, the beautiful Moda Zhu made a dazzling entrance. With just one pitiful glance, she captivated everyone. Oh, Lord Moda. YYDS arrived, throwing a tantrum and causing quite a fuss. In an instant, he transformed into a caring big brother. The magicians tearfully bid farewell. Moda, you are my god. The caring brother handed Lylin a fragrant cup of red tea while gently inquiring, You seem troubled. Is it about that skinny little one at home? Lylin looked puzzled. How did you know? Aren't you only interested in money and nothing else? The silver-haired one replied, Of course. Being stingy and greedy is my true nature. His eyes hardened. I can't tolerate my investor being troubled by anything other than making money. Lylin quickly confessed, It's not a big deal, really. I just feel like I've been neglecting the little milk bun, always using the excuse of being busy. But he's always been so well-behaved and adorable. I feel like I've let him down. It's all because of my indecisiveness and immaturity. Ever since the little milk bun left, I can't sleep without hugging him. I'm very sad and want to see the little cutie. But I was too busy flirting with handsome guys and neglected him. Now, there's no one to warm my bed at night. I've only just realized how good he was, so I'm very upset. As she spoke, she scratched her head embarrassedly. She didn't notice at all that the silver-haired one's expression had changed. Until he decided to leave me, I had no idea what he was thinking. I feel like I was too childish. I brought him back on my own, but didn't care about him at all. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired one snorted coldly. It's just a child wanting independence. Instead of regretting here, why don't you go talk to him? He probably feels the same way as you. After all, beastmen have feelings too. After all, they can fall in love with someone for no reason. Lylin, who had been feeling down, suddenly came to her senses. Indeed, there's no problem that can't be solved with a good petting session. The silver-haired one instantly became impressive in her eyes. But after talking for so long, why was the teacup in her hand still steaming? Oh my, the thermos was successful. Before Lylin could scream, the silver-haired one quickly handed over a document. The interest rate has doubled. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. The rich lady was captivated by the radiance of wisdom. She immediately signed her name. Suddenly, the silver-haired one noticed something amiss. Don't you have many attendants? You didn't bring any. Did you inform your family before coming here? No, I just came by myself, Lylin said with complete confidence. Did you let your family know before coming? No, I came directly. The silver-haired one was utterly bewildered. He quickly activated his precious crystal ball. At that moment, the Duke's mansion was in utter chaos. Her father and Betty were crying rivers of tears. Their thoughts had gone wild. The royal family must have kidnapped my precious daughter. I'll sell them all to the mines. Hearing those sky-piercing wails, Lylin felt terrible. But this wasn't the end of it. Meanwhile, at the Heiress Duke's mansion, the beautiful sister was just asking Blackie about his opinion on the new crown prince. Blackie expressed that he was weak in character, but honest in nature. With a sharp gaze, she indicated that this wasn't enough. Of course it's not enough, but at least he's much better than the previous crown prince who lost his edge and was deposed without even a fever. At the mention of this, the beautiful sister fell silent. Do you think the emperor's actions were right? Seeing Blackie's silence, her gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. Once the core wavers, everything will collapse with it. Clearly, the royal family is in such a situation. Even if it's to protect the stability of this country, Heiress must stand firm in his position. Therefore, as the heir, you must perfectly inherit Heiress's authority. Blackie nodded seriously. In the eyes of the elders and myself, you're still lacking in mobilizing manpower. Whether it's producing nobles or expanding influence through marriage, you must do your utmost. Seeing Blackie's serious demeanor, the beautiful sister started to become playful. I really like Kim Evan's maid. I wonder if you can win her heart. Blackie was slightly taken back. Then he burst into laughter. He swore with his hand on his chest that he would do his best. However, in the next second, something happened to the Duke. It was said that Duke Canmeven's daughter had gone missing. Who could it be? Is this how the rich find happiness? The luxurious Grand Palace was actually just used to store jewels and accessories. Looking at the dazzling brilliance, Lylin wanted to run away with the jewels. Just as she was captivated by the allure of the gems, she suddenly noticed a thick curtain. Could there be even more precious gems behind it? Oh my, it's a family portrait of the beautiful sister. Lylin cursed on the spot. Recalling the scene of her arrival, she realized that the silver-haired one's teleportation array wasn't a fake product after all. She almost brought her own family. No wonder she felt this place didn't seem like an ordinary rich person's home. She quickly calmed herself down. Then she saw the purple-haired, golden-eyed Duke father. So was truly maintained by magic for his precious daughter. Lylin was so moved that her eyes watered. Her gaze then turned to the gentle, red-haired woman. This must be the Villainous sister's mother. Wow, a real-life Barbie. The appearance-obsessed Lylin was immediately mesmerized. According to Mill, the reason the Villainous sister became a Villainous was due to the Duchess's passing. However, she still couldn't understand. Look at this, and look at that. With at least 800 jewel necklaces in her hands, she still couldn't empathize at all. They're already so rich. Why on earth would she still hang on to a scumbag? Is it because she was born with a diamond spoon in her mouth? So she doesn't know how powerful money can be? Compared to that kind of man, compared to so-called love, these things she possessed were far more impressive. Lylin clutched those precious gems tightly. If you don't want to be looked down upon by high society because of your mother's background, then I will When you choose a path that isn't swayed by love, that's becoming a true duke. But to become a real heir, there's still many messes to clean up. It will take a long time to gain recognition. Thinking about this, Lileen's body went limp and she fell backward. She didn't know if the villainous sister would return or if her own physical body was still alive. She could no longer distinguish what was real and what was fake. Exhausted, she stretched lazily. Then, clutching her beloved gems, she fell asleep. Just as she was sleeping soundly, the Duke and Blackie finally found her. Seeing his daughter not only sleeping with the gems, but specifically hugging the expensive ones, the Duke was utterly speechless. Blackie, however, couldn't help but chuckle. Everything outside was in chaos, yet she was still so carefree. Lileen seemed to sense something and finally opened her eyes. Then she heard Betty muttering behind her, saying that if they had discovered her any later, his 800-point heavy reward notice would have been posted all the way to outer space. Was it really that exaggerated? Of course it was. The Duke was about to go to outer space to find you. Lileen felt terrible. She immediately scrambled to go check on her father. But after a few steps, she suddenly halted. She noticed a carriage parked at the front door. Who could it be? Oh my little milk leopard. Baby, why do you look so haggard? Her fair, plump face pressed right against the window. But the little milk leopard didn't notice. Not until the girl's blurry silhouette appeared before his eyes did he call out in disbelief. Lileen then lost control of her body and slid down, coincidentally falling into the arms of the rushing Lileen. Trembling, Lileen cradled his little head and frantically called for a doctor. The doctor apologetically said that beastmen's bodies were different from humans, and he could only observe for now. Lileen was a bit disappointed, but said it was all right. Gently stroking his soft golden fur, she said, "I'll stay by his side until his fever breaks." The rich lady's beloved little darling suddenly collapsed, frightening her into summoning the Empire's strongest medical team. Little did she know that beneath his seemingly naive exterior, he had already awakened his imperial bloodline. Just now, the little darling finally opened his eyes. He happened to hear Lileen blaming herself, saying she hadn't cared for him enough. "Please don't say such things. You've done so much for me," he said with difficulty, managing a smile. Lileen hurriedly rushed over. "Harvey, you're awake. You fool. When you're sick, you should come home immediately. Why did you push yourself for so long?" Hearing her voice choked with tears, the little milk bun, despite being covered in cold sweat from discomfort, smiled and grabbed her hand. "This feels like the day you saved me. I'm really fine." Lileen was stunned for a moment, then bit her lip, unable to hold back anymore. "Actually, I'm neither kind nor righteous. The reason I saved you was only out of sympathy." She felt that she hadn't brought happiness to her little darling and hadn't even truly respected him. But the adorable one only had eyes for his rich lady sister. His gaze was full of tenderness. "Without your sympathy, I would have remained in darkness forever. Even if it's just out of pity, you're the only one who reached out to help me." He grasped Lileen's hand tightly. "Please don't overthink and harm yourself. In my heart, you're the most precious existence in the world. So I will live for you." "But that's not right." Lileen quickly grabbed his shoulders. "Your companionship has been enough for me. From now on, you must live for yourself." The young girl looked at him with unwavering determination. "For independence. You must have a strong body and mind. The same goes for me." At this moment, his heart suddenly began to throb violently. Who am I again? Then a surge of vigorous energy rose within his body, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Lileen, frightened, hurried over to check on him. Before she could touch him, a dazzling golden light flashed before her eyes, almost blinding her. The little milk leopard's small body curled up into a ball. Gradually, he was enveloped by the golden light. No matter how she called out, there was no response. In less than a minute, the golden light had turned into a thick eggshell. She could no longer see the little milk leopard's face clearly. Tears involuntarily slid down from the corners of her eyes. She was afraid that her little darling would just disappear like this. "I still have so much to tell you." Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. A pair of small hands suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed her. On the other end, the silver-haired Lileen cried out his name. She begged him desperately to help her. The silver-haired one was dumbfounded. "You should at least tell me what happened." Lileen, with tears streaming down her face, explained, "My little darling fell into an egg. No matter how I call him, he doesn't respond." He glanced at the golden egg nearby. He felt the situation was indeed serious. At that moment, a knock came from outside the door. It was Betty, who had heard the commotion. As soon as she entered, she was hit by a wave of lovey-dovey atmosphere. "Miss, why's your hand on his 8-pack abs? That's not for you to see." The silver-haired one calmly raised his hand. With just a simple snap of his fingers, Betty's vision blurred as she collapsed by the door. "So, Duchess, could you please calm down?" He rubbed his aching head and glanced at the golden egg again. Then he stepped out of the rift. But faced with this egg that could blind others, he too was at a loss for words. "What on earth is this thing?" "This is not a thing. This is my little darling." Recalling Lileen's earlier words, the silver-haired one finally realized. He's that beast folk child. But how did he suddenly cross species from human to egg? The rich lady's bed-warming cutie was in trouble. She was frantically seeking help everywhere, bringing the silver-haired one from the fish pond to be a veterinarian. "Tell me, aren't you afraid of things going wrong?" Looking at the anxious Lileen before him, the silver-haired one said helplessly, "A high fever might turn someone into an idiot, but it can't change their species." Hearing this, Lileen's whole body trembled, crying. She said she didn't know what had happened either. He had been like this since coming back from school. The silver-haired one couldn't bear it anymore. He quickly bent down to comfort her, saying there was no need to worry too much. After speaking, he took her small hand and placed it on the shimmering golden eggshell. "Can you feel it? The heartbeat under your palm. Is that the little one?" Lileen turned her tear-filled face. The silver-haired one nodded slightly. "You should be fine. I've read books about beast folk growth in the magic tower before. This is a normal stage of beast folk development. It's said to be a way to cope with the physiological burden of rapid growth. So you don't need to worry." At this moment, in Lileen's eyes, the silver-haired one's figure seemed so tall, grand, and reliable. He could no longer hold back, falling to his knees with a thud. Sobbing, he said, "That's such a relief." After he calmed down a bit, his mind finally echoed with the scene of forcibly grabbing the handsome man earlier. "Oh my, this is too good." Lileen's eyes were about to pop out. She quickly turned her head and frantically apologized to the victim. "I really encountered this situation for the first time. Besides you, I really didn't know who else to ask." The silver-haired one didn't speak. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. After a long while, he silently tightened his bathrobe. "You're really good at making people worry. If you keep appearing to harass me like this, I'll have to take back my gratitude." The guilty Lileen could only squat silently in the corner, at a loss for words. Little did she know, a golden light flashed in the silver-haired one's eyes, holding the eggshell that concealed enormous energy. He could judge that the little milk leopard had lived for at least 100 years. As if remembering something, he seriously instructed Lileen to call him if anything happened. He would go back to continue searching for information about the beast folk. "Then what about my little darling? Let's observe for now." Then he disappeared into the crack. Lileen silently reached out her hand, but could only watch him vanish on the spot. The golden egg behind her suddenly shook. "Is it telling me not to worry?" Lileen was so touched that tears came down. "Woo-woo, you're still the most considerate after all." Well, he woke up again in a daze. The Duke's mansion was already in chaos. Everyone had turned into screaming chickens, surrounding the golden egg and questioning their existence. Dad even poked the eggshell with a pen. "This is a beast folk, Your Grace." "Dangerous. That's my little milk leopard. What could be dangerous?" Lileen angrily defended her little one. Who knew the next second these two would draw their swords, wanting to help the little one manually peel the shell. "He'll die if you do that, don't you know?" "Wait, Dad. What are you doing? This surface seems to be gold powder. Should we dig a bit?" Hearing this, everyone immediately pulled out their various weapons. "We think we can." "I don't think so." Lileen directly kicked them away, then firmly closed the door. "All of you get out." But thinking about this family's money-grubbing nature, "My little one, can I truly protect you from their evil clutches?" Unbeknownst to her, outside the door, the Duke father silently rubbed his aching bottom. He then ordered his all-capable secretary to immediately investigate all information about the beast folk. He had never seen a beast folk in such a situation before. The pressure was directly passed on to the prodigious blue-haired one. Hearing it was a letter from the Sandman Duke's mansion, he thought Lileen had finally remembered him. Humming a cheerful tune, he snatched the letter from his brother's hand. But upon opening it, his earlier smugness turned into utter embarrassment. Why the sudden mention of the beast folk? Could it be because of that beast folk child the Duke's daughter had saved earlier? His younger brother silently leaned in to watch the drama unfold. "What's wrong?" got dumped. The blue-haired one deflated instantly. Why didn't he write to me? Why isn't he looking for me? Folks, the prodigious blue-haired one's defenses had crumbled. His beloved rich sister, even her father had written to him. Yet the sister herself remained out of contact. Is she just focused on raising that little milk leopard at home? I swear I'll go over there and kill them all. Meanwhile, on the other side, the rich sister carefully inquired with her father, "How's the investigation on Sylvia going?" The Duke smiled confidently. He stated that he had already handed over 18 generations of their family's dark history to the Emperor. Their family will be sleeping on the streets tonight. Lilin could only clap her hands vigorously, showering him with excessive praise. The Duke, feeling elated from the flattery, said, "Your abilities aren't bad." He then handed over the decision-making power for the council seats to her. Jack Lorne is ambitious, but he knows how to handle people. His daughter is indeed very ambitious. Neil has already approached me. Lilin smiled confidently, looking at his precious daughter's sweet and adorable smiling face. The Duke's expression changed. Perhaps what you see isn't the whole picture. After all, the Jack Lorne family are all merchants. Even if they seem loyal to us now, they might ultimately side with their interests. So, you must have a weapon in hand that can control them. Lilin listened obediently, then pondered what card she held. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly sprang up. "Dad, I have something to show you. It's this secret weapon. This is the business I'm about to start. Not again. How many billions are you planning to lose this time?" The Duke broke out in a cold sweat. Lilin, blushing with embarrassment, raised her arms and shouted, "This time, your little lady will definitely make money. This thing is called a ballpoint pen. The tip has a magic pen stored inside. No need to dip in ink. It's much more convenient than a quill. But is it permanent magic? It's semi-permanent magic. Permanent magic is too difficult to mass produce." The Duke paused, but magical items are luxury goods by nature. Selling them at a low price might make the nobility feel it's beneath their status. Who said I was going to sell to them? The capitalist chuckled. My target is the administrative department and the security team, like a certain Black Pearl Knight. Those with insufficient budgets will surely love this. After all, cool pens are really frustrating, aren't they? Next up are the teacups with temperature-maintaining magic. I heard you've obtained the monopoly rights this time. Products relying on design can easily lose popularity, so we need more features. The Duchess's daughter clapped her hands enthusiastically. Teacups that are both beautiful and have temperature-maintaining magic. The weather is about to turn cooler too. Teacups with temperature-maintaining magic will quickly become popular. Which noble lady at tea parties could resist them? However, the Duke still had doubts. How will you keep them under your control? Candom Evan will be responsible for planning, and the Jack Lorne family for sales. The Count will take care of the Nobility Club. Amir will handle the Camellia Society. This way, we needn't worry about their loyalty to the Candom Evan family. Indeed, these conditions are too tempting. The Duke smiled like a cunning merchant. This way, not only will it prevent their betrayal, but more small families will want to curry favor with us. Then he fell silent. Lilin thought there might be a problem. The fertilizer Duke was just building up to something. After his moment of contemplation, he hugged his wife's portrait and wailed loudly, "Keisha, did you see our precious daughter just now? Why do you still carry that portrait around?" Lilin quietly reminded him, "I'm still here, you know." Who else but the blue cat could pull off something like this? Damn it, I hope Dad doesn't find out. She hurried to check it out, but as soon as she opened the door, she was enveloped in an embrace. "Hello there, Duchess's daughter. Only remembering me now," the man said in a playful, whining tone. "I'm so hurt." The rich lady immediately felt guilty. Then she watched as he rushed straight towards the golden egg. "Is this the beast folk?" the rich lady asked, puzzled. "I heard about it from your father." The blue cat waved the letter in his hand. "I thought you sent it." Turns out it was the Duke. Seems like the intelligence department, despite their efficiency, can't easily find information about beast folk. It's quite difficult to get information on beast folk. Is that all you can think about? The blue cat couldn't stand it anymore. "Why didn't you mention a word to me? I thought we were on the same side. Was it just my imagination? I'm so hurt." His eyes were the picture of pitiful innocence. It made Lilin feel guilty. Just as she was about to wave her hand in explanation, the blue-haired one's gaze turned back to the golden egg. "I've heard that some beast folk, before they grow up, turn into this form to prevent the strain of rapid growth. It seems the little one has suddenly grown into an adult. What an exaggerated coming-of-age ceremony." He smiled, telling Lilin not to worry. That enchanting one approached again with a seductive air. It made her blush. Then, he began to chant a ballad he'd heard at the Empire's border. The blood of 12 fierce beasts will protect you, oppressed people. Come, let's make a pact for land. Follow the wind-swaying forests. The king will lead us to freedom. It's rare to see beast folk elsewhere. They're all concentrated at the Empire's borders. The blue-haired one seriously reminded her to be careful. After all, no one knew what this little one was like. He might wake up and abandon the one who raised him, then go off to find his king. So I advise you not to invest too much emotion in him. The blue-haired one tapped on the eggshell, confidently thinking he could take advantage of the situation to gain favor. Unexpectedly, Lylin just thought for a moment. Could it be that when the little cutie said he was going to school, he meant to find his king? She started clapping enthusiastically. Lucas, you're amazing. You know so much more than a grain. Wait, who's this a grain now? The blue-haired one's mind raced. He finally remembered that money-obsessed old magician who said he's old. He's super handsome, you know. The blue-haired one was on the verge of collapse. He had traded so many magic potions and never met him, yet she casually stole his client. How is this normal? It's perfectly normal. I introduced him to a business worth hundreds of billions, the rich lady said matter-of-factly. The blue cat felt deflated. So, you don't need me anymore? His eyes were so pitiful and cute. Lylin quickly waved her hands, insisting that wasn't the case at all. Only then did he let out a haughty snort. Suddenly, he pulled out a ballpoint pen. This is the business you provided to the magic tower, right? How do you have this, Lylin? She was instantly shocked. The blue-haired one, however, moved closer to her without hesitation. He then bowed gracefully. If you want to know, you'll have to come find me this time. Farewell, Miss Lylin. Until we meet again. Everyone loses money in business sometimes. But this time, the rich lady's sister finally struck it big. The ballpoint pens and thermos flasks became an instant hit once they went on sale. The rich lady's sister was over the moon. $1 trillion fortune was within her grasp. Just moments ago, the rich lady's sister had attended the Mill family's party in her finest attire. Mill said, I heard your family has officially entered the Noble Council. Congratulations. Mille beamed. It's all thanks to Lady Lylin. As he spoke, he also reminded Lylin, Igraine and that green tea really have something going on. They seem to be discussing some kind of business deal. Remembering what the blue-haired one had said that day, Lylin suddenly realized. They were trying to steal the ballpoint pen business. Mill eagerly offered to handle the matter himself. Lylin smiled with satisfaction. She liked people who knew how to get things done. So at the party, the two of them engaged in mutual flattery. Their eyes met, and they knew the moment had come. Lylin cleared her throat and asked Betty to pour her some tea quickly. The exquisite tea set that was brought over, along with the steaming tea, left all the young ladies in awe. At this moment, Niall, the professional hype man, made his dazzling entrance. Oh my, isn't that the mark of a magical item? His high-pitched voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. I've never seen a teacup and teapot with magic before. What on earth is this? Lylin elegantly took a sip of tea, her smile radiant as she explained it was her family's new product. Whether it's filled with hot water or cold water, it can maintain the temperature. As for the principle behind it, well, that's a trade secret. So it's useful in all 4 seasons? Someone took the bait. A trade secret? Are you planning to sell these items? Whether it's for a summer picnic or drinking tea in a cold courtyard like this, the temperature-keeping function would definitely be very useful. When the weather is cold, tea that is cool becomes very bitter. While they were caught up in the excitement, Mill quickly pointed out the pattern on the cup. This exquisite pattern is unique to the Gasnelin family's tableware, isn't it? It's absolutely dazzling. Niall's words were filled with genuine enthusiasm. Lylin gave him an approving look. That's right. This is a special set created through the collaboration of 2 great families. A portable tea set paired with our newly launched thermos. The difficulty in making these is beyond imagination. So it's a limited edition. There are only about 30 sets. Such a dazzling limited edition. I want one too. It feels super prestigious. One sentence set off a frenzy among the fangirl group. The sisterhood urged her to say more. Lylin's smile was as warm as spring flowers. She gave a thumbs up to her top salesperson. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from behind. Igraine's drama troupe took the stage again. Their words were laced with mockery, implying that the others had never seen anything truly fine. Lylin was utterly speechless. They had lost their noble seats and still came out to make fools of themselves. Their skin must be thicker than steel plates. With just a glance, she unleashed Mill's sharp tongue. Those who couldn't even afford this small sum before always have the most say. I bet they don't even have a single set of gasoline tableware at home. His words hit a nerve with the opposition. The fangirl squad's fighting spirit was truly formidable. They all rolled up their sleeves and jumped into the fray, immediately inciting a chorus of miserable cries. Lylin turned away, satisfied. Igraine was so furious her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Afterwards, the limited edition teacups dominated the market. Production was constantly increased. At the same time, ballpoint pens became very popular among the common people. Even her billionaire father was shocked. He never expected his precious daughter to be so capable. So with a wave of his hand, he declared, "You shall be the heir from now on. Not only have you placed your own people in the noble council, but you've also successfully started a business and fulfilled all your promises. Remember to stand tall and proud in everything you do from now on. After all, you're the sole heir." "Oh, Papa, don't worry." Lylin stood up straight, her chest puffed out. In the future, even if money fell from the sky, she'd have to fight for it like there was no tomorrow. At that moment, the image of the little milk leopard appeared in her mind once again. "For the sake of your future independence, both your body and mind must grow stronger. My darling, I've already kept our promise. So now it's your turn. I'll be waiting for you." Looking back, the weakest and most pitiful little cutie turned out to be the one who survived the longest in this pond of schemes. It all began 700 years ago. As the little prince of the beast folk, he was still in his mother's womb. Yet he was already welcomed by all the tribe members. The king and queen named him Harvey. They hoped he would become the new generation's king, able to resist the oppression of humans, to become stronger than anyone else. "Harvey, I really want to meet you soon." Just as this touching moment unfolded, someone suddenly came to report, "Your Majesty, terrible news. Human mages have invaded." It turned out that 700 years ago, the human race was in chaos due to civil war. The emperor, to increase the people's dependence on the empire, simply created a powerful external enemy. That is, the beast folk who were born with immense power. And so, he sent the mage army to the paradise of the beast folk, the promised land. He ordered them to exterminate the beast folk. Mages were the natural enemies of the beast folk. Under their magical attacks, the entire beast folk tribe fell into chaos. The king arranged for all tribe members to flee immediately. He himself had to take on the responsibility of protection. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a powerful Black Panther and engaged in a life-or-death battle with the mages. Unfortunately, he was outnumbered. The barrier of the promised land was finally breached. The mages spared no one, not even the elderly, women, or children. The queen, who had been at a loss before, now completely erupted with rage. But alas, she was in the late stages of pregnancy. His strength was impaired. The mage cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking a pregnant beast would fetch a good price. So he used magic to confine her separately. The queen howled in agony, but for the sake of her unborn milk leopard cub, she chose to endure, even if it meant being sold into slavery. She didn't want her child to become a slave too. Even at full term, she refused to give birth. Many years passed like this. Finally, when she was near her end, she gave birth to the little milk leopard. Everyone thought she would die, but until the cub could understand words, she struggled to stay alive, remaining by his side. Until that cold blood day, she held the young milk leopard tightly in her arms, urging him to survive at all costs. "As long as you live, sunshine will always find its way to you, just as you came into my life." She fed the last of her food to the little milk leopard. "You are my happiness, my redemption, and my reason to live. So no matter how sad or difficult it gets, you must fight to survive." With these words, she could no longer hold on. The blanket slipped from her body. The little milk leopard tried to cover his mother with the blanket, only to find she had left him forever. Thereafter, he passed through the hands of slave traders. His masters changed dozens of times, from days to months, years to decades. After several hundred years passed, he stopped counting. From the beginning, he was a slave, and thus only knew how to be a slave. For me, the only thing to do is obey the master's orders. Clinging to his mother's fading memory and her plea to survive, he persevered until now. until he met Lylin. His entire life, his light and salvation. At this moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ears again. Lylin joyfully told him, "Though it was harder than expected, I finally achieved my goal." As she spoke, she gently stroked the golden eggshell. "So you must also do your best. Grow well, and come out to meet me." At this moment, the sleeping prince finally opened his eyes. Lylin's hand involuntarily reached into the eggshell. It was firmly grasped by a large hand. With a swift turn, her entire body fell into a broad, sturdy embrace. "I'm fine, thank you." Lylin had expected a small puppy. Instead, it was a muscular man, held by this hunk. The rich lady couldn't believe it. "Who are you?" "I'm your little darling. Though now I've become a big darling. I'm sorry for worrying you." The rich lady couldn't believe this muscular body was his. My baby is soft. This feels different." The rich lady kept touching. Tickled, Harvey broke into laughter. After a moment of silence, she said, "It seems it really is Harvey, but the body doesn't look like him." Harvey said softly, "I might look different from what you remember. Would you mind? Would you mind if I've changed into something else?" Lylin gently stroked Harvey's hair and said, "Of course not. A handsome guy with six-pack abs by my side? I'm over the moon. I'm just glad you're not hurt." Harvey turned Lylin to face him. They gazed at each other. Harvey said tenderly, "Lylin, thank you so much." Lylin looked at Harvey's face. "My goodness, you've grown so much." She reached out and patted his handsome face. "This feels like when you're a fan and your idol evolves." Harvey looked confused. "What do you mean?" Lylin smiled brightly. "I'm complimenting your looks, silly. I remember you like handsome people. Now you don't need to look elsewhere. I'm all you need." The rich sister was taken aback. "I definitely didn't say that. You must have misheard." She awkwardly removed her hands. Harvey leaned in and held her awkward hands. He whispered, "Go ahead, touch me." With a pop, Harvey transformed into his leopard form. Lylin exclaimed in surprise, "You can talk even as a leopard now. You've grown so well. It seems I worried for nothing. Thank you for being so concerned about me. You must have missed me, right?" Harvey looked at her expectantly. Lylin felt a bit shy. "Just a little. Only a little bit. But you've just started school, and you've been absent for so long. This could be a problem." Harvey asked worriedly, "Oh no, what should I do?" Lylin burst out laughing. "Do you still plan to continue school?" Harvey said seriously, "I'll work even harder." Then Lylin stepped forward and hugged Harvey. She said, "You really are the Harvey I know." The next day, Betty knocked and entered. "Miss, the sun's high in the sky." But she found a scantily clad blond man gently stroking Lylin's hair. Betty exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you?" Betty's cry woke Lylin up. Lylin rolled over and bumped into Harvey. She said, puzzled, "What's this hard thing?" Harvey, with his handsome face, smiled at Lylin and said, "Lylin, did you sleep well?" The rich sister was mesmerized. After getting dressed and ready, Lylin brought Harvey to the Duke's office. The Duke asked curiously, "Are you that little beast folk child?" After receiving an affirmative answer, the Duke continued, "Do beast folk originally grow this fast?" The secretary beside him added, "Our records don't have any information about this." Harvey, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Actually, I'm not sure either. It just happened suddenly." The Duke's piercing gaze made Harvey nervous. Then he spoke. "Even the largest knight's uniform doesn't fit." Looking at the radiant Harvey, Lylin and the other ladies present blushed. The Duke then said, "In that case, why don't you go to the city center and have some clothes tailored for him?" Lylin excitedly asked, "Can we really?" The Duke pulled out a check and replied seriously, "Of course. The people around Miss Candamevan should be dressed properly." Then he said to Harvey, "To prevent unnecessary rumors, you must maintain politeness towards Lylin in public." Seeing Harvey's confused look, the secretary added, "If you don't understand, just replace you with you in a formal sense." Harvey hesitated for a moment. Then he said to Lylin, "Do you mean like this?" Lylin felt as if she was seeing a prince on a white horse. Her mind was going crazy, and her heart could barely handle it. Rivals see rivals with envy, but the rich sister made them get along. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep them. Just now, to dress the muscular man more decently, the rich sister came to Rosemary's clothing store. Rosemary hurried out to greet them. "My goodness, it's been so long, Miss Lylin." Then she paused. She saw Harvey behind, exuding male pheromones. "Oh my, who is this gentleman?" Could he be the Duke's daughter's sweetheart? This comment made Harvey blush. Lylan teased, "What sweetheart? He's my big baby. I'm here to buy clothes for Harvey. Let's try a shirt first. A coat might be nice too. Oh, and I want to buy him pants. Do you have any that fit his long legs?" Rosemary excitedly pulled out a measuring tape, her eyes twinkling. "He's so strong. We don't have anything ready-made. Why don't I take his measurements now? We can have clothes custom-made for the young master." Lylan chimed in, "That's a good idea." Harvey, the innocent man, had never experienced such a situation. He looked like he was about to be eaten. "Can you take off your shirt?" Then, Rosemary began to carefully measure Harvey. Meanwhile, Lylan watched the two with a sharp gaze. Betty reminded her quietly, "Miss, your gaze is too frightening." Lylan startled, saying, "I didn't realize I was doing that. Looking at him feels unreal." Betty agreed. He used to be just a child. Flipping through clothing design sketches, Lylan said, "Betty, I plan to learn clothing design from Rosemary. Then I can make clothes for my big baby myself." At this moment, Harvey, having changed clothes, came to Lylan and said, "How is it? I feel a bit uncomfortable." Lylan looked at the radiant Harvey, her mind short-circuiting. "What's happening? Are you an angel?" Harvey gently said, "Lylan, would you like to try this outfit? I think it would suit you well. I'll wait for you outside." Then Lylan took the clothes and went into the fitting room. At this moment, Harvey's expression suddenly became serious. He walked out and said to Betty, "Stay here." Wait a moment. It turned out Harvey sensed someone following Lylan. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a person with golden hair. Their eyes were fixed on Rosemary's clothing store. Could their target be Lylan? Then Harvey charged towards that person with all his might. Outside, the loud noise startled Lylan, who was changing clothes. The golden-haired man blocked Harvey's sudden attack and said, "You're a monster." Harvey growled, "Who exactly are you?" The golden-haired man retorted, "That's precisely what I want to ask you." Then, removing his golden hair, he continued, "Beast folk, such a dangerous creature. Why are you by the Duke's daughter's side?" Lylan, witnessing the scene before her, shouted, "Both of you, come here right now." Seeing Lylan's fury, both men instantly lost their aggression. Lylan introduced them. "This is young Master Carolus. Harvey, he's the beast folk living at our house." It was then that Carolus realized Harvey was the leopard from the Duke's household. "Were you following us?" Carolus lied, saying he wasn't. He claimed he had just happened to see them and wanted to say hello. Harvey, angry, said, "I could sense you hiding your presence and following us. Were you really just wanting to say hello?" Seeing he couldn't keep up the charade, Carolus admitted, "Actually, I was curious about the man by your side. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person, so I was worried about you." Lylan calmly replied, "Thank you for worrying about me, but please don't follow me again in the future. Neither Harvey nor I feel comfortable with it. I appreciate your concern, but let this be the last time. In the future, please don't hide behind us. You can come and greet us directly." Carolus apologetically said, "All right, I'll keep that in mind." Then Lylan cheerfully said, "Now make up, you two." Both men ignored each other. This put Lylan in a difficult position. She then waved her hand, asking them to look at her. When the two men leaned in, Lylan patted their heads, smiling as she said, "We'll be seeing each other often from now on, so stop fighting, okay? Do you understand?" Both men blushed. Seeing Lylan smile, they let go of their animosity. In the blink of an eye, the carriage arrived at the Duke's mansion. Betty sobbed quietly, looking at Lylan lying on the bed. Ballard stood silently by her side. Suddenly, a clanging sound was heard, followed by the Duke's anxious voice. As the door burst open, the Duke cried out anxiously. Betty said sorrowfully, "What on earth happened?" Approaching Lylan's bedside, he wailed, "Oh, my precious daughter, why are you lying here? She was supposed to be canceling the engagement. Why is she lying here now? What happened?" A voice came from beside the Duke. The young lady was attacked. The Duke whirled around. "What?" Ballard said remorsefully. "She fainted shortly after confronting Crown Prince Friedrich. I couldn't prevent this incident. I'm deeply sorry." The Duke then turned to the doctor and asked, "Is her life in danger?" The doctor replied, "There's no immediate danger to her life, but she may need some time to recover." The Duke gently patted Lylan's hand. Then he stood up and said, "Young Master Carolus, you haven't done anything wrong. There's no need to apologize. Do you know exactly what happened?" Carolus replied, "I will tell you truthfully." Upon learning the truth, the Duke angrily said, "I really want to, that bastard of Crown Prince." He trembled as he wiped Lylan's face with a towel. Then Carolus said, "Before the young lady fainted, she asked me to relay a message to you." If she doesn't wake up within 6 hours, she hopes you can bring that person down on her behalf. The Duke then turned to the doctor and asked, when will she likely wake up? The doctor replied, it would be difficult in the short term. The Duke looked at Lai Lin with a benevolent expression. Well, the longer it drags on, the more likely this incident will be buried. Let me complete this task for you. You can rest assured. Don't be angry that you couldn't handle it yourself. Just rest well. Then he turned to leave. Lucy then scurried up to the Duke. My lord, the palace is in chaos now. Many palace staff say they saw the young lady coming out of the crown prince's reception room before she fainted. The Duke turned his head in disbelief, then smiled at Lai Lin with relief. Clever girl. Even though she could barely move, she persisted until she reached the crowd before fainting. Then the Duke's face turned fierce. If I can't bring down that damned fellow as my daughter wishes, I swear I'll. Ballard looked at Lai Lin. I've relayed all your words to the Duke. You should rest well now. Then he turned to leave. Ballard noticed a leopard passing by and turned his head in confusion. He saw Harvey quietly guarding Lai Lin's side. Lai Lin opened her eyes. She asked confusedly, why am I here? Suddenly, a large hand reached out. It embraced Lai Lin. A soft voice asked, Lai Lin, are you all right? I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm still too small. Lai Lin, please don't be sick. Lai Lin leaned against his body, feeling the warmth. She thought about sleeping a bit more. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. You think I gave you my body for you to sleep? He slowly approached Lai Lin. He raised his hand and said, wake up, you. There was a slap. Lai Lin screamed and sat up in bed. Touching her face, she felt it burning. Did I just get slapped? She turned to see the sleeping Harvey and blushed. So you've been by my side all along. Then she suddenly hugged Harvey. It's so warm. Sunlight poured into the room. Lai Lin slowly opened her eyes. She nuzzled against something beside her. It's fluffy. Harvey looked at Lai Lin with teary eyes. Betty suddenly called out to the young lady with tears in her eyes. Lai Lin was startled. Oh, when did you get here? Betty replied disappointedly. It's so mean of you to say that. Wherever you are, I'm sure to be there too. Lai Lin struggled to sit up in bed. She felt unusually weak today. Betty said, you've been asleep for 2 days. Lai Lin was shocked. What? I slept for 2 days? That's absurd. I have so much to do. I need to personally bring down the crown prince. Before Lai Lin could finish, 2 maids blocked her path. Young lady, you should rest more. The Duke and the attending physician will be here soon. Lai Lin was confused. What's wrong with you all? I'm perfectly fine. Even Harvey stopped her. Betty suddenly said in an eerie tone, you absolutely cannot get out of bed before the examination is over. Do you understand, young lady? Lai Lin hugged Harvey tightly. She meekly replied, all right, I understand. Suddenly, there was a pitter-patter of footsteps. My lord, please don't run so fast. The Duke appeared, looking disheveled. He anxiously asked Lai Lin, my precious daughter, how are you feeling? Then, the attending physician drew a small amount of blood from Lai Lin for examination. The father suddenly said sternly, Lai Lin, if I let that bastard off this time, I swear I'll cut off my own arm. Lai Lin replied, I feel the same way. That's why I can't afford to lie here. Everyone looked anxiously at the blood in the physician's hands, waiting for the results. The physician whispered to the Duke, the young lady's condition has improved, but she's not fit to leave the bed yet. Lai Lin threw off the covers. She sat up, saying, I don't have time to lie here. The Duke said sternly, I'll do everything you want to do. Just relax and rest well. Why do you insist on getting up? Lai Lin said reluctantly, because I feel like I've lost face. I said I'd bring him down myself, but now I haven't done anything. Just lying in bed. Her father walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. If you promise me you'll rest properly, I'll let you get out of bed, okay? Then the Duke stood up. Papa's leaving now. You must take care of yourself as promised. Lai Lin lay down contentedly. Betty, I'm a bit hungry. Can I have some meat? Betty said, I'll have the kitchen prepare some rice porridge. You can't eat meat yet. As night fell, Lai Lin lay in bed reading documents. The most important thing now was to know what had happened in the past 2 days, and to see cases of crown princes being deposed. Most importantly, she needed to understand the situation of the Mingxin royal family, and if there were any precedents for abdication. She just needed to quietly ask a minister. But how to learn about Mingxin? Suddenly her stomach growled. Lai Lin turned over, complaining, I'm so hungry. I've been drinking nothing but porridge all day. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted in from the balcony. Lai Lin tiptoed over and opened the door. Heavens, am I seeing things? Thank goodness. A sound from the side caught Lai Lin's attention. Lucas burst into laughter. You're still the same as ever. Lai Lin said, puzzled, Lucas? Lucas waved at Lai Lin with a wry smile. "Hi, Lady Duke. You're awake." He then walked over to Lylin with quick steps. "Your steak and cake are ready, guest." Lylin was speechless. She then stepped forward and called out loudly, "Lien." Lien quickly ran over. "Is there anything you need, young lady?" Lylin turned and pointed behind her, saying, "There's a suspicious blue-haired person here." Lylin was dumbfounded. The person had disappeared. She then awkwardly told Lien, "It's nothing. You can go now." Lylin sighed in self-doubt. Was it just a dream? Lucas suddenly popped up. "You're too much, you know." Lylin was startled. She stepped back, regaining her composure. Pointing at Lucas, she said, "Will you walk out yourself? Or do you want to be dragged out?" Lucas said playfully, "Do you really want me to leave? I'm sure you'd miss me." Before Lylin could process this, Lucas had already strode into her room. Lucas was holding some documents. He turned back and said, "You know, this country is different from its neighbors. Throughout its long history, not only has there never been a deposed prince, but there hasn't even been a rebellion. No matter what happens, the people always trust the royal family 100%. Even if epidemics spread, famines cause starvation, and orphans fill the streets, the people have never blamed the royal family. But now, because the Duke's daughter is said to be wicked, living a life of luxury, rumors are spreading. They say the crown prince tearfully requested to break off the engagement." Lylin angrily said, "What? How could this be?" Lylin thought calmly. The rumors don't match the truth. They only benefit the royal family. This might be the royal family's information control. They both said in unison. Lucas extended his hand and said, "But with my help, you'll definitely succeed in your revenge." Continuing from the previous scene, Lylin went downstairs. The crown prince, with a dark expression, grabbed Lylin's hat tightly. He roared, "Lylin, you can't just leave like this. You can't leave me." Lylin was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Some images flashed through her mind. In them, she and Li Shi were very close, holding hands tightly. Lylin steadied herself against the table. Where did these memories come from? Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Li Shi slowly approached Lylin. "You're mine, Lylin. Without my permission, you can't act freely, nor can you run away." Lylin staggered backward. Li Shi grabbed Lylin's shin. Tears streamed down his face as he said fiercely, "And you certainly can't look down on me." Lylin smiled contemptuously. "It seems my punishment was too light. If you think being the crown prince allows you to treat me so casually, then I'll drag you down from that position and trample you underfoot." Li Shi said angrily, "How dare you be so insolent?" Lylin staggered backward. Suddenly, Ballard shielded Lylin. Then he glared angrily at Li Shi. "I'm really disappointed in you." Li Shi clenched his fists and questioned Ballard. "I didn't approve your entry. Why are you interfering?" Ballard replied, "Your Highness, Iron Sword. It's not right to trample on others like this." Li Shi flipped his hair and laughed. "I'm just giving due punishment to someone who dared to challenge royal authority. What's wrong with that?" Ballard sneered. "I can't believe the person I've been serving all this time is someone who doesn't even know what he's done wrong. It's truly regrettable." He then picked up Lylin, turning to leave. The crown prince said as they left, "This matter will absolutely not be settled easily." His footsteps echoed as he departed. Lylin whispered, "Put me down." Ballard said concernedly, "Bear with it a little longer. We'll be back at your home soon." Lylin's eyes widened as she said, "I'm fine. I was just pretending earlier." Ballard stiffly put Lylin down. Then, Lylin heard a commotion behind them. Could these people be from the crown prince's palace? Perhaps increasing the number of witnesses could turn the situation more in my favor. Lylin immediately said to Betty, "I'm feeling very unwell now." Betty, understanding, immediately fell down, crying out dramatically. Betty began her act, leaving Ballard completely bewildered. Seeing people coming out, Lylin carefully prompted Betty. Betty immediately understood and shouted, "Lady Candamuin, please wake up. How could she be all right after being bullied like that? Lady Candamuin is so pitiful." She then bent down and cried loudly, but awkwardly forgot her lines. Lylin prompted her. Betty immediately shouted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, how could you be so cruel?" Ballard looked completely confused. Then a group of people came over to inquire about what had happened. Betty lowered her head and whispered to Lylin, "Young lady, I can't produce tears, so I dare not raise my head." Lylin whispered back, "Try a bit harder. Now, just hand me over to Ballard." Then Betty turned to Ballard and said, "Young Master Carolus, could you please take the young lady back to the mansion?" Lylin opened her eyes to give a hint. Ballard was startled and said, "All right, no problem." Ballard picked up Lylin awkwardly, thinking to himself, these two did a great job. Lylin suddenly felt drowsiness overtaking her. Ballard said, "You can open your eyes now." Seeing no response from Lylin, "I'm sorry. I should have come earlier. I won't let His Highness the Crown Prince do such things to you again." Lylin suddenly raised her hand and grabbed Ballard. In a daze, she said, "I have a favor to ask you. If I sleep for more than 6 hours, please tell the Duke. During the time I'm asleep, everything is in his hands. I must bring that person down." Having said this, she leaned against Ballard and fell asleep. Ballard looked at Lylin reassuringly. "I will definitely relay your words to him.